vote. It being 11:01 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M174, National Suicide Prevention Action Plan, standing in the name of Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Benson, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, establish a National Suicide Prevention Action Plan, including among its provisions, 1, commitment to the actions and resources required to establish culturally appropriate, community-based suicide prevention programs as articulated by representative organizations of the Inuit, First Nations, and Métis peoples. 2, establishment of national guidelines for best practices in suicide prevention based on evidence of effectiveness in a Canadian context. 3, the creation of a national public health monitoring program for the prevention of suicide and identification of groups at elevated risk. 4, creation of programs to identify and to attempt to fill gaps in knowledge relating to suicide and its prevention, including timely and accurate statistical data. 5, development of tools to promote responsible and safe reporting of suicide and its prevention by media. 6, establishment of national standards for the training of persons engaged in suicide prevention, whose contact with potentially vulnerable populations provides an opportunity to identify at-risk individuals and direct them to appropriate assessment and treatment. 7, creation of a national online hub providing essential information and guides to accessing services in English, French, selected Indigenous languages, and other languages spoken widely in Canada for suicidal individuals, their families and friends, people bereaved by a loved one's suicide, workplaces and other stakeholders concerned with suicide prevention. 8, conducting within 18 months comprehensive analyses of high-risk groups of people and the risk factors specific to each such group, the degree to which child sexual abuse and other forms of childhood abuse and neglect have an impact on suicidal behavior, the barriers to Canadians accessing appropriate and adequate health, wellness, and recovery services, including substance use, addiction, and bereavement services, the funding arrangements required to provide the treatment, education, professional training, and other supports required to prevent suicide and assist those bereaved by a loved one's suicide, the use of culturally appropriate suicide prevention activities and best practices, the role that social media plays with respect to suicide and suicide prevention, means to reduce stigma associated with being a consumer of mental health, bereavement, and other associated services, and ways in which society can reduce access to means and methods for people to harm themselves, and B, report to Parliament annually on preparations for and implementation of the National Action Plan for Suicide Prevention, including data on progress over the previous year and a comprehensive statistical overview of suicide in Canada for the same year. Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je suis très fier d'avoir l'opportunité.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to have the opportunity this morning to present this plan and to talk about the necessity of a national suicide prevention plan. This is my first debate in this new chamber, and it is an opportunity for all of us to work together and to do things right in order to help deal with the suicide crisis.
Honored I am to be rising in this new chamber, this new parliament that was smudged by Claudette Commanda of the Algonquin Nation, the first time in any legislature in any nation that we would begin this new parliament with a sense of hope and a sense of commitment to make change. And so for me to be given my first opportunity to speak on a matter as important as this, I take very seriously. I also think back to one of the first debates we had in this 42nd Parliament. It was a debate, it was a common discussion during the Attawapiskat suicide crisis in 2012. And what a powerful moment that was for this Parliament, because we came together. The problem is that the deaths continue, and good words alone will not change the reality unless we come together to recognize the role that the federal government has to play. Je voudrais dire, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that it is possible for Canada to find a way, because Quebec, for over 20 years, has a plan in order to reduce the number of suicides. And this plan and its results are extraordinary. They have truly reduced the number of suicides in Quebec by 40%. Imagine the benefits it would accrue if Ottawa were to adopt a plan like Quebec's and make it a national plan.
Suicide touches every one of us. It touches all our communities. It touches across age groups. It touches across race. I come at this issue, Mr. Speaker, from the experience that I've seen in the communities of the far north, coming through one horrific crisis after another and realizing that without the support of a coherent strategy, children needlessly died and will continue to die unless we change. And I want to point out, I was just recently at Northern Lights Secondary School in the James Bay, and I walked into that school and I saw a school of hope. I saw young people engaged. I saw them playing music. I could feel it in the halls, that sense of determination and a future. And I remember being there 10 years ago in the middle of the suicide crisis, when the trauma that I saw on the faces of the first responders and the family, because children were dying not singly but in twos and threes. And at that time there was nobody from the federal or provincial government, no department helping out. And Ron Pate, who was the high school principal, said he would keep the school open all night long, every night, because he said he was not going to lose another child on his watch. And those words have stayed with me ever since. Quel pays regarde ces jeunes désespoir?
What country can look at these young people in despair without acting? What kind of country would see the wings of these young people be cut?
As young people are dying and doesn't send in all the support necessary, and then to learn the lessons, to say, we can change this. How is it possible we can have these patterns again and again and again without putting in place a coherent response? So I want to say again, from my region, and the region that I represent, where we've seen some of the highest suicide rates in the world, I've seen the potential of young people to transform this nation, and every time we lose a young person, we are losing the future of our nation. Sheridan Hukama, Deandra Anderson, Chantel Fox, Jenna Roundsky, Jolyn Winter, Azrea Kokapanes, Emily Ellison, Amy Owen, Kanina Sioux Turtle, all who we've just lost in the last few years. And I want their names on the record, Mr. Speaker, because those children were loved. And we are here to tell their families and their community that they did not die in vain, that we have an obligation to work together to ensure the young people like Amy Owen, who wrote on Facebook that life was so hard she couldn't go on at age 12. That's not the Canada that I want to be in. That's not the Canada any of us want to be in. We, as a parliament, can make that difference. So we have models, but what we need to do is we need to, first of all, establish a community-based response that is culturally understanding of the various realities in our country. The last thing we need is another Health Canada program with posters. That will not change anything. We need to be empowering and ensuring that the grassroots organizations, the cultural organizations, the Indigenous organizations are at the table to say what they need, because they know what works. That would be a big step along the way of making change. What we also need to do is we need to develop national evidence-based test best practices. We are not having to invent rocket science here. There are organizations, mental health organizations, indigenous organizations that have worked out and know what needs to be done, but they need a partner, and they need a willing partner. We need to talk about how, and raising awareness about how coverage of suicide in the media is dealt with. Because, you know, they said that suicide rates increased 10% in the United States after Robin Williams' death. We need to talk about media. We also need to talk about bereavement and families who are left on their own, who have no one to talk to. Because the fundamental difference, Mr. Speaker, between suicide and other health crises is that suicide is like a psychic shockwave that goes through a family, it goes through a community, it goes through a school. Its lingering effects are for life. And we've seen, particularly in the far northern communities, when we don't respond with a coherent strategy, that psychic shockwave has echo effects. And so we start to see, especially in young people, imitative behaviors that are incredibly destructive. We need a national online resource hub in the multiple languages to reach people. That's something that the federal government could do. We need to have a set of national training standards for people who are engaged in suicide prevention work and those who are wanting to know how to help, so that we have better protocols and it's easier to access those protocols. But the other thing we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is we need a coherent set of numbers. Because if I said to you, Mr. Speaker, that 11 people die every day in car accidents, you'd say, well, that's terrible. People should drive more safely. 4,000 plus every year die in car accidents. You should drive more safely. And we use those numbers about suicide. But if we started to point out, and we got the evidence to say, they're not just dying at random, there are pressure points. And if you said in a car accident case that a number of people died at one crosswalk, you would go down there to find out what was wrong. Absolutely. Without the statistical evidence and the coherent strategy, we don't know where to put the resources in play. For example, I was absolutely shocked when I was doing my research that the highest numbers that we were coming across were in middle-aged men. Well, why is that? Nobody was talking about that. And I know of many mines that I've talked to and lumber workers, and when a mill shuts down or a factory shuts down, people anecdotally will say, yeah, and then they started to die. If we looked and identified the risk in advance, we could start to reach out to those men. And we could start to have the programs in place so that those who are losing their jobs in times of transition are not on their own. This is what evidence gives us. Evidence gives us a focus and a way to move forward. And that's something that the federal government can do. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been at this business in Parliament and honored to do this for many years. The one thing I've come to realize is that government gets up, hugs you, says it's a wonderful motion, it's dear to our hearts, and then nothing ever happens. This is why the motion is calling on the federal government that they have to do a regular progress report to Parliament. If we have the progress report on the numbers, on issues of identifying factors such as child sexual abuse, if Parliament is obligated, the government is obligated to present to Parliament an annual reporting, then we can begin to see how we're making a difference, and if we are making a difference. And where we're not making a difference, we can start to ask the questions why. That was the real beauty of the Quebec model, that they began to say we can change this by identifying where the problems are and putting resources there. We are the only G7 country without a national suicide action plan. It astounds me that in Canada, which again, it depends where you go, but in some regions of our country, we have the highest suicide rates in the world. And yet every single time a number of young people die, the best you get is a tweet from a minister saying it's a tragedy. It's not a tragedy. It's preventable. I saw this in the Attawapiskat crisis. We saw it in Escandaga. We saw it in La Loche. We've seen it again and again and again. A tragedy is when a child walks out and gets hit by a bus. But when a pattern is repeated again and again and again, we have to ask ourselves what's causing that pattern. What are the numbers? For example, in the far north, we did not have the on-the-ground proactive teams that limited and diminished the risks to young people. We did not have access to mental health services. We did not have any understanding or any way to find out whether child sexual abuse was a factor. We needed that in each one of these cases. So I think that I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have gathered across this country support. The Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention has been doing incredible work on this. For years, they've been asking for this strategy. The Canadian Medical Association is with us. The former the Regional Chiefs of Ontario, the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association, the Canadian Nurses Association. I want to pay special tribute to ITK, Inuit, Tapiriq, Kanatami, and Nathan Obed, their president, who established a plan for the Inuit. And they are getting really good statistics and numbers so they can start to identify the problems. I want to give a special thank you to Jack Hicks, who approached my office, and Jack has been one of the frontline advocates in getting a strategy for suicide prevention, and he came to us during the horrific suicide crisis in Wapakika, when we lost Chantel Fox and Jolyn Winter and Jenna Roundsky, and that the trauma of those deaths led to numerous other young children or young women in that far north of Treaty 9, and he said, why are you guys not putting in place this national strategy? And we were overwhelmed, dealing reactively, and he said, it's time Parliament reacted proactively. And so I come to you, my colleagues across the political spectrum, I come to you saying that as legislators, as adults, as parents, as the people who are supposed to be the voice of Canada, we need to start talking about how we address this horrific crisis that is causing so much pain, so much devastation. And for any person that we lose, we are losing the future of our nation, because I look in the eyes of young people and think, how could you give up? How could you not believe that this nation is there for you? If we're not there for them, we have failed. And this is our opportunity in the dying days of a parliament that's been pretty fractious, a parliament that perhaps has not lived up to the promise that, Canadians expected of it, but we can do something in the final days of this parliament to say, together, we are going to put people first, and we're going to start to talk about how to deal with the horrifying crisis of suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Montarville. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I salute my colleague opposite for his dedication to this very sensitive issue for all. I'd like to invite him to take a few moments to elaborate on the progress report based on new figures. Now, based on my perception, it seemed to me we already had a number of organizations working on it. That's insufficient, then. So are there not some concrete ideas or areas where we should adjust our focus, or that we should focus on in order to achieve better results? The Honourable Member.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague opposite. We work together on committee, and those issues are very important. It's important to say here that there are a number of extraordinary efforts underway to reduce suicide. There are also provincial jurisdictions and for the territories, in fact, that have responsibilities, who are responsible for responding. At the federal level, we have responsibility over Indigenous communities as well as for members of the Canadian Forces and veterans. The federal government can work in conjunction with the provinces to put in place national plans for statistics, for example. And when it comes to the outreach with other groups and the best practices, for example, for dealing with this type of crisis.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Timmins, James Bay, for bringing this motion forward. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, suicide is at an epidemic rate, and as recently as Friday, I was at an Eating Disorder Awareness Week kickoff where a young girl gave testimony that 1 in 5 young girls that have eating disorders commit suicide, and so I would love to see that included in the study, and I'm very interested in, as well, those that suffer sexual trauma. And I hope that when the member brings this forward, that people will look at those that have had sexual trauma in the past and the penalties that are happening. Because in my riding, we just saw another 13-year-old girl who was raped, and the perpetrator received months, not years. And this person, will be high risk for suicide, and I hope that's addressed in the member's motion.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'd like to respond to my honourable colleague. Certainly the point that she made on eating disorders, I was shocked. I've never heard that. But that is why we need to be gathering the statistics to find out where are the pressure points. Because once we know that, we can start to then look at possible solutions. In terms of the issue of sexual abuse, I was involved in one horrific suicide crisis, and I remember calling in and saying to the police, do we have numbers? Do we know if it's a factor? And he said, we don't have the resources. We don't know. I was calling Child Advocate. Do we know? We don't have the resources. Everyone was on the lookout, but we did not know. And you realize the importance to say proactively, there are communities where they've suffered higher levels. Those are communities, especially intergenerational trauma, where you've seen the intergenerational trauma of residential schools. You can start to see those factors. Once we start putting that in place, then we know where the proactive resources should be going.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his involvement on issues that are so important and that aren't new. We've long been trying to focus on this important issue, and I wonder if he thinks that if we could compile data that lead up to these fatal situations, if we could look at data, because in the healthcare system there's a shortage of doctors, of professionals, and slowly but surely we're moving towards a two-speed healthcare system where families won't have the resources to get the diagnosis, and I think it'll be even worse in the north. Does the honourable member agree with that? The lack of access to services for mental health services is crucial when it comes to focusing on preventing suicide. If we look at large urban centres and isolated communities, the difference is extreme. And when I talk with officials about a suicide crisis in the areas, I say, where were the mental health services for those communities? And officials always reply, well, there are programs, there are services, but when we look more closely at the situation, we see that it's a problem with access to services, and this is unacceptable in Canada. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity today to rise and speak to the issue of suicide prevention as part of the debate on M174 presented by my colleague, the member for Timmins Bay James. Suicide is a complex issue that affects many Canadians, but also their families and their communities. And that's why suicide prevention and improving Canadians' mental health are a priority for our government. I'd like to take this opportunity today to underscore that in Quebec, this is Suicide Prevention Week. This week is the 29th Suicide Prevention Week in Quebec. And the theme is talking about suicide, saving lives. Talk about suicides, save lives. And today I'd like to talk about some initiatives and investments by the government when it comes to suicide prevention and mental health. The Government of Canada works with partners to promote and protect the health of Canadians. To achieve that, we focus on programs to improve mental health and well-being, as well as preventing suicide. Supporting the mental health of Canadians is essential for preventing suicide. In 2017, our government signed an agreement with the provinces and territories which would provide investments devoted to mental health over the next 10 years. The investment includes $5 billion in new targeted funding to help the provinces and territories to improve access to mental health and for addictions. Some provinces and territories have included suicide prevention activities as part of their agreements. For example, the Northwest Territories is setting up a network for suicide prevention in communities and to offer expert and timely intervention in times of crisis. Saskatchewan, for its part, will be supporting community strategies to prevent suicide and to strengthen clinical capacity for assessment and treating mental health in children and young people. The Suicide Prevention Framework of 2016 guides our federal efforts when it comes to suicide prevention by harmonizing activities and complementing the important work already undertaken by our partners. The federal government's efforts, thanks to the investment of nearly $3 million to support the Suicide Prevention Service of Canada, under this framework, people across the country have access at all times to support in the event of a crisis. We know that suicide is a serious concern in Indigenous communities. The suicide rate in some Indigenous communities is far higher, as it is in some Inuit communities. Aspects of the National Suicide Prevention Plan are specific to Indigenous peoples and guide our approach for improving mental health and well-being. And this is part of the First Nations Wellness Continuum Framework and the National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy. These frameworks identify the need for a transformative, whole-of-government approach to address mental well-being and promote reconciliation and healing. They provide a comprehensive approach to social services for mental health by focusing on cultural continuity, self-determination for communities, and social health determinants specific to Indigenous peoples. And each year our government pays some $350 million or invests into communities, Indigenous and First Nations and Inuit communities. This funding is used for mental health programming, suicide prevention, treatment for substance abuse. There's also the Hope for Wellness Helpline and the Indian Residential Schools Resolution Health Support Program. We know that suicide affects many groups that receive federal assistance, namely members of the Canadian Armed Forces and veterans. And that's why we published the joint suicide prevention strategy for the Canadian Armed Forces and Veterans Affairs Canada in 2017. It's a comprehensive approach for suicide prevention among soldiers and veterans. The strategy is consistent with the approach outlined as part of the federal suicide prevention framework and identifies and clarifies that suicide is a serious public health problem. It describes an approach to reduce risks, increase resilience, and prevent suicide in our service members and veterans, and is presented in detail in the two action plans. The measures contained in the Veterans Action Plan include emergency funding to provide financial assistance to veterans, their families, or survivors whose well-being is threatened, ongoing expansion of the operational stress injury clinics, training in mental health first aid for veterans, a program for families of veterans, a new allocation for studying and professional training, as well as online support earmarked for families of veterans and their caregivers. As part of this strategy, the Armed Forces, in conjunction with the Canadian Association of Psychiatrists, published a clinical guide on suicide prevention. This resource, based on conclusive data, provides healthcare providers with the ability to identify, assess, and manage the risk of suicide. What's more, the Canadian Forces continue to broaden their telehealth mental health services and to reduce wait times as well as geographic obstacles that limit access to care. Our government has established support for partnerships in research on mental health and suicide protection. In 2013-2014 to 2017-2018, the Canadian Institutes for Health Research invested $15 million in research on suicide in order to deal with one of the main concerns for prevention, in other words, quick access to mental health. The CIHR, in partnership with the Graham Bog Foundation, supports Access Open Minds. And it's a national project that transforms the way young people age 11 to 25 have access to mental health services. It guarantees rapid access to assessment services for mental health as well as services based on appropriate needs. This program is available at 14 sites in 6 provinces and 1 territory, and each serves its respective community. It represents an investment by the federal government and the foundation of $25 million. In addition, mental well-being and suicide are one of the priority areas for the government under the Pathways to Health Equity for Aboriginal Peoples, which is designed to promote health equity for Indigenous peoples and to improve health. The funding provided here is part of an initiative that will contribute to establishing a database that will be used to promote well-being of Indigenous peoples and to reduce suicide. We are also interested in these approaches to reduce the repercussions of suicide. The Canadian Mental Health Commission launched Roots of Hope, which brings together community expertise based on data in Canadian societies. Experimental research projects were also undertaken in Newfoundland, Labrador, New Brunswick, and Saskatchewan. The opening of a new site has been confirmed in Alberta. The Mental Health Commission of Canada has also worked with partners to design training on suicide prevention for mental health professionals and all health professionals, and to set up resources for people who have attempted suicide or lost someone to suicide. By moving forward, the government will pursue its efforts to prevent suicide in conjunction with stakeholders and partners and people with experience, including national Indigenous organizations and communities. We know that thanks to our collective efforts and collaboration with our partners, we can work together towards a Canada where suicide is prevented and all live in hope and resilience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in this House today to participate in this important debate on Motion 174. I do so not with any particular satisfaction, but believe that few in this place are better qualified to speak about the hurt and pain that can be caused by someone taking their own life. I want to say how privileged I think we all are to be in this new chamber. I would like to echo the comments from the mover of this motion that this is an opportunity for all of us to do what is right. And I'd like to say that the remarks that I'm going to say today are mine and mine only and not prepared by anyone else. Because 3 days from now, Thursday of this week, will mark 1 year since I received that phone call at midnight from my wife that said our 45-year-old daughter had taken her life. It's a call that no parent should ever have to receive. So again, I would like to thank the member for Timmins James Bay for raising this important issue in the House. And I recognize that with limited time before this session of Parliament ends, this motion might not go much beyond the debate, but I think the debate itself is important. It's important because suicide is not an easy issue to talk about. But hopefully, if at least one person hears our words today and decides not to act, it will be time well spent. The member introducing this motion today focused a great deal on situations in his riding and especially those impacting our First Nations communities. And I don't for 1 minute want to downplay those tragic situations, but I want the House and all Canadians to know that this isn't a problem strictly experienced by our Aboriginal population or marginal groups, because in the past year I've had countless people either write to me or come up to me personally and tell me about the loss of a family member or a friend by suicide. And it's easy to say that suicide is a mental issue, mental health issue, and if we just spent a little bit more money, that would be the answer. But I happen to believe differently. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I woke up this morning with a cold, so there's no question that factors such as depression or mental instability can be directly related to suicide. However, in recent years, there's been several prominent business leaders in Alberta who chose to end their lives. Suicide can be caused by financial stress or a dependency that was more serious than it appeared. I don't consider that mental illness, and I know there are others who will disagree. And I think that's why it's important to have this discussion and to develop an action plan as suggested in this motion. So if not spending more money to deal with mental illness isn't the solution, then what is? I've thought a lot about it, and I think that education is where we need to start. You know, learning about suicide maybe should start in grade school, not why suicide is wrong, but for students to hear real live examples of the hurt and pain that's left behind when someone chooses to end their life. And I say that because suicide isn't an easy subject to talk about, but it does help to get rid of some of that anger. And I think if a young person is made aware of that hurt and pain, it may change future decisions. If a young person realizes that nothing they ever did in their life made a parent more angry, they might not make that decision. I think of my daughter, and I think of someone who never wanted to hurt any or anything. In fact, she would get very angry when hearing on the news a person or an animal being abused or mistreated. So you have to ask yourself, why would she hurt everyone around her by taking her own life? Obviously, that never occurred to her. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, when I practiced this morning, it was much easier. I asked the question, would it have made a difference if in grade school she'd heard firsthand from a loved one about the pain and suffering they experienced when a family suicide occurred? Now, maybe it would have more impact if it were in junior or senior high, because this is a time in life when Young people are easily influenced. But as the member mentioned in his opening remarks, the opposite seems to be occurring today. Young people are following on social media, celebrities choosing to commit suicide. So therefore, it must be okay. And unfortunately, that social media focus is on the person taking his or her own life rather than those that are left behind to pick up the pieces. I followed closely last week the victim impact statements that were made by families of those killed in the Humboldt bus crash. These were heart-wrenching, but they were powerful. And I asked, what if similar stories were shared with school children by families of suicide victims? It might have lifelong impact. Also, early in life, we teach our children a lot about sharing and not being selfish. Committing suicide may be the most selfish thing that one can do. And I would say that our daughter was somewhat selfish. However, I doubt it ever occurred to her that committing suicide was a selfish act. So I think we need to instill in our young people that suicide is a selfish, hurtful act. It's hard to do that, however, if someone feels uncomfortable talking about their situation. And so I hope that we can encourage Canadians by this debate to share their stories with others, help prevent similar situations of hurt and pain. I've heard it said that suicide has almost become an epidemic. Seems like every day in the obituary column, another young person has died suddenly. And if all suicides were caused by depression, that could probably be treated, but unfortunately, they're not. We must deal with the fact that suicide seems to have become the easy way out. For the individual at that moment in time, it may seem that way, but I can assure you that decision leaves a lifetime of hurt, pain, and anger. So what can we do as political leaders to combat that? As I said, we need to start to have these discussions. We can't be afraid to open up about our hurt, pain, and anger. And we can't think that because our daughter chose this action, that it somehow brought shame on our family. We need to get over those feelings of guilt and anger and help others. So I urge anyone who experienced suicide, family member or friend, to consider sharing their feelings openly. Be a source of hopefully preventing someone from taking their own life. By being open, you can also be a resource for someone today facing what we experienced last year. Many in this chamber are fortunate not to have the personal experience with suicide. And standing here 1 year ago today, actually, standing in the other chamber, that was me. Today, 1 year, less 3 days, I look at this issue through an entirely different lens. So supporting this motion and participating in the debate today is easy for me. Hopefully my remarks and those of others who speak will ensure this motion moves forward so we can begin the work of developing a national action plan to combat this epidemic. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the member from Calgary, Signal Hill, for the courage to speak about his own life and experience, and to let him know through you, Mr. Speaker, that when we take the opportunity to discuss suicide in a public place, we do make a difference in the world, to families, to individuals, to take the stigma and the darkness away from people to be able to to share and talk about their pain, and that's very important. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to acknowledge that bravery. It is an honor to stand here today, Mr. Speaker, and speak on what is such an important motion brought forward by my colleague, the member from Timmins, James Bay, and to acknowledge all the work and leadership the member has done on this issue. And the motion is calling for the federal government, for all of us, to provide leadership to create and implement a national suicide prevention action plan. And like my colleagues, I do want to acknowledge the family members and friends and our colleagues here today who have been touched by the death of someone they've loved who has by suicide. And of course the many Indigenous communities who have been dealing with immense grief, including communities in my province, and the sadness with suicides of so many young people. And those communities that are struggling to get governments to take notice, to invest in much needed community services, support, mental health services in their communities. I'd also like to acknowledge Marilyn Irwin from Saskatoon, just for her fierce advocacy around the importance of investing in mental health services and the importance of that when we're talking about preventing suicides in our communities. And I think what this motion is calling upon us to do is really to move to action. We know that there have been frameworks in place and a scattering of programs within different jurisdictions and different departments. But what we really need to be able to do is to bring beyond a framework, but really bring us to action, because as we've heard, too many people are dying, and many of those deaths could have been prevented with action. I just want to make sort of three general comments on the role of the federal government in this issue. To me, there are some similarities here to the issue of homelessness. You know, where governments sort of fear to tread or stay back here in Ottawa or create frameworks or talk about policies, of course, communities have to step in and they lead. And I think if there was ever a time for governments at all levels, including the federal government, to really learn how to work alongside communities, this would be the issue, I think, for the federal government to really understand how to do that well. I've spent, prior to becoming a member of Parliament, over 30 years working in the community, and it has always been a struggle and to work alongside the federal government with communities as true partners. And I think if we were ever going to find a way to do that, and to do that well, and to build on that capacity within the federal government, this is the issue. This is the action plan where we could do that. My final comment on the federal government in this issue is that jurisdiction is a government issue. It's not a community issue. People's lives aren't divided into jurisdictions. People's bodies aren't divided into jurisdictions. Governments need to figure out those issues themselves and figure those out and find the resources to do that so that they truly can sit down with communities and really tackle an issue in its entirety, as opposed to saying, which we've heard, it's not our jurisdiction, and of course we know that people have died because governments haven't been able to figure out what their role is. I also want to commend my colleague for, the thoroughness of this motion. It really includes everything we need to be able to create a national action plan, to move the federal government beyond a framework, to move the federal government beyond sort of a patchwork of systems, of cares, of all those kinds of things, to really bring everyone together all hands on deck, so to speak, and to move forward and to actually have an impact on people's lives. And my colleague had an opportunity to sort of talk about what some of those things that need to be included in an action plan. And we've also heard from a speaker from the opposite side, from the government side, sort of talk about some of the programs that are in place. And but what we know from the motion here and the work that my colleague has done is that there's certain things that we need to have in an action plan to actually have some impact. And I think the most crucial one is culturally appropriate, and as I mentioned, community-based suicide prevention programs, particularly in Indigenous communities. And there's nothing wrong with starting an action plan focused on those communities who are most impacted or most vulnerable, because we can all benefit from that work in all communities. My colleague also talked about the need for, and we've had questions in the House today about the need for evidence, national evidence-based guidelines for how to intervene in suicide, what are the best practices, and that's an excellent role for the federal government. And monitoring. The National Public Health Monitoring Program for prevention and identification of at-risk groups. Creation of programs to identify and fill the knowledge and data gaps. That's always important when you're looking at an issue that's had a lot of stigma attached to it. A lot of people haven't talked about it. We really need to know what is going on, where are the gaps in the data. The development of tools to promote safe, responsible media reporting of suicide. The national suicide prevention training standards. All this is included in an action plan, included in the motion today. An online hub for suicide prevention resources in multiple languages, and my colleague also mentioned the need to have that in Indigenous languages. And to be able to pull all the resources together, all our expertise, to analyze what are the risk factors and what are the potential solutions. And I think we've talked about some of those today, the impact of childhood experiences, the role of social media. How are we going to, what are the means, the best way to reduce stigma around accessing mental health services, which we know is a will play a key role in actually addressing the epidemic. And as we've also heard, suicides impact every community in Canada, and we've heard a very personal story about what happens and what's left behind and the trauma that's faced by the sudden death of a loved one. It's a sensitive subject, but we've done an important job here today, I believe, in being able to talk about it in the House of Commons in order for us to move forward on a very important topic. I think the other piece we've talked about is that we actually have an example in Canada, in Quebec, that has created a provincial-wide action plan and have actually seen that impact the suicide rates in that province. In my province, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations just last May released a report on the suicides in First Nations, and brought together some of the things that we need to do in order to address that issue. And so there are groups that are leading the way in which we can bring their work to the national level in order to have a real impact. I did want to acknowledge that leadership from the FSIN, and in one area in particular, they looked at sort of what the impact is of racism and colonialism, and that our need to not just look at suicide individually, but to really look at how communities, how governments, how systems have played a role in the very the very big numbers of suicides that we've seen in Indigenous communities. So I'm very proud to stand up today. As others have mentioned, I think if we're going to do anything between now and June before the next election, I sure hope it's this motion. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing it forward and giving me the opportunity to speak on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if I may, just to start off by thanking the member opposite from Calgary Signal Hill for sharing his story with us. A very real and surreal moment, and I always find inside the House of Commons often some of the most passionate discussions that we have is when we get members that will relay their personal stories. And even though a year is almost passed since the passing of his daughter, I would like to give my personal condolences. And I can understand and only try to really appreciate the gravity of the situation that my colleague and friend has been put under as a direct result, because I do think that education is so critically important. And if those individuals that have made that decision to take their life really understood the pain and the suffering that is caused as a direct result to others, whether it's family, friends, and the impacts on communities, that it might cause them to think twice. And, you know, it was interesting, my colleague made reference to the province of Quebec. Province of Quebec, I believe he indicated, is having Suicide Prevention Week that's ongoing. And I suspect if we were to canvass different provinces and territories, that we will find that there are different ways in which we can understand, appreciate the importance of education. And when we do that by having things such as weeks that are designated, or months or days or whatever it might be, it affords governments at different levels to bring to the floors of the respective jurisdictions and draw attention to what is a very important issue, Mr. Speaker. You know, many years ago, I was the health care critic for the province of Manitoba. And the issue of mental health and not being able to address mental health in the way in which we wanted to see it addressed was resulting in a higher than acceptable suicide rate. There is no real simple answer, but I do know that you need to see the different levels of governments and the many different stakeholders, because it's not just governments, Mr. Speaker. There are many different stakeholders being at the table and advocating from that grassroots position. We know that the Minister of Health or the government or members of this House, all of our intentions are good to try to raise the profile of this particular issue and ask the question what it is that we can do as individual members, what it is that we can do as an opposition or as a government. You know, in the past number of years, we have seen a huge investment into the area of mental health, going into the hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. We know that the many meetings that take place, whether it's the Minister of Health or a minister responsible for Indigenous affairs or services, or the parliamentary secretaries, or indeed just members of the House, all are afforded opportunities to be able to communicate. Some of it more formal than others. Maybe it's ministerial meetings that take place, talking about jurisdictions, where we are afforded the opportunity to talk about the issue of mental health. And there is a very high correlation between mental health issues and suicide, Mr. Speaker. We need to have a better understanding in terms of what are some of the tangible things that we can do. You know, a number of weeks back, I had the opportunity to go in the north end of Winnipeg, and I understand other members of this chamber have been to the north end where they've had a walk with the Bear Clan. I think in principle the Bear Clan is an excellent idea. It's not all about money, Mr. Speaker. With the Bear Clan, what it is people that volunteer their time, they come together, and you can see the most obvious. The most obvious difference is you see a group of people walking down in the north end and inner city trying to show to the citizens that they are improving the community. That's some of the direct benefits. The indirect benefits is what I would like to share with the House. You know, many of you might recall the name of Shania Pruden. Shania Pruden is a member of the Bear Clan. She is one of the mental faces of healthcare. Her sister, just a few years back, Mr. Speaker, committed suicide. I had the opportunity to have a wonderful discussion along with a walk with Shania. She is a very inspiring young person of an Indigenous background. Today she is a mentor and an Indigenous activist that blogs on a regular basis. She has a story that she wants to tell people, young people. You know, I look at other individuals that I walked along with that were had an interesting, if I can put it that way, life to date, dealing with issues surrounding crystal meth, dealing with the issues of not having hope. What makes the Bear Clan so unique from my perspective is the way in which it's brought together people. And these people are starting to form a family unit of their own. Everyone needs to and wants to feel loved, Mr. Speaker. People want to have a sense of hope. We need to recognize that there is a role for all the different levels, whether it's government, whether it's nonprofit, whether it's our communities, whether it's the individual. It doesn't take much. If you look and you Google search suicide hotlines, you'll see a series. We know that the services are out there for children, for seniors, and everyone in between, Mr. Speaker. Suicide occurs far too often. And there are initiatives that can, in fact, be taken. And when I look to our current Minister of Health, I would encourage her to continue to explore the way in which Ottawa as a national government can show or continue to show leadership, to continue having those dialogues, as I know she is, with the different stakeholders on the issue of suicide and suicide prevention. But it goes beyond any one department. It goes beyond any one level of government. When I was the health critic for the province of Manitoba, we talked about suicide and suicide prevention back then, Mr. Speaker. We know that there is no cure in the sense that we're going to be able to get rid of suicide. Suicide has been taking place since the beginning of time. But what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is there's programs, there's opportunities that if in fact we can take advantage of those and promote and educate, that we can prevent some people from committing suicide. And that's why it is that I look to our school divisions as a level of governance that could really have an impact. To hear the stories like Shania that has to share, that members from Calgary, Singapore has to share. Understanding the consequences, having a better appreciation of availability of those individuals that want to help. That there are many within society that are there to help. As I say, if you Google search, you will see a number of organizations. Organizations like the clinic in Winnipeg that has saved so many lives. And often if you talk to individuals that had contemplated or attempted suicide years later, or even, I would suggest you days or even months later, Mr. Speaker, they are so grateful for the conversations that they've had during a very difficult time of their life and are doing so well today as a direct result of that consultation that might have prevented them from committing suicide, or that thought, or that program. It's a fight worth having, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward for the ongoing discussion and debate on this resolution, and I would encourage all members, government and opposition side, to continue to do what they can to heighten a very important issue that affects all people in all regions of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The period for private members' business is expired. We will now fall to the bottom of the order of precedence. Government orders, business of supply. Opposition motion in the name of Mr. Poiliev on taxes.
Seconded by Mr. Comich moves that given A, 81% of middle-income Canadians are seeing higher taxes since the government came to power. B, the average income tax increase for middle-income families is $840. C, l'augmentation de cotisation au régime de pension.
C, the government's higher Canada Pension Plan premiums could eventually cost up to $2,200 per household. And D, the government cancelled the family tax cut of up to $2,000 per household.
The government canceled the arts and fitness tax credit of up to $225 per child. F, the government canceled the education and textbook tax credits of up to $560 per student. G, l'augmentation des cotisations.
G, the government's higher employment insurance premiums are up to $85 per worker. And H, the government's carbon tax could cost up to $1,000 per household and as high as $5,000 in the future.
The government's intrusive tax measures for small business will raise taxes on thousands of family businesses all across Canada. J, this government tried to tax employer-paid health and dental benefits, which would have cost up to $2,000 per household. And K, le gouvernement a tenté d'imposer.
K, this government tried to tax modest food and discount benefits that retail employees receive from employers. The House call on the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that it will not further raise any taxes on Canadians. Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Before you buy a product, you have to know the price. And elections are no different. That's why politicians should tell Canadians the price tag before Canadians vote. This Prime Minister is not doing that because he's afraid voters will have sticker shock. Instead, he's trying to get voters to hand him a blank check before the election that he can cash after the election. He learned this from his two mentors, Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne, the former Liberal premiers of Ontario. Their record was to double Ontario's debt, double electricity prices, driving the poor to the food bank and our jobs out of the province, and of course, lying before every single of their 4 election victories about their future plans to raise taxes. This record led to the worst middle-class income growth of any province in the country and the highest poverty rate of any province in the country. These consequences and these costs, unfortunately, were not known until after the elections were over, because these two mentors of our current Prime Minister would lie blatantly about their real plans and true costs until it was too late for voters to do anything about it. And who was the architect of this dishonest tax hiking strategy? Why? Gerald Butts, the principal secretary to the current Prime Minister. He was the one who, behind the scenes, drafted the talking points and spun the media in order to trick everyone into believing that all of the pre-election goodies promised would come for free. But of course, after the election was over, Ontarians again and again were hit with heavy bills that they had no reason to expect, and as a result, were stuck paying for a product they would not have otherwise purchased. How do we know that this Prime Minister will repeat the strategy of his two Ontario Liberal mentors? Well, first, he's already started. He's begun raising taxes on middle-class Canadians who are paying on average $800 more per family of four. These tax increases have targeted families where one spouse earns more than another by canceling income splitting, or taking away tax credits for kids' sports and arts, for university students' textbooks and some of their tuition costs, for transit users who now lost their bus pass tax credit, and of course small businesses who now face new penalties for saving within their company or sharing the work and earnings with their family members. These same small businesses are paying higher payroll taxes for each employee and higher carbon taxes on their energy use, a cost that will not be compensated for with any form of rebate. Now, the government is fond of claiming that it will only tax rich people. Let's examine that very carefully. To believe that, you have to accept that soccer moms who put their kids in sports are all rich. They're the ones who lost the children's fitness tax credit. Or you have to believe that if you're a student who buys textbooks or pays tuition, that you're rich, because that's the justification the Prime Minister uses to take away their education and textbook tax credits. You have to also believe anyone on a bus is rich, and according to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, that is the case. He claimed that only rich people were claiming the transit tax credit. So I don't know when the last time was he was on a bus anywhere in Canada, but there are not a lot of millionaires and billionaires rolling around on public transit. Now, I understand that the Prime Minister doesn't know that. He's probably never taken a bus. He's always had a driver, but it's never been a transit driver. Our leader, of course, grew up in a family without a car, and he therefore took the bus everywhere he went as a kid. He would be able to tell the Prime Minister, as would most Canadians, that millionaires and billionaires don't typically ride around in public transit. So it's not believable to suggest that only the rich paid more when the government canceled the tax credit for public transit fees. You know, it's interesting, though, they talk about taxing the rich, because when they designed their tax policy, they specifically ensured that those with large family fortunes like the Prime Minister or billion-dollar companies like the Finance Minister would not face any new taxes. They were sheltered from the changes. So higher taxes if you take the bus, buy textbooks, put your kids in soccer, but if you have a trust fund, a family fortune, or a billion-dollar company, you are protected under this government's policies. So when they engage in class warfare, I think we'll all agree it's just a little bit rich. It's even more so when you look at the actual data. CRA published data in the aftermath of the government's tax changes to ascertain how much people in various income groups are paying in tax. This data, published in a front-page Globe and Mail news article, found that the wealthiest 1% is paying $4.6 billion less in income tax after the tax changes that this government brought into place. So in other words, if you're middle class, you're paying $800 more, but if you're part of the elite 1% with trust funds, family fortunes, or billion-dollar companies, you are part of a group paying $4.6 billion less. And the result of that broken promise is that everyone else has to pay more to make up for the hole left behind by the rich who are getting breaks from this government. The second way this government is, and this Prime Minister is seeking a blank check, is with respect to tax increases that he attempted to implement, but then was caught and therefore forced to put on hold. He attempted a 73% tax on the passive investments that small businesses make within their companies. Those businesses, prior to the changes proposed, already paid an automatic in-year tax of 50.7% on all income they earn from investments in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and other passive instruments that in which they set aside money for retirement, maternity leave, a rainy day, or future active investments, they are already paying half of those gains in taxes, but this government wanted to tax them twice for the same dollar, bringing the full tax burden to 73%. Now, of course, I caught them. We caught them, small businesses caught them, and as a result of the backlash, they put that change on hold. They also considered taxing health and dental benefits and got caught and put that proposal on hold. They attempted to take away the disability tax credit from diabetics, even though the law requires that anyone who needs 14 hours of life-sustaining treatment and has diabetes is entitled to receive that tax credit. They even attempted to tax employee discounts so that the waitress who takes a 10-minute break at midnight and has a free chicken salad sandwich at the restaurant would have to pay income tax on that sandwich at the end of the year. But you know something about all these attempted tax increases that the Prime Minister has put on hold? He has not once stood in this place or anywhere else and said it was a mistake, that they were wrong, that he never should have even contemplated them. He simply backed away temporarily because he knew the voter backlash would threaten his chances of re-election. But with that election behind him, when he no longer needs voters, but still needs their money, we can be sure he will bring every single one of those unjust and exorbitant tax increases right back, because he still believes that they were the right thing to do. And then we have the carbon tax cover-up. Now, this government has released documents containing the true cost of the present carbon tax proposal. Only one problem: they blacked out all the numbers. Now, why would they do that if they have nothing to hide? If Canadians are really going to get back in rebates what they pay in taxes, the government should be thrilled to have everyone know exactly what the cost of the tax is, rather than just having some numbers published in government press releases. But those numbers are still blocked out, and this government is under investigation by the Access to Information Commissioner about for its refusal to release that data. But that, Mr. Speaker, that's just at the current rate of the carbon tax. The government currently admits that it would impose a $50 a ton carbon tax. But that tax rate will lead this country to fall 79 million tons short of reaching its Paris Accord commitments. So how to make up the difference? Well, according to a February 2017 briefing to the finance minister, the carbon tax will have to increase in, quote, severity in order to reach the government's targets. That's right, the carbon tax is so ineffective at reducing emissions, it has to be significantly higher than the government admits in order to have its intended effect. And that is why we are suspicious about the true post-election carbon tax rate. And there's more reason that we should be. A 2015 Environment Canada briefing document said that the tax would have to rise to $300 a ton, not $50 a ton, 6 times higher at $300 a ton. That is not only 6 times higher than the planned carbon tax, but 15 times higher than the rate that would be in place this year. Based on the government's own figures, a $300 a ton carbon tax would lead to a cost for the average family of $3,000 per year in Ontario and $5,000 a year in Saskatchewan. These higher costs would come in the form of increased gas, heat, grocery bills. Basically, anything that needs to be moved, heated, or cooled would become significantly more expensive. And herein lies the trick. They'll send you a few $100s in rebates before the election, and then give you $5,000 in higher costs after the election. Doesn't that remind you of the Kathleen Wynne Dalton McGuinty scam I described at the beginning of my speech? Now, Mr. Speaker, we moved to the next reason why we should expect higher taxes from this government if it is reelected, and that is the runaway deficits. The reason Liberals raise taxes is because they have an insatiable appetite to spend other people's money. We've seen that so far. Government expenses are up by 25%, in just 3 years. And while the Prime Minister promised that the budget will balance itself in the year 2019, here we are, and in this year the deficit will be $20 billion and growing. Far from balancing the budget this year, Finance Canada now says that will not happen until the year 2040, 2 decades from now, when the national debt will be $1 trillion. In fact, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we will be spending 2/3 more on interest for the national debt within just 4 years. $40 billion in interest to wealthy bondholders and bankers is good news if you're a rich guy that lends the government money, but bad news if you're the taxpayer paying for it and getting nothing in return. Now, $40 billion is a hard number to comprehend. To put it into perspective, that's what we spend on transfers to the provinces for health care, an absolutely astronomical sum of money vanishing from working-class taxpayers into the hands of wealthy bondholders. We know what Canadians know, and that is the Prime Minister broke his promise on deficits, and he will break his promise on taxes. That is what Liberals do. The only way to pay for the exorbitant tax increase in debt will be for an increase in Liberal taxes after the election when he no longer needs voters. This tax increase will cost Canadians a fortune. And this Prime Minister knows something about fortunes. He inherited one. This Prime Minister's family wealth originated with his grandfather's petroleum empire. A great irony now that the Prime Minister is shutting our oil workers out of a job. He's blocked 3 pipelines. 3 of the biggest worldwide pipeline companies were ready to put shovel in the ground when the Prime Minister took office. All 3 of them have left and taken their money and jobs with them down to Dallas and Houston. All of our exes are in Texas, Mr. Speaker. And back here in Canada, we're stuck unable to get our own product to market. But this Prime Minister, ironically, the same Prime Minister who's caused that heartache for petroleum sector workers, continues to live off of the fruits of his grandfather's petroleum empire. Now, nobody should fault the Prime Minister's grandfather. He was evidently a brilliant entrepreneur who created wealth and opportunity for many of his peers in his time. And that is all that Canadians are asking for today. But the one unfortunate consequence is that his grandson has no idea what it's like to live in the financial real world with everybody else. He believes budgets balance themselves because that is how it has always worked for him. He's never had to balance a household budget, so he believes the budgets balance themselves. He's never had to worry about costs because he's always made others pay for his mistakes. He inherited a fortune, and now he's costing Canadians a fortune. Now, before you buy the brand name, again, Mr. Speaker, you should know the real cost, and also know that that cost will not be fully understood until after the election, and there is no money-back guarantee. So instead of giving this Prime Minister a blank check, Canadians should elect a government with an affordable plan that forces the government, that forces itself to live within its means, to make life more affordable, so Canadians can get ahead. We understand as Conservatives that the cost of government leads to higher cost of living. And that's why we will run a government that lives within the means and according to the budgets of everyday Canadians who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. We will grow spending only at sustainable rates that are equal to or lower than inflation and population growth, so that Canadians can keep more of what they earn, and we can return in a reasonable time frame to a balanced budget. That is how we make space for families and entrepreneurs to build their own dreams. And their own ambitions. We on this side of the House of Commons believe in a country based on meritocracy, not aristocracy, where small businesses and entrepreneurs get ahead by having the best product, not the best lobbyist, where businesses make a profit when they obsess over customers, not when they obsess over pleasing politicians, and where every Canadian can achieve his or her own ambitions without politicians standing in the way, but rather with government standing by their side. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, and wow, given the member from Carleton's speech, they sound pretty nervous over there about the next election because they are resorting to making up complete falsehoods out of their fear to try and scare Canadians into voting for them. That's quite the political stance, that please vote for them because they'll scare you into it. But getting back to the member's speech, they won't listen to the IMF, they won't listen to the OECD or the Government of Canada's independent statistics. They've been forced to rely on the phony Fraser Institute, where they cherry-pick the numbers. The fact is that Canadians are paying less under our government, and two-earner families are paying less. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the only group that taxes were actually raised on were the top 1%. The top 1% were the only group that taxes were increased on. So will the member opposite and will the Conservatives finally acknowledge that it's the richest 1% are the people they're really standing up for?
For Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary almost made the mistake of telling the truth there. She admitted or was in the process of saying that middle-class taxpayers are paying more, and she would have been absolutely right. It would have been her only accurate statement in that entire intervention had she completed the sentence. I am relying on CRA data. That data shows that in the year 2016, the wealthiest 1% paid $4.6 billion less. As for the middle class, of which we're both debating, anybody who believes that soccer moms, transit users, university students are middle class has to acknowledge the tax burden has gone up, because all of them have lost their tax credits and they've had no tax reduction to compensate them for the full cost of those increased taxes. That is the opposite of what the government promised, but it is precisely what they've delivered. And if you're worried your taxes have gone up too much, you ain't seen nothing yet. The worst is yet to come if they get re-elected.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the motion from the member from Carleton. And he was part of a government that brought in the HST. In fact, he's mentioned Dalton McGuinty, who was the actual participant with Harper to actually bring that in. And there was $4.3 billion that was then transferred from the federal coffers in a time of a deficit, which we're still in to this day, that was used to basically bribe the Ontario Liberals of McGuinty into this arrangement. In fact, they needed the then Minister of Public Safety, the Liberals in the House here under Ignatieff, to actually get this passed in the chamber because it was a minority parliament. And so it's pretty rich to come here about a lecture on taxation. And I'd like to ask the member from Carleton how much he knows the borrowing cost is for that HST expenditure that we had for Ontario, because it has been about 10 years and we've had to pay interest on that. I have the information, the numbers if he wants, but since he was at the decision table for it, does he at least admit that we have increased costs for bringing in a new tax from him and his government?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the member, of course, has his facts wrong. His memory has played a trick on him, as is a common phenomenon over there in the corner with the NDP. They've worked themselves up into such a frenzy in their efforts to support the Venezuelan Maduro dictatorship that they've forgotten to look at the real numbers. Because if they had, they would have realized that the Conservative government did under Harper with respect to consumption taxes is we cut the GST. We cut the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We promised it, and we delivered it. We delivered it actually 3 years ahead of schedule, and that resulted in massive savings for Canadian taxpayers. Every single time they go out and make a purchase, Canadians have saved money ever since as a result of that tax reduction. They want all the money to go to the government. We believe in leaving it in the hands of consumers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member from Carleton for his speech, and I would hope that in future debates we don't stoop this low to attacking the Prime Minister or attacking any members because of their inheritance, and I would challenge him to ask any farmers in his area to say whether it was wrong that they inherited the farm from their fathers or their grandfathers or their grandmothers. And I will also point out that any leader of the official opposition who wants to be Prime Minister, when a 35-year-old like me has more private sector experience than the leader of the official opposition, I wouldn't go there. But to get back to the real debate, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the member from Carleton whether or not he knows that line 39, which is the tax rate at 20.5%, whether he plans on increasing that back to 22% if he wants to form government.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The answer, of course, is no. Conservatives never raise taxes. That's very simple. He never gets asked that question because he knows that when you're dealing with Conservatives, taxes always go down. Period. And that is our record. As for the Prime Minister's family fortune, I've heard a lot of defenses, but this is an interesting one. He's now comparing the Prime Minister to a farmer. The Prime Minister the only thing he has ever farmed is a trust fund. Okay? But it's also ironic that his government only just over a year ago attempted through their so-called small business tax changes to double the tax that farm families would pay when transferring the farm from father to son or mother to daughter. And it would have created a tax advantage for transferring that farm to a foreign-owned holding company instead of to the farm family. And if we had not stood up and fought back, his government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, would have turned our young farmers into tenants on their ancestral farmlands. Thank God they put that on hold. We know they'll bring that proposal back if they're re-elected, and that's why Canadians, especially farmers, will ensure that doesn't happen.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would note that the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell didn't mention his experience in the office of Liberal Premier Dalton McGuinty, but I digress. Listening to the comments from the member from Carleton, it's exceptional to hear the number of Liberal tax increases over the past 3 years, raising taxes on middle-class families. I'm almost led to believe that Canadians are stuck paying for the mistakes of this Liberal Prime Minister. I want to give the opportunity for the member of Carleton to expand on that real concern that the average Canadian, especially young Canadians, are now paying for the mistakes of this Liberal government.
Member for Carleton.
First, let me thank the member for pointing out a detail that I missed in my response to the Liberal member. He worked for Dalton McGuinty, and he told me, yelling across the floor, in the year 2004, that was the year when Dalton McGuinty's lie became known. He won election in 2003 saying, "I will not raise your taxes." 2004, he brought in a $1,000 per family tax increase, called a health premium. None of it went to health care, of course, but it was a regressive tax. It was a flat $1,000 tax that targeted the most vulnerable people and pushed people into poverty, people who were just on the end of being able to pay their bills were hit with a $1,000 tax increase that his boss had lied about in the foregoing provincial election. And now that member who was there He helped drive the getaway car. Was there. Now here he is again. The same group, the same gang, Gerald Butts, the strategist for Dalton McGuinty, who orchestrated all of these tax increases on unknowing Ontarians to whom the Liberals had lied. They're back at it again, and they're trying the same trick they did so many times in Ontario. Ontarians are too smart. Canadians are too smart. We won't fall for it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems the honourable member from Carleton has a mixture of cherry-picked stats that obscures more than it reveals. Mr. Speaker, the member from Carleton's speech reminded me of a saying when I was on Pickering Council that a former councillor used to always say. The Conservatives don't want it, they have their minds made up. They don't want to be confused by the facts. But Mr. Speaker, let me stay here today and go in this chamber and go over those important facts that the Conservatives don't want to be confused by. First, we have a growing economy, and Canadians are benefiting from this growth. During the past 3 years, hardworking Canadians have created more than 800,000 new jobs, pushing the unemployment rate to its lowest level in 40 years. Wages are rising, and this year Canada is expected to remain among the fastest growing economies in the G7. In fact, the work our government is doing is attracting praise from around the world. Recently, the U.S. News and World Report's 2019 Best Countries rankings put Canada at #1 for quality of life. This tells us that our plan to invest in people and communities is working. From the beginning, our government has put people at the heart of its plan for economic growth. Our government is building a strong Canada, a better Canada, and we will continue to ensure that our fiscal plan is sustainable by maintaining our fiscal anchors. As part of that, our government will continue to reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, we began our mandate determined to help hardworking Canadians have more opportunities to share in the benefits that come from a strong and growing economy, and that's exactly what we've done. We've taken decisive and effective action based on the shared values that define us as a country to make Canadians' priorities a reality. We asked the wealthiest 1% of Canadians to pay a little more so that we could cut taxes for the middle class. As the middle class tax cut is benefiting over 9 million Canadians, who are now having more in their pockets. We also created the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, the CCB is simpler, more generous, and better targeted to those families who need it most. It's also entirely tax-free. Rather than offering boutique tax credits to millionaire families, we decided to help Canadians that need it the most. With the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more in benefits than they did under the previous system. And Canadian children are better off as a result. The CCB has already helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. The extra support it gives makes a big difference for those working hard to make ends meet. This additional support from the CCB helps pay for the things that can make a real difference in a child's future, like nutritious food, sports activities, or music lessons. Thanks to the middle class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, a typical middle class family of 4, on average, will receive on average about $2,000 more each year to help with the cost of raising their children, save for their future, and help grow the economy for the benefit of everyone. With our middle class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, a 2-earner couple, one earning the average wage and the other earning 2/3 of this wage with 2 children, now keep nearly 85% of their income. For a single parent of 2 children earning the average wage, or for families with 2 children where only one parent is working at the average wage, the benefits are even more significant. According to the OECD, when the CCB and other benefits are added to family income, those families effectively pay personal tax rates of just 1.8% and 1.2% respectively. This means that they keep more than 98% of what they earn. The fact is, a majority of Canadians are paying a lower effective tax rate under our government. Individuals are paying less, single-earner families are paying less, two-earner families are paying less, and single mothers are paying a lot less. The only Canadians paying more are the top 1%, so we can lower taxes on the middle class. We have gone even further to ensure that benefits of the economic growth are widely shared. We will continue to stand up for the middle class while Conservatives continue to advocate on behalf of their wealthy friends. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point to the Canada Workers Benefit, the CWB, as a good example of what our government has done to help those people working hard to join the middle class. Beginning this year, the CWB replaces the Working Income Tax Benefit. It will provide a benefit that's more generous and more accessible. The CWB will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, encouraging more people to join and stay in the workforce, and offering real help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. To give you a sense of what this will mean for Canadians, a low-income worker earning $15,000 could receive up to almost $500 more from the Canada Workers Benefit in 2019 than they would have under the old Working Income Tax Benefit in 2018. That money can be used to support their priorities and help them to get ahead, making a real difference for Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. Our government has also taken action to ensure that all Canadians benefit from the opportunities we are creating and continue to benefit from our actions in their retirement years. We have worked in collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, or the CPP, so Canadians can enjoy a secure and dignified retirement. We also reversed the Harper government's disastrous changes to the Guaranteed Income Supplement and Old Age Security, which would have plunged 100,000 seniors into poverty each year. The CPP enhancement will be phased in starting this month. It means more money for Canadians when they retire, so that they can worry less about their savings and focus more on enjoying time with their families. Over time, this enhancement will raise the maximum CPP retirement benefit by up to 50%. This translates into an increase in the current maximum retirement benefit of nearly $7,300, from $13,855 to more than $21,100 in today's dollar terms. With the action taken by Quebec to enhance the Quebec pension plan along similar lines, all Canadian workers can now look forward to safer and more secure retirement. On their side, the Conservatives plan to push back the age of retirement, take money away from our seniors, and even called for the CPP to be scrapped. Second, Canada has a favorable investment climate. Our government recognizes the importance of a beneficial tax environment for small businesses. That is why we reduced the small business tax rate, first to 10% effective January 1st, 2018, and then to 9% effective January 1st, 2019. The combined federal, provincial, territorial average income tax rate for small businesses is 12.2% in 2019, the lowest in the G7 and the fourth lowest among members of the OECD. Mr. Speaker, even with this good news, we know that we can't take Canada's economic strength for granted. 2018 was a challenging year, especially with regard to the recent tax changes in the U.S. and concerns about what ongoing global trade disputes might mean for Canadian businesses. Last summer, our government heard from a number of business leaders that there is strong interest in making investments, the kind that can position businesses for long-term growth and create good, well-paying jobs for Canadian workers. We heard from many businesses who welcomed our new trade deal with the United States and Mexico, because securing that deal really does help when it comes to being able to confidently invest for the future. We welcome this new modernized trade agreement because we know it will help support good, well-paying middle-class jobs right across this country. In total, Canada has signed free trade agreements with our neighbors to the south, the the United States, and Mexico, with our partners with whom we share the Atlantic Ocean, the European Union, and with Asia-Pacific countries, and whom we share access to the Pacific Ocean. Today, Canada is the only G7 country to have trade agreements with all other G7 countries. The only one, Mr. Speaker. In all, we have 14 trade agreements covering 51 countries, which in total give Canadian businesses privileged access to 1.5 billion consumers worldwide. These trade agreements lead to business confidence, which leads to business investing in middle-class jobs. In the 2018 Fall Economic Statement, our government took forward action to strengthen Canada's already competitive position. These include allowing businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment used for the manufacturing or processing of goods, and for the full cost of specified clean energy equipment to spur new investments and the adoption of advanced clean technology in the Canadian economy. We also introduced the Accelerated Investment Incentive, which will allow businesses of all sizes and in all sectors of the economy to write off a larger share of the cost of newly acquired assets in the year the investment is made. Under the Accelerated Investment Incentive, capital investments will generally be eligible for a first-year deduction for depreciation equal to up to 3 times the amount that would otherwise apply in the year an asset is put into use. Tripling the current first-year rate will allow businesses to recover the initial cost of their investment more quickly. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is reduced risk and a better incentive for businesses in Canada to make investments. The Accelerated Investment Incentive applies to all tangible assets, including long-lived investments like buildings. It also applies to intangible capital assets such as patents and other intellectual property. With these 2 measures, the average overall tax rate on new business investment in Canada, as measured by the marginal effective tax rate, will fall from 17% to 13.8%. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada will have the lowest rate in the G7 and one significantly below the United States. The METR is important because it provides a good representation of the overall effect of many of the tax factors affecting businesses in any given location. And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. We also took steps to do more to modernize regulations so it's easier for businesses to grow. Mr. Speaker, we believe concrete, comprehensive, and systematic measures such as the ones I've mentioned are more effective than piecemeal and ineffective boutique tax credits mentioned by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, our government has also made it clear that gender equality is very important for Canada's economic growth. Canadian women are among the best educated in the world, yet they are less likely to participate in the labour market than men and are more likely to work part-time. This underrepresentation continues in positions of leadership, and businesses in Canada are overwhelmingly owned by men. It reflects a number of factors, including the fact that Canadian women oftentimes have greater demands of unpaid work, preventing them from pursuing opportunities to reach their full potential. Our economy is not working to capacity when women who wish to participate cannot do so. And the evidence is clear. RBC Economics estimates that adding more women to the workforce could boost Canada's GDP by as much as 4%. Our economy is strengthened when women and girls have opportunities to contribute to and benefit equally from economic growth. The time is now to ensure that all Canadians, and in particular women, are provided with an opportunity to succeed and lead. That is why we took several actions to move Canada towards gender equality. Budget 2018 legislation provided help for new parents to care for their children during those critical early months through the new Employment Insurance Parental Sharing Benefit, which encourages a more equal sharing of childcare responsibilities within the home and allows for more flexibility, especially for mothers to go back to work earlier, if that is their choice, feeling reassured that their family has the support they need. Mr. Speaker, we also took steps to address the gender gap in federally regulated workplaces by requiring equal pay for equal work of equal value. About 1.2 million employed Canadians fall under the scope of this legislation. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to growing the economy by helping all Canadians. We maintain that a strong economy is a result of a strong middle class, and our policies and our results reflect this. Over the past 3 years, our government has invested in Canadians and in the things that matter most to those Canadians. These investments reflect the choice to reject austerity policies and instead invest wisely in strengthening the middle class and growing the economy. And that's what we have done. And the middle-class Canadians are now better off. As I can assure the honourable members that we will continue to build on our good work in Budget 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's hard to pick and choose which of the rhetorical tools the member used to refute first. I think I'll begin with my favorite one, which is the member claims that the middle class somehow had a tax cut, which is not true. Actually, every single member in this House received a bigger tax cut than the middle class because of the way the tax system works. It's progressive. Actually, every single member of this House received an $820 tax cut. And if you take in the 20.5%, that's maybe closer to $600. But then every single Canadian who earns $45,000 or less got nothing. In fact, they got footed a bill for every single mistake that the Prime Minister has made, including promising a $1 billion surplus this year and instead delivering tens of billions of dollars in deficit and new debt, and deficits and new debt well into the future going into 2040. So can the member answer me this? If she claims the middle class is so better off today, and we're having record high deficits with record high debt well into the future, and we know that today's taxes are not offsetting the higher deficits, so today's deficits and debt are tomorrow's taxes. How can she claim that the middle class is better? How can she claim that our children will be better off paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite simple. A typical middle-class Canadian family today is $2,000 better off than under the Harper Conservatives. And frankly, we can't take any lessons from the Conservatives who believe in trickle-down economics. It has never worked. It does not work. We know that boutique tax credits do not help the families that need it most, but our investments do. We've made investments so Canadians have created 800,000 new jobs. We have lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, and our investments are to ensure that the economy is growing for everyone and not just those at the top that the Conservatives are so focused on defending.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, because I think that very often, we can hear her young voice, and it's important to hear from our young people. I can't neglect the fact that she's also a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, and so I really have to try to imagine why she would say, because I think she's an objective person, why she would say, or how she could explain that her boss, the Minister of Finance, is stubbornly refusing to make Netflix charge GST. It just doesn't make any sense. Everyone is laughing at us. TV producers, networks, internationally, everyone is laughing at us. So I would like to get from you a bit of an answer that doesn't just have to do with international taxes. I'm talking about a consumer tax here, and I'd like to have a clear answer on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been focused on working with content creators and to dealing with measures that work for everybody. We've made investments for content creators. We have, the Minister of Heritage has worked with Netflix to ensure that there is content that reflects our country's priorities, in addition to things like when the ministers were negotiating new NAFTA and ensuring that Canadians' content is an important and integral part. So we know that focused on Canada's rich and unique diversity across this country is critically important, and that's why it's found in multiple levels of our government's priorities.
Questions and comments?
A point of order from the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. No, I didn't even use the word culture in my question. I didn't talk about content or culture. I talked about GST. And I got an answer that was just nonsense talking about culture. Now, I'm talking about GST here. And Netflix is getting an advantage because it's not paying that. Now, could I please get an answer? Now, I think that the member is raising an interesting comment, but it is not a point of order. And there will be other opportunities for the member to ask a question later on.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of, from across the way, the Liberal member talking about how good things are in Canada. Well, I know from talking to people in Alberta and as well, right across the country, things are not looking quite so rosy. And one of the things that is very, I guess, aggravating to people in general is when politicians promise things, people try to accept them. They look at a platform and so forth, and we know that in 2015, the party across the way promised just tiny, tiny little deficits, and we'd have a balanced budget this year, but we know that that has not come to fruition. So now with the the debt going through the ceiling, we're spending billions and billions of dollars that could be spent on healthcare, on programs and so forth. So why is it that the party across the way absolutely did not tell the truth and said that they were going to have a balanced budget, and it's just not come to fruition? In fact, there might never be a balanced budget if they stay in power.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, our commitment to Canadians was to ensure that we grew the economy for everybody, and not just the wealthy millionaires that the Conservatives looked after 10 years of feeble economic growth under the Harper Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Harper Conservatives, their type of investments included fake lakes and gazebos, and guess what? That meant that they couldn't balance the budget. They added $150 billion to the debt, and they had some of the worst growth since the Great Depression. Our investments are in Canadians, not fake lakes, not gazebos, and Canadians are seeing the results.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. As she spoke about the investments that we made in Canadians, when we look at the motion that's before us today, I think Canadians could be very clear in seeing that the CCB, for example, the Canada Child Benefit, that's putting $2,000 more into families' pockets compared to 2015, are having a real impact. In order for Canadians to have utilized some of the tax credits that the Conservative Party had put in that motion, they need to be able to afford to pay for it in order to get that tax credit somewhere down the road. We have changed that. We have made our policies such that we're putting more monies in their pockets so they could choose to do for their families. I'm wondering choose to do for their families what they want to do. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could speak to those investments that we've made in Canadians a little bit more.
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Whitby. That's precisely what we heard from Canadians in 2015. It's what I certainly heard when I was knocking on doors, that those benefits really are only helpful if you can afford it in the first place, and if it's the type of program that you actually need. With the Canada Child Benefit, it's tax-free money that goes to the families that need it most. And this has made a transformational difference in Canadians' lives. Like I said, 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. And somehow the Conservatives seem to think that that's a bad thing, that that's something that should be cut, and that we shouldn't send that support and help to the families that need it most. Conservatives believe in austerity and cuts, and only Canadians are going to suffer for it.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite, is clearly in denial because the facts remain that 46% of Canadians are $200 a month away from insolvency. So she can talk about how much better they've made it, but how can a government then go and implement a carbon tax that is going to be 6 times what they've already talked about and cost thousands of extra dollars for people that are already that close to insolvency? Why is this government that's supposed to be open and transparent keeping that information from Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the member opposite, her riding specifically. That's $7,400 on average that families in her riding get each year because of the Canada Child Benefit. Is she going to turn to those families and say, you don't need that anymore, you don't need those funds, you don't need help with the cost of living, we're going to take it away? The Conservatives believe in cutting and austerity. This is a program that has helped. The average payment in her riding is actually $620 a month. Can you believe that? 16,000 children are benefiting in her riding alone from the Canada Child Benefit. Why does she want to take that support away from those 16,000 children in her riding?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Sherbrooke, and I'm pleased to be able to participate in this debate. And I know that the member for Carleton started this discussion and talked about a number of different things, including the issue over Dalton McGuinty and the Ontario Liberals and taxation policy. And what was left out was the history that is so important when we talk about fairness for consumers and accountability for Canadians, is him and his party's continued debt that we have related to bringing in the HST under Harper. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the HST was not only just a harmonization of sales tax by the Conservatives with the Liberals in this House and Chamber to get through in minority parliament, but also done with Dalton McGuinty at that time for the Ontario Liberals and the Liberals in British Columbia as well. We still pay for that tax because around $6 billion was used to bribe Ontario and British Columbia, which this government borrowed, and is still paying interest on that money to this day as we continue to run deficits. So the absurd reality is that Canadians are paying interest on a new tax brought on to other Canadians. And for those that just wanted to say that, for example, the HST was just a simple harmonization, there weren't no new taxes, there were. There were new taxes for a number of different things, from car repairs to haircuts to school supplies, retirement savings, and as well, Mr. Speaker, even things like you going to park at a hospital and pay your parking to see a loved one and visit. The Conservatives added a new tax to that actual visit. That's the reality that has taken place, and there's many more of that harmonization we could actually go on about, but I do want to focus a little bit on the economics behind it. And in particular in Ontario, it was $4.3 billion that Stephen Harper arranged to transfer to Dalton McGuinty, despite all of their banter and their rhetoric about the hatred that they have to the McGuinty government and to their behavior of the McGuinty government. But they found a cooperative partner with the McGuinty government, being the Conservatives and the Liberals, to actually bring in this new tax because they knew publicly it was not popular. It was the same thing in British Columbia that which eventually led to a number of different votes and a number of different measures. But the reality is that we borrowed that money to bring in new taxes on everything from car repairs, haircuts, school supplies, retirement savings, and as I mentioned, even going to visit your loved one at the hospital. The member for Carleton may forget about those new taxes that he sat there with that government to actually implement, but I have not, Canadians have not, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, we did some analysis of it, and it's not this, left-wing think tank type of atmosphere that the member always likes to embellish upon in this House, in this chamber. It's actually called the Library of Parliament. The Library of Parliament has economists, lawyers, researchers. They serve all members, including the member of Carleton and other members in this chamber, with good advice and good materials every single day about what is taking place in the chamber. And in that report that we asked, this is what they said. In 2009, the federal government agreed to transfer about $5.9 billion to the provinces of Ontario and British Columbia to help fund the provincial costs of transitioning from their current retail sales tax system to a harmonized sales tax, HST, that would be collected concurrently with the federal goods and services tax, GST. Again, that was actually a Conservative that brought the GST in. With respect to these proposed transfers, the province of Ontario would receive 2 transfers from the federal government, the first valued at $3 billion, that's going again, $3 billion to Dalton McGuinty, upon implementation of the HST or Ontario Value Added Tax, and the second one a year later valued at $1.3 billion. The province of British Columbia would receive a single transfer about $1.6 billion upon implementation of the HST or British Columbia Value Add Tax as well. The federal cost of these proposed transfers, including principal and associated interest costs, is almost $10 billion. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm getting a reminder that I did say I am splitting my time with a member of Sherbrooke as we started at the beginning of this thing. Am I correct? Yes, I did. Okay. Thank you. I'm getting a reminder. It's old habits. I think that the lobby is doing their due diligence. So back to this, Mr. Speaker. The amount of value that we have over interest and the subsequent cost is closer to $10 billion that we are currently paying for this new sales tax. And that's a problem, Mr. Speaker, because it occurred actually at the time we were entering into a recession. So at a time when we were entering in a recession, this government at the time, the Harper government, had cooperation with then the leader was Ignatieff for the Liberals, and they were able to bring in this new tax in a minority parliament situation that we're still paying for to this day. And the $10 billion that we've now incurred between the payout and the interest will still continue to accumulate and snowball. It'll be the lottery that you'll never receive as a taxpayer. You can never really collect any of the earnings. You'll get all the actually negativity of it, and you already bought your ticket, unfortunately, over and over and over again. It's the worst type of a lottery system that you could actually imagine. We're into it for the long haul with regards to this. I'd also like to transition a little bit, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the sales tax, but also it's about the affordability and protection of Canadian consumers. So what we did with the HST by adding things to car repairs, for example, we did that at a time where some automotive companies were doing the improper thing by blocking or conditioning people to actually have to go to certain service models at a time when they had to get their car repaired. And so we were actually introducing a new tax to people that they didn't have to pay, and at the same time rewarding, where I had a bill called the Right to Repair that was adopted by the Conservatives as a voluntary agreement, and I thank them for that and the support to do so, where the companies then actually had to follow laws similar to the United States. My point being specifically on this, Mr. Speaker, is that we tax Canadians on consumer goods for companies that were really doing bad behavior. And that goes to this point right now, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the pipeline that we now have purchased, with regards to that, is that what we are doing is we are seeing a government that has reduced corporate taxes in the past, and we've seen the continuation of this policy, but at the same time they've been willing to actually turn away from the fact that we're paying for a bailout here with regards to the Kinder Morgan pipeline that we're going to continue to pay for. And so there's an important message with the HST that marries this current financial investment that we have, is that, it was interesting, the car analogy was used with regards to the purchase of the pipeline, with regards to it being problematic. And the reality is that we've purchased a pipeline, but when we drove it off the lot, so to speak, Mr. Speaker, the cost of it in terms of the price that we could get back for it depreciated because there's a small market for return in terms of getting rid of it. The warranty on a pipeline was poor at best, if non-existent. We've already seen not only in Canada but also in the U.S. requiring extensive repairs and maintenance in return for those repairs will be very minimal. And then on top of that, Mr. Speaker, at a time when this government is saying no to housing, when it's saying no to issues of equality for a number of different issues, we are now paying interest in perpetuity for a pipeline that somewhat exists with regards to the current one. We have the air rights, so to speak, or land rights for expanding it, which we know we'll never see. And on top of that, we have all the legacy of that, Mr. Speaker, to pass on as debt. And that's the lesson that should be learned with regards to the Conservatives' HST debacle that we continue to pay for, is that there was supposed to be this cascading effect that would be passed on to consumers, that by harmonization of the tax, things would get easier and Canadians would get passed on the brake and then things would get better. And so we were supposed to see that benefit. Where is that, Mr. Speaker? We haven't seen that. Has your cell phone prices got cheaper? Has your insurance gone down? Has your electricity and other pricing for things for your house and your repairs, have that gone down? No. Where was all that economic benefit that was promised by the HST that never materialized? The argument was, as well, too, magically it was going to improve manufacturing. Well, we've seen, Mr. Speaker, that hasn't been the case. And the fact of the matter is, we just had an announcement, General Motors is pulling out of Canada, and that HST added to actually supposedly help manufacturing. It never helped. It never swayed the day. And, Mr. Speaker, I could say the same argument with this pipeline. Is this supposed to be magically going to open up, I guess, new economic and other opportunities that we're supposed to have and we're going to benefit on, but we haven't seen them, Mr. Speaker, in a concrete way. And then there hasn't been the cost-benefit factor with regards to the borrowing that's going to take place. We have billions of dollars that we are invested that we're going to be paying in perpetuity for those, and then the interest occurred on that. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this, is that one of the things that I think is really important, and we're looking at the taxation policies and we're looking at a motion just like this, is that we should be getting some value back at this point in time if Canadians are going to give something up. Something has to break. It's either going to be your health care, your education, it's going to be one of those things, the environment, and we're going to pay for it and pass that on to our young people no matter what. And unfortunately, this motion, again, just reinforces basically a broken record of the Conservatives saying that they're fiscally accountable and responsible, but the reality is an example like the HST, which is the truth.
I apologize to the honourable member for missing his comment about sharing his time. That was actually originated from here, so you can rest assured his lobby is doing just fine. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an interesting debate thus far on the opposition motion, and you know, as I start to listen from the Conservatives and the NDP, the first thing that comes to my mind is just as a government how well focused this government actually has been on Canada's middle class, who's aspiring to be a part of it. We have seen many different policy initiatives that have come from this government that have given strength to Canada's middle class. By doing that, we've given strength to our economy, and we are, in fact, seeing the results of that. In working with the Canadians, we are seeing incredible job numbers that we haven't seen in decades, Mr. Speaker. We're talking 800,000 plus. We're seeing other opportunities such as the enhancements of social programs. All in all, I believe that Canadians will see what we have been able to accomplish in 3 years, three and a half years, and recognize that, yes, there could be more to be done, and we hope to be able to do that into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question in there, so I'll just provide a brief comment with regards to that, because I would like to direct an answer back to when a member asked me a question. But I think the government right now, it's missed opportunities. It's the mediocrity that we have, the malaise that's taken over. And that's unfortunate. It's hard work, Mr. Speaker. It's hard work that sets things up. And I would point to the General Motors example very specifically, Mr. Speaker, is because this government was presented an auto policy 2 years ago in Detroit. Ironically, we have to go to Detroit to meet with the domestic auto industry from Canada. Ray Tanguay was presented a domestic auto policy for Canada Act 2 years ago. This government paid for that report. They asked him to do that report. They did nothing since that time. 1 year later, the Minister of Industry has to go to bended knee in Detroit just to meet with General Motors to hear an explanation as why we're actually getting the lion's share of the layoffs and firings versus that of the United States.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to ask him specifically about the impacts he's seeing in his riding. We know that the Liberals increased taxes in so many ways and have put in place a very uncompetitive business climate, and so if the member could share how these increases in taxes is impacting the businesses and jobs in his area.
Member for Windsor West.
I thank the member from Sarnia for her work and as well for the question. And being on a border community, we can see the effects of government decisions and the lack of support. For example, I would just note community benefits for the Windsor-Detroit region. I know the member is active with regards to the Blue Water Bridge and the work that's been done there. Very important work that actually has blended the border much more solid into the community in terms of being a partner versus where I have the Ambassador Bridge, where it is seen as very much a hostile relationship where this government basically gave what's called an order in council for them to build a new bridge. Now, Mr. Speaker, I won't get into the details of an order in council, but basically it doesn't pass the chamber here, it doesn't go to the Senate. It's basically a gift. You just have to peel the ribbon off the package, and there it is right there. And so what's affected, as an example, is that bad policy has created indecision and uncertainty as we build a new public border crossing, being the Gordie Howe International Bridge. This one was lurking out there as another issue with no community benefits, with no connection to the community, and that's the type of decisive, I think, things that are necessary, and it really is exemplary of a mediocrity and a malaise, is that the Liberals try to please everybody, including a U.S. billionaire, versus doing the right thing for Canadians at the right time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to the Conservative motion, although it seems to me that it might have been a bit like last Tuesday, where there was a motion on taxes. But here, February 4th, we have a motion which is on the same subject, more or less, which targets the same things, and I think which will lead to the same results. So it seems that the Conservatives have another motion on taxes. It's something that's meant to scare Canadians. There are several things where they talk about, for example, that something might reach $2,200 a household. The CPP might reach $2,200 a household, or up to $2,000 per household for the cancelled family tax cut. Up to $560 per student for the education and textbook tax credits that have been cancelled. Now, they really are fear-mongering. They're saying the government has been trying to do this and that. But these are ideas that were rejected by the Liberal government. So Conservatives are fear-mongering, but behind this motion, what we really have is a fiscal policy disconnected from reality, which would bring us back to a fiscal policy, would bring us to conservative fiscal policy, which didn't work. We saw what happened in the last 4 years of a conservative government, where corporations and multinationals were doing really well. Those are the facts.
But this hasn't yielded the results that the neoliberal economists expected, where they said that cutting taxes would generate economic activity. But in the case of the conservative fiscal policy, which is aligned with that, it didn't have the results hoped for. And Canadians are increasingly indebted, and they're among the most indebted people in the world. Many Canadians, thousands of Canadians, are on the verge of bankruptcy. They're less than one paycheck away from being insolvable, bankrupt. There is a housing crisis across the country. And that is something that needs action on, and I spoke to that last week when we debated our motion. So now it's time to take an opportunity, and they are rare, to these opportunities to table a motion that will be voted on by all members. We choose important topics, issues of concern to Canadians on a daily basis, not fear-mongering that with an attempt to create media headlines. So on this side of the House in the NDP, we take these issues very seriously. We discuss the real issues. We put forth real proposals instead of simply throwing things out there, prepared on a napkin, thrown out there, something to deal with quickly to hold a debate. Now, I would have to ask the Conservatives what exactly they're attempting to do with this, but clearly, compared to Tuesday's motion last week. Now, as part of last week's debate, they talked about never again increasing taxes or raising taxes without any type of date associated with that. Forever keeping taxes the same. And they seem to be taking almost the same wording here. At the end of today's motion, it says the House calls on the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that it will not further raise any taxes on Canadians, without taking into account any circumstances or specific taxpayers. It's, in fact, one of the reasons why the NDP will be opposing this motion. As we said last week, we won't be tying our hands in 2019 when it comes to no taxes under any circumstances for an indeterminate amount of time. No, that's not responsible. And that's what the Conservatives are calling for. We know that they're not fiscally responsible. They added $150 billion to the debt. And this is one of the main reasons why we are opposing this motion today on February to call for no further tax hikes ever. And on our benches, we have the courage to say that taxes can be raised from richest people, people who aren't paying their fair share. You have to have the courage to say that publicly, that large corporations and multinationals have had cuts of up to 25% under the Conservatives. And the economic theory, according to the Conservatives, that there's a trickle-down and that everyone benefits when they cut taxes to these large corporations. But the same is happening with banks. We're not seeing any kind of a trickle-down here. They're sitting on the money, and people on the streets deal with these banks. They have to, but the banks have huge profits. But they were the ones receiving the tax cuts. They're simply sitting on that money. They haven't invested it. Figures are showing that. The surpluses or the accumulations of money in these large corporations is sitting there. It's not being reinvested back into economic activity. So this isn't being felt. It's not trickling down for most Canadians. That is a reality that the Conservatives appear to have forgotten. They're stuck in this position where they're calling for tax cuts at all times. And I may reiterate what I said last week, but taxes raised to serve in our economy. They are used to help people. Taxpayers pay their taxes, and it goes into a common pot, and it's used to provide services for Canadians. We have many good quality, accessible services in this country for Canadians. In many cases, they're free services. And in fact, they were paid for by Canadian taxpayers through their taxes. So that is a way to organize in society, to say everyone contributes to the common lot so that we can offer good quality services. Now, the Conservatives ideologically don't seem to understand that position, that people can help each other amongst each other and that we can put money, pool resources together in a community so that more people benefit. And when we look at the figures, the real figures for public services, the majority of people receive more in terms of service and amount than they pay in to the common pot. So that is a vision of society that is inclusive and enables everyone to have an equal opportunity to succeed. And we could take this even farther, and we believe in the NDP, on the NDP benches, that we need to give everyone an equal opportunity, contribute more to this common pot, as I have called it throughout my speech, so that we can provide these services to the people who need them the most. Now, I also have to talk about the lack of action by the Liberal government since it's elected. Now, we're talking about a Conservative motion here, but we have to acknowledge as well that on the Liberal benches, they haven't taken action to deal with the serious crises that we're facing. The housing crisis, we need some tangible action. The government has not done so. It hasn't done what's required, given the seriousness of the crisis. And when we look at the choices the Liberal government has made, we know that it's a question of choices. There was a recent example, Mr. Speaker, when the government had an opportunity to buy a pipeline. They talked about it costing $4.5 billion US dollars, but according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's assessment, we could have purchased it for a lower rate. So it was a choice the government made. Instead of investing in Canadians to deal with the housing crisis, it bought a pipeline that's 60 years old, an expansion that will cost up to $10 or $12 billion. That's what the PBO said, and those are the choices that the Liberals made. That's the reality, instead of investing in the well-being of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his presentation. Earlier today in the debate, the Parliamentary Secretary made a comment about how the Liberals are in place to grow the economy for everyone. Yet everyone doesn't seem to include everyone in my riding and other parts of Canada, because they're killing the oil and gas sector, they're killing pipelines. But with that said, I'm wondering if the honourable member is well aware of the carbon tax and how it's at $20 a tonne come April 1st, and it'll be up to $50 a tonne, but it'll be even higher after that. And we are continually asking the present government for that figure, that what it's going to be, and they refuse to give that answer. But I'd like to hear from the member as to how he feels that's going to affect his constituency and how it's going to affect his constituents in creating jobs and the economy.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question on another favourite topics of the Conservatives, the carbon tax. They've got the two main topics, taxes and carbon tax, and budget balance. They've covered off the Conservative agenda here with those two issues. But on the carbon tax, I think it's important to mention that in jurisdictions where they have gone forth with it, there is a rebate system for citizens, and I think that's what the current government is envisaging, to compensate. And there were some figures brought out just last week. The Minister of the Environment said $307, which is the equivalent of what Canadians would have in their pockets from the government. So it's interesting to hear some figures, but it might, in fact, indicate that there will be an impact in the economy. So people who are the most in need will receive some money, and under this policy, we will be attempting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I hope that we can agree, at least agree here to the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists, renowned scientists across the world agree that it needs to be done. So why not include compensation for those who are affected?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I do agree that, here we are with another opposition day motion, and we're talking about taxes, so it is a little bit like Groundhog Day for the Conservatives. I also agree with him in the fact that he stated that with this motion, the scaring of Canadians, the fear-mongering that's happening with the Conservatives, it seems to be a repeat of things that they are accustomed to doing. But, Mr. Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague, as he looks through this list of, they have a long list here of cancelled tax credits. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure he's aware, and constituents in his riding would have benefited from the fact that they had, or knowledgeable of the fact as well, that they had to be able to afford these programs in order to be able to receive the tax credits. With our Canada Child Benefit, our national poverty strategy, our national housing strategy, we're taking a holistic approach to ensuring that Canadians are well off. Would he not agree that programs like the Canada Child Benefit ensure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, not only as a better strategy than the Conservative ones, but ones that allow them to choose what they want to do with that money for their children?
Honourable Deputy Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks and for bringing up the non-refundable tax credits, which the Conservatives are also obsessed with, especially the one on the transit tax on sports, cultural activities. They seem to forget on that side that these non-refundable tax credits mean you have to pay taxes to benefit from them. And I'd remind the Conservatives that it's not the Canadians who are the most needy who benefit from these tax benefits and even pay taxes. So now we know, Mr. Speaker, that that's what the Conservatives avoid saying each time. They're not saying that they're not refundable in tax credits. Now, at the Finance Committee, we could see that the figures spoke for themselves. People who benefit from those tax credits are, for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, people who are quite well off. And that was reiterated by a number of experts who studied these tax credits. But why not make them? We need to have a debate on making them refundable.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to speak to today's opposition motion. And I will be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton Manning. And today I'm going to talk about the taxes that the Liberals have increased. I'm going to talk about the negative consequences of that and about the future.
Then let's talk about the taxes that the Liberals have raised, because we know that since they came in 2015, it's just been continual attempts to raise taxes on Canadians and on small businesses. We know that overall middle-class Canadians are paying about $800 more in taxes. But how did we get there? Well, there were, first of all, a lot of the tax credits that were in place under the previous government that were removed. And when we look at how much that costs, if you think of the fitness tax credit, that was $1,200 per child. So if you had 2 or 3 children, I mean, that could be $3,600 right there. We know that the education and tuition tax credits were also removed. And I remember having 2 children in university, and it was $5,000 per child that you would get. And so that's thousands and thousands of dollars of taxes that we're talking about there. When you remove the credit, that essentially means you're increasing the taxes. We know that there were many Canadians who were taking advantage of income splitting. And depending on your income, that could be as much as $12,000 or $13,000. So when you start to add up the number of things that were taken away, it can be as much as $20,000. And so for all the Liberals talk about adding back a child benefit if you have young children of $5,400 each, if you don't have young children and you had kids in university, you could be very much worse off. And we see that in the data. 46% of Canadians are within $200 of insolvency every month. That is the result of this government continually squeezing them. Now, they've tried to squeeze them in other ways, Mr. Speaker, to raise taxes on the health and dental benefits. But, we sounded the warning alarm and were able to get them to walk back on that. They tried to put some taxes in place on small businesses that were going to cause undue circumstances and taxing the passive income in people's corporations at 73%, which, clearly there was outrage and outcry from Canadians when they heard about that, and we were able to get them to walk that back. But the reason this is important is because it follows a principle that we talk about in science where we say we're boiling the frog. Now, if you raise the temperature 1 degree at a time, gradually over time, you keep raising that temperature and raising that temperature on that frog, eventually, the frog will die because it doesn't realize that it's getting into really hot water. And that's essentially what's happened here under the Liberals. They've increased taxes and increased taxes and increased taxes, and now the whole country is in hot water. And we see where Canadians are really struggling to be able to afford to live. And so when I look at all of that, and I think that is even before we count in the carbon tax and the impact that that will have. Now, we don't know exactly how much impact it will have because this open and transparent government has not disclosed that information to Canadians. They've said, well, we're going to give you $300 back at the end of the year, and trust us, that is the amount that it's going to cost. Well, Mr. Speaker, depending on where you live in the country, if you think about how much money you spend in gasoline, and you think about 11 cents a litre increase for the current carbon pricing, you think about the increase to home heating, the increase to groceries, and you'll start to recognize that, it's going to be more than $300. So really the government is getting more money than they're going to give back, which is in essence a tax increase as well. Now, we know that it's not going to stop there. We know that after the next election that the government is going to continue to increase this carbon tax because it is a cash grab for them. And, documents are showing that it's going to increase by a factor of 6. Could cost Canadians $3,000 to $5,000 a year. So think about that in terms of what that will do to families that are already precariously on the brink. And there have been many negative impacts of this. I talked about the impact on Canadians, but the impact on small and medium-sized businesses is something that we're seeing in my riding, where these businesses are either closing up or they're moving to the States because of the tax advantages that they're seeing there versus operating in Canada. And what did we really get for all of the cash that the government is taking out of the pockets of Canadians? Really, a lot of the money has been not a benefit to Canadians. Think about the $15 billion that the Liberals took from the municipalities. It was supposed to be for their roads and their bridges and put it into an infrastructure bank that has benefited nobody, anything. What about the $1 billion that the government is spending on allowing illegal immigrants to come into the country and spending them the price to put them in hotels and to process them for the 4 years backlog that they're going to be here for? We see the many trips around the world, the India trip, the disastrous India trip, China trip, Davos, people flying all over the place, 183 people going to COP21, spending billions of Canadians' dollars, but really not benefiting Canadians. And then, of course, the millions of dollars that were spent on the Canada Food Guide so that we could all know that we should drink water and enjoy our food, which was a huge revelation to many, I'm sure. So, Mr. Speaker, it just seems that the tax increases keep coming and that this government is not being open with Canadians about what they can expect after the next election, should we be unfortunate enough to have the Liberals still in power. I think we know that more taxes are coming. We know that the health and dental benefit tax that was tried to put in place, they will try to put that in place again. They will come again with the increasing carbon taxes. they will come again to small businesses and reach into their pockets because the government has a spending problem. They are spending way more than they promised. They promised small deficits of $10 million for 3 years, returning to balance this year. Here we are, 2019. We are not at balance. You cannot believe the promises that are made by this government because they've got a track record, depending on whether you go to the Trudeau meter or the Promise Tracker, they got a batting average of keeping 25% of their promises. So Canadians should definitely keep that in mind as we look to the election and we see what might be coming up the road there. Now, let's talk about the future then. We know that tough times are ahead. Economists are predicting that we are approaching recession conditions. And we certainly have seen growth slowed from the glowing accolades that the Prime Minister was singing about the victories of his government. All of a sudden we see growth is grinding to a halt and that there's concerns about recession happening. And here we are with more debt than anyone could manage, and no end in sight to that. That certainly will cause us to be paying more interest on that deficit, and that will keep us from doing other things. If we think about the $40 billion that we transfer to the provinces for health care, we know that we have an aging population. We know that we have a rise in chronic disease. We need definitely more money in the healthcare system, but that $40 billion that we could be putting on top of our existing transfer payment is going to be going to pay interest to wealthy bankers and investors. And certainly, I don't think that that is the intent. So clearly, the government has been wasting taxpayers' dollars. They have been raising taxes on the taxpayers. They are going to keep doing that as we move to the election, and they're not going to be open and transparent about it, Mr. Speaker. They're clearly not intending to tell Canadians the real story, and that's why we are here today with this motion, to try to make sure that Canadians are informed about what has already taken place and what they can expect to see in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. She referenced that Canada is in hot water, and I'm just wanting to get a sense from her the exact temperature of that water, because it seems like we're doing pretty good. We have the lowest unemployment that we've seen in decades. That means Canadians are working. In fact, Canadian businesses with our investments have helped to create over 800,000 new jobs. And Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague went on to talk about the Canada Child Benefit. In her writing, in Sarnia Lambton specifically, Mr. Speaker, over 8,600 payments have gone out for the Canada Child Benefit. 16,000 individuals, children in her writing, have received these payments. And I know my honourable colleagues on the other side are heckling, but these kids, I'm sure the parents and the families of these children actually appreciate having this money, and an average of $600 per month. So, Mr. Speaker, when you see the record of this Parliament, this government, what we have done for Canadians with our investments have allowed them to be able to create jobs, to put more money in their pockets, and to ensure that they have better quality of life.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. She asked about what the temperature of the water is in Canada. Well, let's talk about when 46% of Canadians are within $200 of insolvency every month, then the fact that they're working is great, but the fact that they can't make ends meet when they're working is not great. And she referenced the number of people that have received the benefit, the child benefit, in my writing, and the reality is, you know, if you give somebody $6,400 and you take away $7,200, they are $800 worse off. And that is the situation that's happened under this government. They've increased taxes and increased taxes more than what they've given back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Matisse-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to underline the fact that my colleague, at the beginning of her speech in French, spoke French very well. So I just wanted to mention that. She mentioned some numbers. She was quoting the Fraser Institute, but she left out some important aspects because the Canada Child Benefit had not been taken into account. And the CCB makes a big difference, in my riding at least. People talk about the extra $2,000 tax-free that they receive, so that's very significant. Another thing that she forgot to mention is that in the 10 years under the Harper government, well, 9 of those 10 years involved significant deficits. And one of the deficits was one of the largest deficits in the history of Canada, $56 billion in 1 year. So they managed to accrue a huge deficit during that period. So, question for my honourable colleague. Given the positive benefits that the CCB is having on Canadian families and the fact that we've been able to lift so many children out of poverty, why did she vote against that important measure and why did her party vote against it?
Or Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague. I do try to speak French, and I hope that I've improved a little bit.
The question that he's asked about the child tax benefit, there's a lot of fear-mongering on the other side, implying that the Conservatives would somehow be removing that, which has never, ever been said. So I think that's point number one. Point number two is if you give people $5,400 per child, but you take away $1,200 per child for a tax credit, $5,000 for an education and tuition credit, $13,000 possibly for income splitting, and then you add on carbon tax and all of these things. At the end of the day, the person is worse off than they were at the beginning because they have less money in their pocket. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today and give my first full speech in this beautiful chamber on such an important issue that is near and dear to the residents of my constituency of Edmonton Manning and Canadians all across our great country. Mr. Speaker, I have been spending a great deal of time out in the community speaking to residents about the issues that are important to them. I spent the summer knocking on doors, as well as over a winter adjournment. I was again out connecting with residents. One of the biggest issues that I have kept hearing over and over again in my community is that life is getting more expensive and unaffordable for Canadians. There are fewer opportunities than there were only a few short years ago. That people are worried about having enough money to get by the end of the month, and that they don't know where they're going to save for their retirement or for their children's education or even to buy their first home. Mr. Speaker, in my community, Canadians are under no illusion and as to why they aren't able to get ahead. The Liberal government's policies are chasing away investment in Alberta, and that become a fact. This is a fact that investment in Alberta is almost next to zero, and that means loss of job opportunities, and we can feel it at the door when we talk to Albertans. What's happening right now is preventing the private sector from making the well-paying jobs that they rely on to keep a roof over their head and put food on the table. They are so raising taxes to pay for their out-of-control spending at a time where many members of the community can barely get by. It is clear that this Liberal government is completely out of touch with the reality of everyday Canadians. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I can see, I can hear that the government is trying to convince Canadians, actually first convincing themselves about the child benefit policy. Mr. Speaker, a 2016 budget showing that they only given $1 billion more compared to previous government on the child benefit programs. They eliminated 3 programs versus replacing it with 1, but they're given only $1 billion. And on $1 billion versus 36 million Canadians, that's equal to about $27, $28 a month per capita, a year per capita, Mr. Speaker. Imagine with $28 per capita, they're convincing themselves and they're trying to convince Canadians that they are going to fix the Canadian economy. This is a shame, Mr. Speaker, of a government having one single policy and they're thinking that they're going to fix the Canadian economy based on it. While there are numerous examples that I can draw on, I think one that deserves to be highlighted happened just this past Friday when the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance said, without irony, that one of the reasons the Liberals scrapped the public tax, transit tax credit was because it, and I quote, benefited the wealthiest. Mr. Speaker, that is outrageous and shameful. The fact that the parliamentary secretary would even suggest that it is insulting, an insult that is compounded when you consider that they took money out of the pockets of public transit users, then gave millions of taxpayers' dollars to Bombardier to help ensure to their executives receive millions of dollars in bonuses. A company, imagine a company that makes buses and trains, that the Canadian had to lose their tax credit for giving it their money away. Mr. Speaker, the government literally took hundreds of dollars out of public transit users' pockets, who are generally speaking using it due to its affordability, to put millions of dollars in the corporate executive accounts, and then had the nerve to come into this chamber and suggest to the Shadow Minister for Finance, the honourable member from Carleton, that it was a decision to get rid of tax tool that was benefiting the wealthiest Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the course of the day, we have heard a great deal from the government benches about the Canada Child Benefit, which is, I just spoke about it and spoke how shameful of a government trying to build and base their economic policy and their economic approach to build Canadian economy based on one single program as such. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government trying to tell that Canadian that they're building and lowering taxes for the middle class, and then for those who are aspiring to join it. Every time anyone points out that of the many ways that the Liberals have made life more expensive for Canadians, they point out this benefit and use and to call it out. The parliamentary secretary did it on Friday to the members for Carleton and Louis Saint Laurent. And I would be very surprised if one of the members across the way doesn't raise any questions and comments time following my remarks and tell this House how many families in my riding receive the benefit and to the tune of how many dollars. From an academic standpoint, it is an interesting argument, Mr. Speaker, because the government is simply stacking logical fallacies, hoping that they will get away with it. They start with the red herring. Mr. Speaker, we talk about their irresponsible tax policies that Canadians cannot afford, and they talk about the child tax benefit to suggest that some Canadians are getting more money than they were before they were augmented by the existing benefit that our former Conservative government put in place. After that, they introduced the false dilemma that if some Canadians are getting more money under the augmented program, then there are lower taxes for everyone in the middle class and those aspiring to join it. Of course, that isn't inherently true or true at all in this case, Mr. Speaker. That's why they are called logical fallacies. Mr. Speaker, they have done the same thing with the income tax rate, where they lowered one number but offset the savings that middle-class Canadians should have been by eliminating tax credit and implemented other policy changes to make sure the Liberals wouldn't have to curb their spending. The Fraser Institute did an excellent job outlining this in 2017 report titled Measuring the Impact of Federal Personal Income Tax Changes on Middle-Income Canadian Families. The report concluded that 60% of 3.88 million families covered under their study are paying more in taxes. 3.88 million families, almost half the Canadian society, are paying more taxes under this government programs. The average increase is about $1,151 per family. The paper also considered just middle-income families as well and found that 81% are paying more income taxes as well, to the time of an extra $840 a year. So clearly, they aren't just asking the 1% to pay more like they would have us believe, Mr. Speaker. The numbers simply don't support the Liberal talking points, especially when we acknowledge that in the first year following the Liberals' tax changes, high-income earners paid $4.6 billion less in taxes than the previous year. So if one of the symptoms of mismanagement and miscalculating is when you tell Canadians that you're taxing the richest in the country, while at the end of the day, in the bottom line of the state, the financial statement, you lose $4.6 billion. So miscalculation and mismanagement in the same way. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't even consider other measures like the carbon tax and how this will affect Canadian bottom line, or how this government small business tax changes will adversely affect these incredibly essential job creators. For example, payroll taxes, CPP increases, EI premium increases, passive income, income splitting, and many examples. It was like a war on small businesses in Canada. That's what this government was doing. One thing we do know is that this government has tried to nickel and dime. Nickel and dime being the notion of this government. They've been nickel and diming Canadians and small businesses for all their worth. This previously proposed changes to the small business tax code would have been catastrophic, but thankfully, to popular outrage from coast to coast, the Liberals were forced to back down on some of their most economically harmful ideas, and that is one of the reasons today why we're here, why we're talking about it. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the time today, and I will be happy to accept the questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague across made a comment, the reference, and it had been referenced earlier, about the sport tax credit. And I think when there's a tax credit and an incentive, you hope to prompt some kind of a positive response, and that's why you would bring that measure forward. If you look at participation rates from 2000 on, participation rates year over year in sport were pretty steady. After they introduced the tax credit in 2007, there was no discernible increase. 2008, 9, 10. The one year we had an increase was in 2003. And why? Because the women's team in Salt Lake City won the gold medal in the Winter Olympics. That was done because previous governments had believed in investing in facilities, had believed in investing in leadership and coaching. Does the member not see that targeted investments make far greater sense and pay far greater reward than boutique tax credits?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Yeah, what the Honourable Member calling boutique tax credits and what he's calling direct investment, that big noise we've been hearing about direct investment, we haven't seen any of it, has left no impact whatsoever. And boutique tax credits looks like the opposite side are against the blanket benefit for many Canadians. So to them is a pick and choose. Those people deserve to benefit. These people do not deserve to benefit. We had tax policies that benefits all Canadians, and at least being able to get across the country to help more Canadians than what they suggest under their programs. So when it comes to that, the comparison is not in place, and I think the Honourable Member is trying to just find excuses to their failing policies and failing strategy.
Time for one more very short question or comment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment. Oh, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the member says there's nothing that's really tangible or hard to see, what he fails to recognize is that the middle class tax cut put literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Canada's middle class, and by doing that, you're allowing for a higher disposable income. By doing that, you're having a healthier Canadian economy, and we are realizing that when we see 800,000 jobs by working with the industries and people of Canada this government has been able to create. That is tangible. That is real progress, Mr. Speaker.
A short answer.
Like the only one believes this story is the government itself. Nobody else believes their stories. They believe what they're saying, and it's become a disaster for Canada and Canadians and for our economy to believe what they're saying, because the records are here and telling that most Canadian families are under less advantage under this government by at least between $1,151 a year to some other families to $860 a year. So these are the records, not what the other member is saying and what the government is suggesting.
There will be a minute and a half remaining in questions and comments following the speech of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. Following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Jacob Schwartz, who died last week in Toronto. Jakey was born in 1997 and diagnosed with Canavan disease, which left him unable to walk, talk, eat, see, or speak. With the cards stacked against them, the Schwartz family decided to make every moment count, which they did for 21 years. While providing round-the-clock care, his mum Ellen formed the charity Jacob's Ladder, raising over $3 million for research into Canavan disease. Dad Jeff and siblings Bevy and Ben were all part of the indomitable team that always made sure Jakey came first. Mr. Speaker, I want to close with lines from I Rise Above, a song written for Jake to celebrate his 20th birthday. No need to fix me. I am my own perfect soul. There's a reason I am here. I am love. I rise above. Mr. Speaker, the Schwartz family have shown us the true meaning of love and touched our lives. May Jacob's memory forever be a blessing.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, former Member of Parliament for Guelph Wellington, Dr. William Weingard, passed away at the age of 94. He was part of what many call the greatest generation. He grew up during the Great Depression, was a Second World War veteran, and served as the youngest officer in the history of the Royal Canadian Navy. He came back from the war, became an engineering professor, and eventually the president of the University of Guelph. He was then elected to this very House of Commons and served as Minister for Science in the government of Brian Mulroney. Bill was an officer of the Order of Canada, a recognition of his contributions to the City of Guelph, to the County of Wellington, and to Canada. He was a teacher and a leader to many and a mentor to me, and for that I will be forever grateful. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in paying tribute to this great Canadian.
Here.
The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt.
I'm a proud Northerner. Our government has listened and took action and announced the launch of a rural immigration pilot project to meet the labour market gaps vocalized by small business owners.
This gives hope to businesses and construction associations who expressed their inability to find employees. I'd like to thank Minister Hussein and the Prime Minister to have heard our concerns. The pilot project will have a deep and positive impact and will respond to the various needs of the labour market.
Thank you to the local Chamber of Commerce's. Thank you to the building trades who have pushed so hard for this project. This employer and community-driven initiative will improve the economic, social, democratic vitality of Nickel Belt and Northern Ontario. Rural matters. Merci, Miigwech.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, in January, my team and I met with citizens in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert to listen to their concerns. Environment, poverty, culture dominated the discussions. But a singular voice was missing, that of Claude Bouchard. Claude died of cancer on January 16, and that is an immense loss for Longueuil. He was a black belt and taught karate, and he was very present socially and an activist. He was an ambassador for social goodwill. President of the NDP Association of Longueuil, Claude gave of himself unstintingly. He was able to talk to all levels of government and make them understand The facts on the ground in Longueuil. On behalf of all citizens in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I offer my sincere sympathies to France Mathieu Simon and all his loved ones. Thank you, Claude.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today on the eve of the Lunar New Year in the House of Commons to welcome the Year of the Pig, an animal that symbolizes the prosperity and good fortune that can be built with hard work and a little bit of luck. Across our community in Richmond Hill, Canadians of Asian Pacific heritage will ring in the New Year tonight, and I'll join them in their celebration at Times Square for the official countdown. I'm pleased to have been able to partner with Times Square for this celebration and look forward to spending time with Chinese Canadian community in Richmond Hill tomorrow at the Lianglong Chamber of Commerce, where I can share my first-hand experiencing visiting China this January, where I had the opportunity to learn about the strong trade and economic, education and cultural linkages between both of our countries. As families bring in generations to the table for their celebratory dinner, I wish every and each one of them Sin Lin Kwai Lo, Gong Hei Fa Choi, Gong Si Fa Chai, Merci, Xie Xie.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will soon be presented with a new budget, and for the fourth consecutive year, this government will be running a substantial deficit. Since coming to office in 2015, this government has added almost $60 billion to the debt. The debt now stands at 2/3 of $1 trillion. Our annual interest payments are $26 billion annually, and that exceeds all of our military spending. Worse yet, these interest payments do not reduce the overall debt and continue to increase our debt each year. Huge new spending, additional taxes, larger deficits. None of this was promised in the last election, Mr. Speaker, and the current government will be seeking a new mandate soon, and I urge all Canadians to think about those broken promises and elect a strong Conservative government.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we launch Canadian School Counselling Week, highlighting the tremendous impact of school counselors on the academic achievement and career development of students. Across the country, Canadians recognize the unique contribution school counselors play in supporting student success. School counselors are mental health professionals who support the personal, social, educational, and career developments of students and make positive contributions to the mental health and well-being of all Canadians. On a daily basis, school counselors are actively engaged in helping students examine their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents. School counselors support families and work with teachers and other educators to provide an educational system where students can appreciate their potential and set realistic and healthy aspirations for the future. During Canadian School Counselling Week, let us take an opportunity to thank school counselors for their important role that they play in schools in Winnipeg Centre, Manitoba, and across Canada. Tapoyaki Kitwam, hi hi.
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Gong Hei Pat Choi, Mr. Speaker. 2019 is not only the Year of the Pig, but it is also the 50th anniversary of the Sign Lock Society of Calgary. It is my honor to congratulate them on 50 years of making real change in our community. Their initiatives include Sign Lock Park, establishing a scout troop, and hosting events and more. True to its translated name, Happiness Through Good Works, Sign Lock is committed to promoting and preserving Chinese Canadian heritage. As long as there has been a Calgary, there has been a Chinese community. Together, we continue to create a better place for everyone to live, work, and play. Special recognition to Raymond Lee, Sign Lock's first president. As a kid, I delivered the Calgary Herald, Mr. Lee. He is a very kind man. And the same can be said of John Dong, who was named president last fall. Here's to another 50 years of Sign Lock Calgary.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax cover-up continues. For most Canadians, life is becoming more expensive.
It does.
They just can't get ahead. Yet for the Prime Minister, life has always been lived on Easy Street. He's never had to worry about making ends meet because, of course, he's inherited a multi-million-dollar trust fund. While he gets to vacation on Billionaire Island, ordinary Canadian families are being forced to pay for his carbon tax that will make it much more difficult for them to take their own vacations. And now we find out from the government's own documents that after the next election, the carbon tax will be 50 times higher than it is today. Whoa. That's $5,000 more in taxes for every Canadian family each year. Mr. Speaker, yes, the carbon tax cover-up continues, and who's going to pay the price? Families across Canada who are already struggling to make ends meet. Shame on the Prime Minister and shame on this Liberal government.
Honourable member for Whitby.
I'd like to talk about our magnificent West Block. People have worked at modernizing this building, and it's clear that their work is extraordinary. We appreciate their work and devotion.
I'm reminded that while we remain rooted in both a proud and painful history, we as parliamentarians are boundless in our capacity to create positive change for Canadians. It takes a team of world-class artists to create an environment that invokes in each of us a tremendous sense of responsibility and duty, while at the same time inspiring us to push boundaries, redefine the status quo, and amplify the voices of those most marginalized in our communities. Thank you to all involved in this project. It is truly an honor to continue to serve the people of Whitby in this majestic place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, each year on February the 4th, Canadians come together to recognize World Cancer Day, an international day of awareness about cancer. Take a moment to look around this chamber. Imagine half of us hearing the words, "You have cancer." On any given day, 565 Canadians will hear those words. 1 in 2 Canadians are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. The magnitude of this is staggering on individuals and on their families. We need to help those facing cancer live their lives more fully and see life beyond the diagnosis. To do this, we must expand access to credible cancer information and ensure support services like those offered by the Canadian Cancer Society are available from coast to coast to coast, so nobody faces cancer alone. I would like to thank Lynn Hudson and all her colleagues at the Canadian Cancer Society for everything they do to support Canadians in the fight to eradicate cancer and enhance the quality of life of people living with cancer. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, time after time, my colleagues and I have stood in this place and asked the Prime Minister how on earth he expects the financial situation of Canadians to improve when Liberal actions are causing the cost of everything to go up. The government likes to brag about their record, but for the constituents in Edmonton West and across Alberta, the only record we see is record high unemployment and record fleeing of investment. It's no surprise this government has trouble understanding basic economics. When asked about the management of his own finances, the Prime Minister said, "I no longer have dealings with the way our family is managed." Now it's time for the Ottawa Liberals to recognize their plan is leaving Canadians struggling to meet their ends at the end of the month. It's time for them to realize that today's deficits are tomorrow's tax hikes. Where will 4 years of broken promises, sky-high deficits, and Liberal incompetence leave us? With the Prime Minister raising taxes and making life even more expensive for Canadians.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, I'd like to talk about Jean de Dieu Sibairo Rihaniza, a resident of my riding of La Prairie. He left the Republic of Congo in 2004 because of a civil war that was persecuting his community. In 2014, the security of his family was compromised. He left for Canada. His spouse and 2 children settled in Belgium. He quickly became part of Canadian society and worked in the communications field and then in the banking field. He sponsored the coming to Canada of his spouse and children. I'd like to salute his courage and perseverance, who chose to live in a society with the rule of law. As he said, he lost 2 countries but won Canada. I'd like to thank him for having chosen to contribute with so much fervor and humanity to our society, and I wish him great success in obtaining his citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to pay tribute to a great Canadian who left us suddenly over this past weekend. And I'm speaking of Mr. Michael Ferguson. This was a great man who devoted himself to public service, and up to the very end of his life, he had a diploma in business administration. He spent 3 decades as either controller or auditor in New Brunswick, and he helped to make the government of that province more transparent. He then came to Ottawa and joined the Auditor General's office as an auditor. He was recognized for his credibility and frankness and his hard work. He always had the higher interests of his country. These were important to him. I'd like to extend my sympathies to his family, friends, and colleagues. He was a model for all Canadians and has left a great model for all Canadians in the future.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Speaker, the Prime Minister thinks that Canadians don't care about how the government manages the country's finance, but that's simply not true. Canadians have said that the #1 priority should be to manage Canada's finances and balance the budget. This Prime Minister promised Canadians in the last election that he would balance the budget this year, but he had no intention of keeping his word. The Canadian deficit keeps getting bigger and is forecasted to hit $31 billion this year. Higher deficits today mean program and job cuts, higher taxes, and pension risk tomorrow. These Liberals don't understand the hardship this causes for families. And for the first time, Canadians are just getting by and not getting ahead. These Liberals don't understand how he runs his own finances. The Prime Minister said, "I no longer have dealings with the way our family fortune is managed." Prime Minister's out of touch and doesn't care. We are all paying for his mistakes.
The Honourable Member for Brossard Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, when I learned that Michael Ferguson, the Auditor General of Canada, had passed away, I was seized with a very strong emotion, which I would have normally associated with the loss of a close friend. In fact, 3 years of joint work in the Standing Committee on Public Accounts allowed me to appreciate this man who was so very discreet but very passionate about public service. Working with him was a great lesson in what should be our most important role to ensure Canadians a government that lives up to their expectations with respect for their dignity and hopes. I'm sure that all colleagues who have served on the Public Accounts Committee since 2011 share my profound admiration for Michael Ferguson's exemplary efforts to learn French, for his efforts also to examine government action from the point of view of the citizen, not the program. For me, he will always be a wonderful example of decency and humility. To his family and to all his colleagues, my heartfelt condolences.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, me. Questions orales, oral questions.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tweeted that the Premier of Ontario should be whacked, a mobster term for killing someone, which clearly the Parliamentary Secretary would have known. Why hasn't the Prime Minister called for his resignation?
Prime Minister.
I will address the member's question shortly, but first, Michael Ferguson devoted his life to public service, both in his home province of New Brunswick and across the country. We will remember him for his tireless dedication to promote a transparent, open government that is accountable to Canadians. Over
the past 7 years, his work as Auditor General has improved our democracy, guaranteed integrity of our institutions. We are all saddened
This is to Mr. Ferguson's family, friends, and colleagues.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while we all very much appreciate the Prime Minister's words, there is an opportunity for ministerial statements later on today, and I look forward to hearing the statement at that time. I think this is an issue, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to take very seriously. This parliamentary secretary has shown this kind of behavior before when he had to apologize for trying to bully and intimidate a female Conservative MP, the member from Richmond Centre. The Prime Minister says he has no tolerance for this kind of behavior. So again, why won't the Prime Minister ask for this parliamentary secretary's resignation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Is well aware the member in question has apologized for his tweet. It is important that we have civil debate in this House and elsewhere when we engage in matters of public disagreements over public policy.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the tweet is still up. The Prime Minister talks about positive politics. He talks about zero tolerance, but we have a parliamentary secretary who has done this before. Now, Mr. Speaker, what kind of example does the parliamentary secretary to families, children, and social development set? And furthermore, what kind of example does the Prime Minister set by continuing to tolerate this type of behavior from that parliamentary
Minister. As I said, the parliamentary secretary has apologized for his tweet, and I think it's really important that we all remember that there can be strong disagreements over policy, over questions of substance, but we need to remain civil and keep away from the personal accusations and the personal invectives whenever we have political debates.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the best way of restoring confidence of Canadians in politics is by honouring one's commitments. The Prime Minister in 2015 committed to delivering a zero deficit in 2019. That will not be the case. He said he would run small deficits, but we're looking at some $60 billion over the last 3 years. He did not keep his two promises when it comes to public finances. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that earlier or later, at some point, they're going to have to pay that down. What taxes will the Prime Minister be imposing on Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. In 2015, Canadians had a simple choice. The Conservatives who wanted to continue to give benefits to the richest people, and us who had the intention of investing in the middle class and in our communities to create economic growth. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Canadians made the right choice because the economic growth we've seen over the past years, the assistance we provided to Canadians, to middle-class Canadians, to families, we've lifted many children out of poverty, we've invested. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's crazy to see that the Prime Minister has forgotten his promise in 2015. They were misled by the Prime Minister because they believed the Prime Minister who said small deficits and nothing in 2019, and it's exactly the opposite. If nothing changes, the return to a balanced budget won't take place for years. How much more are Canadians going to have to pay for this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was cut taxes for middle-class Canadians. We've invested in the middle class. We know that that creates economic growth for all. The Conservatives don't understand that. They just talk about cuts in order to balance the budget at all costs. Are they going to cut the Canada Child Benefit? Will they cut the over 4,000 projects, infrastructure projects that we're delivering on across the country? Will they cut the GIS for seniors that we increased by $1,000? Mr. Speaker, where are they going to cut in the investments? The Honourable Member for Mouskine-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, the Liberals promised to eliminate subsidies to oil and gas. They also promised to adequately consult Indigenous peoples on projects affecting their territory. It's been a complete failure on both. The federal court has forced the Liberals to go back to rehold consultations with Indigenous peoples, and the PBO showed that they overpaid for the Trans Mountain how can they talk about eliminating greenhouse gas emissions with this overpayment and adequate consultations? Mr. Speaker, we know on our side of the House that the economy and employment go hand in hand. The Conservatives don't want to do anything for the environment, and the NDP, unfortunately, doesn't know how to grow the economy. We know that investing in our prosperity and in protecting the environment is the solution. In addition, we are phasing out subsidies for fossil fuels. We are honoring our commitments, our targets for 2025. The Honourable Member. Well, the heart of the problem is that when they talk about changes abroad, they put their hand on their heart and they say that they're going to honour it. The first time in Paris, everyone believed them. The second time in Katowice, everyone was a little more cautious. And that's because when they come back home, they do the opposite. They keep the Conservatives' weak targets, and according to the Federal Environment Commissioner, they won't even meet those targets. They buy pipelines. They increase subsidies for oil and gas. They exclude large emitters from the price on carbon. Is that what climate change, fighting climate change, is really all about? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we're in a situation where we have the Conservatives who don't want to do anything about climate change. They're accusing us of doing too much, and the NDP, who doesn't do anything about protecting jobs and growing the economy, and they accuse us of not doing enough. With the price on carbon, with our ocean protection plan, with investments to help Canadians, to pay additional costs that link it to pollution, we are working on protecting the environment and growing the economy at the same time.
Canadians are increasingly anxious about climate change. Last October, a UN report concluded the planet only has 12 years to make dramatic reductions in greenhouse gas emissions or face a catastrophe. And Canada's Environment Commissioner warned that meeting our Paris commitments, quote, will require actions beyond those currently planned or in place. So Canadians can't wait for this government to get its act together to urgently address climate change. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister think that sticking to Harper's climate change targets will get the job done?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we put in place a comprehensive pan-Canadian action plan to fight climate change, which includes putting a price on pollution and, yes, bringing in a price on pollution on those Conservative provinces that haven't wanted to move forward to give pollution a cost. But we've also moved forward on eliminating coal-fired power plants, on investing in renewable energy and investing in green solutions and green technologies, at the same time as we're creating greater protection for our natural parks. We know there is much more to do, and we have a plan to do just that.
Member for Victoria.
In my riding of Victoria, Mr. Speaker, people are so frustrated by the Liberals' stale talking points and by the gigantic gap between rhetoric and action on the environment. No matter what the Prime Minister says, climate change leaders don't use public dollars to buy pipelines. People are clear. Action is needed now. When will the Prime Minister stop giving fossil fuel subsidies to giant corporations and get serious about climate change?
The Prime Minister.
A country that is serious about fighting climate change knows that it takes investments in renewables, investments in innovative solutions, investments in the kinds of things we need to do to prepare for a lower carbon economy in the future. And getting a discount of $20, $30, $50 billion a year because we can't get our oil to markets other than the United States is unacceptable. That's why we're moving forward responsibly to get our oil to new markets while at the same time we fight climate change with all the tools we need. That, Mr. Speaker, is a Liberal approach.
For Abbotsford.
Speaker, the carbon tax cover-up continues. For many Canadians, life is becoming more expensive thanks to the Liberal carbon tax. But of course, our millionaire Prime Minister doesn't get it. Because, as he said, quote, I no longer have dealings with the way our family fortune is managed. Now, how many Canadians have that problem? Now we find out that the carbon tax is going to be 15 times greater than it is today, and Canadians will have to pay more. When will this Prime Minister tell us exactly how much his carbon tax will cost? Will he now answer?
Honourable Minister and returning to Secretary to Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to see that when we're dealing with an issue that's so important to Canadians and citizens around the entire world, the Conservatives put misleading information out there in order to trick Canadians into not taking action on climate change. The fact is, we're putting forward a plan that involves investments in public transit, making our electricity generated 90% renewable by 2030, and yes, putting a price on pollution. But if the honourable member is so concerned with the affordability of life, he'll take pleasure in knowing that our plan is going to reduce emissions and leave Canadian families better off.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only plan is to tax Canadians till there's no more money in their pockets.
Yeah.
And we know this Prime Minister has inherited a great family fortune. Canadians pay their own bills. Every dollar counts when they are managing their family finances. They are already paying for this inefficient carbon tax, and now government documents reveal that Liberals have a plan for a 15-fold increase.
Wow.
Canadians can't afford a $5,000 tax bill a year. Why is the Prime Minister covering up the actual cost of his carbon tax until after the election?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is putting forward figures that have no basis in reality in order to scare Canadians against taking action on climate change. The fact is we have the answers on what we can do, and that answer includes putting a price on pollution that will bring our emissions down and make life more affordable. It's been 281 days since the Conservative leader said he would put forward a plan. I know it was Groundhog Day this weekend, but it doesn't have to mean there's going to be 6 more weeks without a climate plan.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' carbon tax plan isn't an environmental plan, it's a tax on everything plan. The government's own documents, his own documents, Mr. Speaker, show the carbon tax will cost a family of 4 up to $5,000 a year and expected to go up even higher after the next election. The Prime Minister, who, in his own words, has a family fortune, might understand the impact of an extra $5,000 a year if he actually related to middle-class Canadians and had to manage his own budget. When will he stop making Canadians pay for his mistakes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up as part of a generation where doing something to protect our environment and fight climate change was informed every day of my life until now. The fact is Canadians know that climate change is real and that people like us who've been given this platform actually have a responsibility to do something about it. The fact is people are actually feeling real practical fallout from the inaction that we've seen over the past number of decades. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with a plan that's going to invest in public transit, is going to make electricity 90% generated by renewable resources by 2030, and it's going to put a price on pollution that will see our emissions come down and leave Canadian families financially better off at tax time.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, it's them who are exempting major emitters and them who are dumping sewage into our rivers and oceans. And this Prime Minister who wants to phase out the oil sands, and his plan is working. Meanwhile, Albertans are out of work and struggling to get by. Now the Liberal carbon tax is driving up the price of everything. This Prime Minister doesn't understand the impact of this tax is having because he inherited a large family fortune. When will this Prime Minister stop making Canadians pay for his mistakes?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservative strategy seems to be to mislead Canadians in order to avoid taking action on climate change. The fact is, we know that climate change is a real threat. We have an opportunity and an obligation not just to do something about it, but to do the most effective things that we know how. We talked to leading experts, and in fact, last year's Nobel Prize winner in economics has discovered that the best thing we can do to reduce emissions is put a price on pollution that makes life more affordable for Canadians. I'm disappointed that the honourable member throws rhetoric out there and makes personal attacks instead of bringing a single idea to the table. If he finally comes up with one, I'm all ears.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, it's the Prime Minister's own words. You said, and I quote, "I no longer have dealings with the way our family fortune is managed." But because he's never had to balance a household budget, he thinks budgets balance themselves. He's not worried about costs because he just makes others pay for his mistakes. His deficits are now out of control and breaking his own promises. And sooner or later, if he's allowed to continue, they will lead to higher taxes. The question is, How much will his tax plan cost Canadians, and who will have to pay?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
The really good news is that the member from Carleton can find out exactly what our tax plan is. We already introduced it back in 2016. We reduced taxes on middle-class Canadians. So what that means 30,000 people in his riding, in the riding of Carleton, have lower taxes. We also introduced an increase in the Canada Child Benefit, which means that 16,000 children in his riding are better off, $4 million better off in total. That is what our tax plan is. It's helping middle-class Canadians.
Member for Carleton.
Pretty rich for someone with $1 billion family business or a family fortune to claim that people are better off because they pay higher taxes by losing their children's fitness tax credit, by losing their transit tax credit, by losing tax credits for tuition and for textbooks. All of these middle-class Canadians are already paying more, but they know that the out-of-control runaway Liberal deficits will make it even worse after the election. So will they come clean? How much will they raise taxes, and who will have to pay?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I want to tell you what real challenge looks like. It looks like October 22nd for the member from Carleton when he's out trying to find a job, talking to employers about how he can do half an analysis and get to the wrong answer. That's what he continues to do. Half an analysis, the wrong answer. The whole analysis, what that tells you is that middle-class Canadians, they are better off. $2,000 better off this year than in 2015. That's the middle-class tax plan for the Liberals.
Order. Order. Okay, that's enough. Order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, China arbitrarily detained Canadian citizens for political purposes, and the Liberals said business as usual. A former SNC-Lavalin executive pleaded guilty to breaking political financing laws in what's been called the biggest fraud case in the country, but they continue to get huge federal contracts. It seems that whenever there's a buck to be made, the Liberals' moral compass breaks down, Mr. Speaker. SNC-Lavalin should be suspended from bidding on federal government contracts until Canadians have all the details of this fraud. So will the Liberals order the suspension, or do they have a price for every principle?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, SNC-Lavalin has a long history, including in my own province of Quebec. It supports tens of thousands of Canadian men and women. The jobs on the projects it works on support hundreds of thousands of Canadian men and women. And what I want to know is why this member is talking down Canadian jobs. That's what Canadians want to know. What I can also assure the member is that we have an accountability regime that is among the most stringent in the world. We will continue to enforce that. Canadian companies will have the highest degree of ethical behavior.
Right on.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, there are no principles. For 3 years now, the Minister of Revenue has been on the job. But since then, there have been no charges, no convictions linked to international tax evasion. People who pay their taxes are starting to find the Liberals pretty liberal with the richest 1%. Can we blame them? Look at the Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, Bahama Leaks. 3 years, 3 scandals, no results. What's it going to take for the minister to do her job and deal with the real people taking advantage of the tax system, and for her to come up with a plan that actually works? The Honourable Minister. Allow me to disagree with my colleague from the NDP. Contrary to the Conservatives, contrary to the NDP, we have made tax evasion a priority for our government when it comes to foreign tax evasion. Under our leadership, the agency has done many more investigations in the past 3 years than the Conservatives did in their 10 years in power. We are currently investigating some 50 cases linked to tax evasion, and we are going to...
Mr. Speaker, perhaps this millionaire Prime Minister doesn't realize that taxpayers aren't his personal ATM, and that ATM doesn't stand for automatic trust fund machine. This Prime Minister has left Canadians with only debts and deficits with no signs of a balanced budget. Canadians know that the extravagance of the Liberals will soon become the burden of middle-class families as they continue to raise taxes to pay for Liberal mistakes. Dollars don't fall from heaven. They have to be earned on earth. Will the Prime Minister come clean and tell Canadians the truth about his plan to raise taxes?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, even after the previous Conservative government left an additional $150 billion worth of debt, we still move forward to make investments in Canada. That's what we knew we needed to do, investments in middle-class Canadians. We lowered their taxes. That has been our plan from day one. Increasing Canada child benefits means they're better off today, our economy is better off, low unemployment, higher growth. That is the Liberal plan for success in our country, and we're going to stick through it, not only now, but after the next election.
The Honourable Member for Bourgneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, their plan isn't working. Now, when you incur debt, you have to plan to pay it back. A deficit now means taxes, higher taxes tomorrow for us, our children, and our grandchildren, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will have to increase taxes to pay for his irresponsible, out-of-control spending. The government must, once and for all, tell Canadians the truth. When will the Prime Minister reveal his plan to raise taxes? Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Our plan is very clear. We started by cutting taxes for the middle class, and we enhanced the CCB. This is an approach that works. It works for the middle class, and at the same time, it works for our economy, which is growing. We have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. Our plan is working. We will continue with our plan.
Mr. Speaker, when negotiating NAFTA, the Prime Minister made the mistake of giving in to all of Donald Trump's demands. Canadians are now feeling the effects of his mistakes. The Government of Ontario and Quebec have both sent letters to the Prime Minister urging him to do something to remove the harmful tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. When will these tariffs be lifted?
Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, when the U.S. imposed their illegal tariffs on our steel and aluminum, we acted quickly. We've already provided $624 million support to companies and workers, and we quickly imposed counter tariffs perfectly matched to protect our workers. Meanwhile, Doug Ford's Conservatives are calling for us to unilaterally surrender to the Americans by unconditionally removing our tariffs. Mr. Speaker, while our government is fighting for our workers, all the Conservatives can do is surrender.
Hear, hear. For Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, the problem here isn't Doug Ford. It's the Prime Minister's mistake of giving in to Donald Trump. What's important here is the Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. Manufacturers across Canada can't afford to continue to pay for the Prime Minister's mistakes. What is the plan to get these tariffs lifted? Canadians can't wait forever.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for Canadian companies facing the illegal U.S. tariffs. Our tariffs of $16.6 billion worth of U.S. imports are working. Just last week, senior Republicans called on the U.S. administration to lift the U.S. tariffs because of the impact of our retaliatory measures. Meanwhile, the Conservatives want to surrender. Instead of trying to score cheap political points on the back of our workers, Doug Ford and his Conservative friends on the other side of the aisle should join us and stand up for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, last night Unifor ran an ad intended to continue the fight for thousands of Canadian GM workers who will lose their jobs in Oshawa. Unlike this Prime Minister, who is sitting this one out, workers are fighting for their jobs and community. Conservatives gave GM billions in incentives without a guarantee to protect jobs in Canada. Now Liberals leave workers left stranded without a paycheck. It's about choices. Why won't the Liberals show some courage and stand up for Canadian workers?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we are standing up
for Canadian auto workers. When I went to the Detroit Auto Show, I met with Mary Barra and was very clear and highlighted the fact that they're making a mistake by leaving Oshawa. We won't make that same mistake. We'll continue to defend the automotive sector. We'll continue to defend the automotive workers. We've seen investments of $5.6 billion since we formed government in 2015 because we have policies and programs to support this critically important sector. We'll continue to fight for our auto workers.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, after 3 years of running deficits, the Liberals are finally now getting into infrastructure mode. Well, it's high time they started taking care of our infrastructure. They should have made quick investments early on, because cities and smaller municipalities can't wait any longer. But the Liberals preferred to set up an infrastructure bank to enrich their friends. And now they're touring the country in anticipation of the elections. Do they realize that once again it's ordinary Canadians who will have to pay for their empty and unfulfilled infrastructure promises? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we promised Canadians that we would make investments that would change the future in infrastructure and grow our economy. Whether it's schools, public transit, housing, culture, recreation, water treatment, and so on, we are investing in these infrastructure projects that will make the daily lives of Canadians easier. Our government has made unprecedented investments to build a 21st century Canada.
For Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today, February 4th, is a World Cancer Day. Almost everyone in this House, and indeed all Canadians, has a friend or family member whose life has been touched by cancer. It continues to be the leading cause of death in Canada, and almost half of all Canadians will develop it in their lifetime. We all know the devastation that a diagnosis can have on a family. I would like to ask the Minister of Health what our government has been doing to fight cancer.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member from Brampton South for her important question, but also her tremendous work on the Health Committee. As the Health Minister, I've certainly heard heartbreaking stories about people affected by cancer. And that's why this government has invested over $1.7 billion over the past 10 years in cancer research. Also, we're promoting healthy eating and physical activity, and last year unveiled new tobacco rules that the Canadian Cancer Society actually called the best in the world. While it might be tough, I know that together we will be able to one day beat cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, more than 125,000 oil and gas workers have lost their jobs under these Liberals. The Prime Minister vetoed Northern Gateway with no consultation. He killed Energy East with red tape. He overpaid for Trans Mountain, and every delay costs taxpayers more. His mistakes have caused the crisis in the energy sector and recently threatened the jobs of over 2,000 CNRL workers in Northeast Alberta. Now Imperial is cutting rail shipments and considering cancelling a new oil sands project. Will the Liberals stop? There are no more pipelines, Bill C-69.
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of Bill C-69 is to fix a broken system that was implemented by the previous government in 2012 that took away the ability of the Indigenous peoples to participate in a meaningful way. It took the ability of Canadians to participate in the regulatory process. It took the ability for us to protect our environment, the waterways, fish, and fish habitat. We are fixing a system that will allow us to move forward on large energy infrastructure projects in a way that makes sense for Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But 4 major new pipelines were built under Conservatives, and the reality is not a single new inch has been built under these Liberals. And most Canadians agree the lack of pipelines is a national crisis and that the Liberals are to blame. The Prime Minister said he wants to phase out the oil sands, and he's doing it. Last week, StatsCan said Canada's economy shrank in November because of low energy production, along with losses in construction, manufacturing, and finance. Hundreds of thousands of jobs are at risk. But you know what? The Prime Minister has a family fortune made mostly from oil and gas, so he really doesn't care. Why is the Prime Minister forcing Canadians to pay with their jobs for his mistakes?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Understand that Canada's natural resources have been a source of prosperity for all Canadians and thousands of jobs that have been created in that sector. The previous government failed to diversify our export markets. 99% of the oil from Alberta goes to the United States. That was the case in 2006, and that was the case in 2015. We are moving forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way to ensure that we're able to expand our markets. And the pipelines the honourable member cites, none of those allows us to get our resources to non-U.S. markets.
Good job. Député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Order. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Border Services Agency has had to reassign up to 550 employees to cover the illegal migration crisis. And now, the PBO has estimated that the cost to taxpayers of this crisis will exceed $1 billion by the end of next year. That doesn't include additional costs to the provinces and municipalities who are still awaiting compensation. Will the minister appear before the committee to explain the consequences of his mismanagement and that of the Prime Minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government's absolute priority is the safety of Canadians. When it comes to asylum seekers, we are working closely with the RCMP and CBSA to ensure that things happen properly, and we're making sure that they have the resources when they need them. In fact, it was said that the deployment of staff to deal with irregular migrants has no impact on the daily operations of the agency. So contrary to, or unlike the previous government, we are taking action to protect Canadians. We're investing in our security and will continue to do so.
Nose Hill.
No impact on the operations of the agency. That's in spite of these stories from recent weeks. An individual is deemed a national security concern, but still granted permanent residency. An illegal border crosser was able to enter Canada in spite of admitting to an extensive criminal record.
Really?
But no discernible impact. Will the minister appear before a parliamentary committee to be held accountable for Canada's immigration screening processes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we will never compromise in the safety and security of Canadians. We are working closely with the Canadian Border Securities Agency and the RCMP to ensure that that's actually the case. Wherever we need to put resources in place, that's where we're going to put them. And at no time was there any compromisation of the security of Canadians. And I want to quote the CBSA on this. The deployment of staff from across the country to support the processing of irregular migration has had no impact on the agency's daily operations. If they may not believe the CBSA, we do, and we support them.
Yes, sir.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Online application process for the Parents-Grandparents Sponsorship Program was a farce. Grace had tried to apply for 4 years, but the link didn't even show up for her on the IRCC website, despite upgrading her internet. Una felt cheated, as no one told her about the game rules. She opened the form at 9:01. It says she had 10 minutes to complete it. She finished it in 3, then she went over to make sure everything was correct. But after 7 minutes, she was kicked out. But later she heard you only have to fill out the name and the contact information to be accepted. How is this a fair process? And what will it take for the minister to do the right thing and eliminate the cap?
Minister of Immigration.
That we inherited a backlog of 167,000 people in the Parents and Grandparents program. Under the Conservative leadership, they had families waiting 8 years to be reunited with their parents and grandparents. We've brought that process down to less than 2 years. We've quadrupled the number from 5,000 to 20,000 spots so that more parents and grandparents can be reunited with their family. And we've put in place a fair first-come, first-served process. We'll continue to do better, and we've already improved the system in many ways, and we are responsible.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberals became government, they've left $372 million unspent at Veterans Affairs, even as service levels deteriorate. Last November, Parliament unanimously supported the NDP motion to end lapse spending and to ensure that all lapse spending goes to veterans so they get the services they need and deserve. I'd like to congratulate the new minister in her new role, but my question is simple. Will she honour Parliament's unanimous vote to end lapse spending at Veterans Affairs and ensure money budgeted for veterans is actually spent on veterans?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And I would like to commend the honourable member across the way for joining me in the chamber this morning as we conducted the closing ceremonies. To the member's question, as the member knows, our benefits are demand-driven, so no matter how many veterans come forward, when eligible, they will receive their benefits. These are based on estimates, and this process guarantees that whether a veteran comes forward this year, next year, or beyond, they will receive benefits.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. The Liberals' true feelings about Quebec are obvious. Despite their hypocritical smiles, they aren't listening to Quebecers or their needs at all. The Prime Minister is refusing to acknowledge the consensus in Quebec about having a single tax return form. Instead, he's inventing a ridiculous story suggesting that Quebecers might engage in tax evasion. That's only one step away from calling us thieves. Why can't they respond to this legitimate request from Quebecers? Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Recently, I was in Shawinigan with my colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services, to announce the construction of a new building that will host more than 1,300 employees in the Mauricie region. I had a very clear message for those employees and their families, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in Shawinigan because it's important and because we believe in their future. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe in the importance of investing, creating, and maintaining high-quality jobs in rural Quebec. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, having a single tax return means cutting the length of the form, not the number of workers. Nobody's going to lose their job in Shawinigan or Jonquière or anywhere else, Mr. Speaker. The minister's response is simply pathetic. For the Liberals, it's just the same old show. They say that they're open to Quebec's ideas, but when they get problematic, it's like, oh, well, we'll have to scare them off with some false argument. Can the minister do something positive and tell Quebec yes when it comes to having a single tax return form? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've been all around the Magdalen Islands and those regions, and I remember when the Harper government set up the EI reform in 2011. People in Eastern Quebec were terrorized by those changes. So the Harper Conservatives and the Conservatives of today are exactly the same. Now, we're going to be making new promises for the future, and I would encourage the Conservatives during the next election campaign to stop cutting. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the minister is continuing to be ridiculous in response to a very legitimate request from the National Assembly and from most Quebecers. Instead of using her position to make life easier for Quebecers, she's cutting all of Quebec's requests. The request for the single tax form, for the Obélix, for the sports tax credit. This joke has gone on long enough, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister stop treating Quebecers like a threat and finally allow them to have a single tax return form? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives had been in power and had done their homework, maybe they would better understand how things happen with the National Revenue Agency. The federal government, including 9 provinces and 3 territories, harmonized their tax return form, unlike Quebec, which has a different definition of what constitutes income. So do we ask our provinces and territories to align with Quebec, or do we try to get Quebec to align with the rest of Canada, Mr. Speaker? We will continue to work with our colleagues. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, one of the first measures that our government took when we were elected was to start an investigation into murdered and missing Indigenous women.
We highlighted the need to fund commemoration activities to help honor the lives and legacies of Indigenous women and girls and the LGBTQ2S individuals. La ministre des Femmes et de l'Égalité des Sexes peut-elle informer
Can the Minister on the Status of Women inform the House of what our government is doing to meet the inquiry's recommendations?
I'd like to thank my colleague for her strong advocacy on the behalf of the people of Saint Laurent and her good work on the Status of Women Committee. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from families and survivors across the country for the need for a commemoration fund to honor the lives and the legacies of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, including LGBTQ2S individuals. We've delivered with a commemoration fund worth over $10 million because we know when we come together to remember, to ensure that the stories of the missing and murdered find a dignified place in our stories, we all move forward on this path to
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, this government says one thing and does another. Promises a balanced budget by 2019 and then deficits for decades to come. Promises to make life more affordable for Canadians and then increase the cost of everything with the unfair carbon tax. Say that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, and then refuse to negotiate fairly and honestly with the Sunshine Village ski area. So can the Minister of Tourism explain how threatening to kick a family business off the land that they've used for 38 years protects our environment or grows tourism or our economy?
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Lesson from the Harper Conservative that decided to cut in the tourism sector by making sure to cut into Canada's marketing to international visitors, and also basically by letting down the 1.8 million Canadians that work in the sector. On this side of the House, we believe in the 1.8 million Canadians that work in the tourism sector. We've reinvested $100 million to promote Canada's tourism brand to the world, and we will present a good tourism strategy to make sure that Canada is basically the destination in the world to come, because we all know.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, the Liberals have promised reforms to protect our culture against Netflix and companies' dumping of American content. 10 days ago, Quebec media artists met in Montreal to send a clear message. Just do it. The Liberals always say, if you profit from our culture, you have to contribute to our culture, no exceptions. Well, then do something. Ottawa already has all the tools that it needs. All experts agreed on that point. So everyone wants the minister to adopt interim measures before the elections. Will he act, or will he let our culture die by 1,000 cuts? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, it's always the same question. It's the same old recording. I would ask the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert not to shout in the House. Occasionally we hear things that we don't like from the other side, but we all need to remain calm and respectful and try to wait one's turn. The Honourable Minister. Well, currently, I've been going across Canada, through different regions, in Quebec, for example, and what I've heard is that people are proud of the investments we're making in Telefilm Canada and in other media. After 10 years of cuts under the Conservative government, we're finally bringing our creators and cultures back to the centre of everything that we do. And I'm saying this again, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important that people know.
For Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, seniors are an important part of families, communities, and workplaces in my riding of Surrey Centre and across this country. They help grow Canada's economy and bring valuable knowledge and experience. Just last week in my riding of Surrey Centre, we announced $3.5 million for the investment in a new AgeWell National Innovation Hub Digital Health Circle. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development please tell this House how this investment will help benefit seniors in my riding of Surrey Centre and across British Columbia?
Great. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for Surrey Centre for announcing this next step forward in our innovation and skills plan, and particularly for all his hard work and advocacy as well, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to the health and vitality of Canadian seniors by helping commercialize preventative health technologies The digital health circle will create jobs and reduce health care costs. This is an investment in the independence, dignity, and quality of life of British Columbia seniors, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to invest in British Columbia and in seniors.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, workers at the Davie shipyard protested against the Prime Minister's inaction in Quebec City. As usual, he didn't listen, and the workers went home empty-handed. The Prime Minister also ignored the House Committee's recommendation to take action for the Navy. We know that this Prime Minister isn't used to having to pay the bills, but workers do. The naval strategy is languishing under the Liberals. Delays are being extended, so when will we finally get the Obélix at the Davie shipyard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we've been clear about our naval shipbuilding strategy. The Obélix is not something we're envisaging at the moment, but I would ask my honourable member why he didn't stand up for workers at the Davie shipyard when they ruled out that shipyard under their government. On this side of the House, we are trying to offer opportunities to the Davie shipyard. That member and that government did nothing for the shipyard. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, after many years of austerity, Quebec has finally balanced its budget. Despite the fact that they're responsible for health, education, daycare, and much more. But while Quebec was tightening its belt, money was flowing freely out of Ottawa. $19 billion in deficit. And what is it for? Dirty oil. And rail cars that bring their oil to Quebec. Will the government start using the money of Quebecers for Quebecers' needs? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the tax cut for the middle class, the enhancement of the CCB, that's for all Canadians, including Quebecers. It's very important to improve the living standards of the middle class all across Canada. That's been our approach, and it is working. We can see that we have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years, particularly in Quebec. Our approach is working. Our economy is growing. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, $19 billion in deficit for oil. For a government that loves to boast about how green it is, that's a real joke. And there's nothing there to compensate our farmers, nothing to fight the use of tax havens, no compensation for welcoming migrants, and a decreased federal health transfer. How can the government explain to Quebecers that it's spending their money recklessly without taking their priorities into account at all? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with our approach. It's clear that this is the best way to improve living standards for the middle class all across the country, and particularly in Quebec. We can see that the economy is growing. There's very low unemployment. That means that our approach and the Quebec government's approach are working together, and I think that's very good for Quebec.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, when asked last week about Greyhound pulling out of BC, the Minister of Transport said, quote, "We are working with the provinces. We will be there if they request us to help them on a cost-sharing basis," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Saskatchewan Transportation Company has been shut down and sold off. Is the federal government also offering to share the cost of restoring needed bus service in our province?
Minister of Transport.
Speaker, as we said last November, we are there to help the provinces on a cost-sharing basis for those provinces that are willing to invest in providing some of the routes that have been abandoned by Greyhound and that have not been taken up by other companies in the private sector. And that applies to all the 4 Western provinces. We are there because we realize that certain people depend on the bus service. They have no other alternative. And we'll be there.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, point of order. I think you'll find there's unanimous consent to table the following document. The Liberals' election platform from 2015, where it claims there will be a zero deficit in 2019. Is there unanimous consent? No, there is not unanimous consent.
The
Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis is rising on a point of order. During question period, I referenced the Defence Committee, which named 14 reasons that the Liberals should now grant the Obelix to the Davy shipyard, and I would request unanimous consent in the spirit of transparency to table this important report. It's important to taxpayers, to the Navy, and to Davy workers. Is there unanimous consent? No.
The member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to keep our promises in both official languages, so that I think you'll find unanimous consent to allow me to table in this House of Commons the Liberal Party platform showing the budget will be balanced in the year 2019, that is this year. Thank you.
Consent? No, there is no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills.
Conversations into the lobbies. We're momentarily going to have a statement from the minister, and I think others will be following, so perhaps members could maybe assist me by saying shh. I thank colleagues for their assistance. Statements by ministers, the Honourable Minister of Digital Government and President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, House of Commons staff, and honoured guests, I rise today in sorrow to pay tribute to Auditor General Michael Ferguson, a dedicated and honourable public servant who died too soon this weekend. He was just 60 years old.
Over the past 7 years, Mr. Ferguson was an indefatigable advocate of a government that was transparent, open, and accountable to all Canadians. And he did this even while he was fighting cancer over these last months. In my duties as Minister of Health, and then later as Minister for Indigenous Services, I quickly saw his commitment to help the most vulnerable, especially in terms of justice and equity towards Indigenous people.
Michael Ferguson devoted his life to public service. His career serving the people of New Brunswick took him from Comptroller of the Provincial Books to Auditor General of New Brunswick, and then Deputy Minister of Finance and Secretary to the Board of Management. Along the way, he spent time as a president of the New Brunswick Institute of Chartered Accountants and spent 3 years on the province's Public Sector Accounting Board before being elected to the Fellowship of the New Brunswick Institute of Chartered Accountants. In November 2011, Mr. Ferguson was appointed to be Canada's Auditor General, just the 14th person to hold the position since Confederation, following in the footsteps of the formidable Sheila Fraser.
He proved to be an example for public service, performing his work with rigor, resolve, and humility. And all Canadians owe him a debt of gratitude.
His office examined such foundational issues as rail safety, tax collection, access to health services for remote First Nations communities, food protection, cybersecurity, and military procurement. All governments must be open to outside critique. Michael Ferguson was able to focus on the granular details of government while also recognizing systemic issues. He was always striving to make us better as a government and as a country. Michael Ferguson
contributed to strengthening our democracy and maintaining the integrity that Canadians expect of our public institutions.
He passed away surrounded by his wife Georgina and sons Malcolm and Jeffrey. He is gone too soon, but we know that his was a life well lived. On behalf of the Government of Canada and all Canadians, I offer our deepest condolences to Mr. Ferguson's family, friends, and colleagues. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, join with the President of the Treasury Board and rise to pay tribute to an extraordinary public servant who dedicated his entire professional working life to help make Canada a better place, and to offer my deepest condolences on the passing of Auditor General Michael Ferguson, who succumbed to cancer and passed away this past Saturday, surrounded by his family. Michael Ferguson had a distinguished career serving the province of New Brunswick in several senior roles prior to being appointed Auditor General of Canada in 2011 by Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Michael Ferguson quickly established his reputation for tough, thorough audits. He never shied away from bringing failures of government departments and agencies of successive governments to Parliament's attention. When Michael Ferguson appeared as a witness at a committee meeting, Canadians knew that a very bright light was about to be shone into the corners of their government and that accountability would be demanded. He made no attempt to sugarcoat the facts. His reports and committee testimony were delivered without passion or rhetoric. The strong terms he used to describe failures of government were always presented factually. He was never afraid to be exact and precise, regardless of the topic or the subject or possible consequences for the government of the day. He leaves a legacy of forcing governments, and indeed all public servants, to constantly improve in order to serve Canadians. He will be missed by the thousands of public servants from across Canada who want to deliver the best service that they can to Canadians. He will be missed by the dedicated staff at the Office of the Auditor General, and he will be missed by all parliamentarians, and in particular by my colleagues from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. He will be missed by all Canadians who demand accountability from their government. To his wife and his sons, I extend my deepest sympathies, and on behalf of the Conservative opposition, our condolences, our thoughts, and our prayers are with you.
Well done.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to pay tribute to a friend and Canada's Auditor General, Michael Ferguson. Canada has lost an exemplary public servant, and on behalf of the NDP and myself, I want to begin by expressing my sincere condolences to Michael's family and his colleagues at the Office of the Auditor General. A true professional who understood the importance that oversight has on the performance of government. Michael was a leader in the field of auditing and highly respected across Canada and around the world. And Speaker, I'd like to begin my short remarks by reading quotes from Michael Ferguson to us, to Parliament. And this is actually from a report entitled A Message from the Auditor General, and it's in 216. And this is Michael talking to us. I believe that the Office of the Auditor General of Canada is uniquely equipped to support Parliament in its oversight role. Indeed, in our work, it does not matter who sits on which side of the House of Commons. Our business is to examine the activities and programs of government and to provide parliamentarians with impartial information about what is working and what is not. Despite those good outcomes, I believe that government could get more value from our audits if it used them differently. If departments and agencies focused on becoming more productive and put more emphasis on what they are delivering. After all, in one way or another, everything that government does is intended to serve Canadians. As such, government should do service well to benefit Canadians, both individually and collectively. And Speaker, that do service well was a main theme that he instilled in the current Public Accounts Committee, that at the end of the day, all the measuring, all the performance audits, all of the accountability is about Canadians receiving the service that they're entitled to. And that's what Michael was all about. I was actually the chair of the Public Accounts Committee during the transition from Sheila Fraser to Michael Ferguson. And I'm going to be honest with colleagues, the only thing that was on my mind was when Sheila's term was up was who on earth and where on earth are we going to find anybody that can fill Sheila Fraser's shoes? I mean, Sheila was a force of nature. The world knew about the work that Sheila Fraser did. And then along comes this name. I'd met him at Canadian Council meetings of public accounts, but I didn't really know him. A long drink of water named Michael Ferguson, who was the Auditor General from New Brunswick. And he didn't speak French, which was a problem politically. He didn't speak French at that time, as my friend from Quebec is emphasizing, because I think that's the important end of that story. He made commitments to ensure that he was as fluid as he needed to be in our second official language, our equal official language, and from all accounts, he did that. And another commitment that he kept when he made it to Canadians. But these things were working a bit against him, as you can imagine, the politics of the day. And I didn't know really where to go. I'd heard he was pretty good, but we got this French problem, and what are we going to do here? And I got a phone call from Sheila. And I knew Sheila well. We'd worked together for 7 years on the Public Accounts Committee. And I don't think I'm betraying any confidences at this point now, given where we are, when she said to me, look, David, I know that there's the issue around the French, and you have to deal with that, and I won't speak to that. That's not my role. But I am here, David, that if you have any credibility, if you believe that I have any credibility and you respect my word as the former Auditor General of Canada, then please do everything you can to make sure Michael Ferguson becomes the next Auditor General. And boy, did she have that right. Michael Ferguson was our Auditor General. And by the time Michael was done, Mike was the people's auditor. The people in Canada knew that they had a friend, an ally in Michael Ferguson, just as they had with Sheila Fraser, and that his sole purpose was to provide accountability and transparency, regardless of what party was in power, and the importance of working with a nonpartisan Public Accounts Committee. And those of you that have served on it know that it's a special calling. You don't perform the same way you do on other committees. One's job is to leave your membership card at the door and go in and deal with the Auditor General's report as a parliamentarian and to deal with his findings. And that's what Michael was about, Speaker. He was about making sure that the system worked for Canadians. So in closing, I'd like to again quote Michael. Parliamentary committees play a crucial role in challenging departments. I believe there is an important role for parliamentary committees, whether those of the House of Commons or the Senate, to use our audit reports not just to understand what has happened, but also to make the changes take place. Committees should invite departments and agencies to appear before them multiple times until it is evident that they have made the changes needed to improve their services to people. In a few years, and I am winding up, Speaker, in a few years, when this government is at the end of its current mandate, and I am nearing the end of mine, I wonder if I will find myself repeating these words, or if I will be able to talk about real improvements in government services built around people. Thank you, Mike, for everything you've done for our country. You've left behind an incredible legacy and challenged us to do service better. It's now up to us, colleagues, to rise to that occasion. Thank you, Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Bécancour Sorel have the unanimous consent of the House to add his remarks? Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public confidence in our institutions is largely based on the thoroughness of those who hold the highest offices, and those people are duty-bound to be irreproachable, impeccable. And that was what Michael Ferguson, the Auditor General, always was, right up until his death, which we have learned about today with astonishment and sadness. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to offer my condolences to his family, loved ones, and colleagues. Mr. Ferguson showed great respect for our language because when he was appointed, he didn't speak French, but he committed immediately to learning French. Barely a year later, he kept his promise. He succeeded in delivering his first report in both official languages, showing an appropriate knowledge of French, and that is to his credit. He also showed that he understood his responsibilities as Auditor General. Mr. Ferguson distinguished himself through the quality of his work, thorough reports, on target and always relevant. The Bloc Québécois always had good relations with the Office of the Auditor General and always appreciated his attention to detail, his objectiveness, and his cordial nature. In closing, Mr. Speaker, may I say to the family and loved ones of Mr. Ferguson something that the great French author Alexandre Dumas once said: "Those we have known and loved who are no longer where they were, but their presence is always felt where we are." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honour of Michael Ferguson, Auditor General of Canada.
I now invite the House to rise to observe a moment of silence. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Qu'à la conclusion du débat d'aujourd'hui,
that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Carleton, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed to have been put, and a recorded division is deemed to have been requested and deferred until Tuesday, 5 February 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent Leamington. I must say, I should tell him that today's my wife's birthday, and she was born in Chatham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She's a very lucky woman to be able to lay claim to that birthplace, I might add. Please convey my best wishes on her birthday. And she's a very young woman, but at any rate, I have a number of petitions, quite a stack of petitions, actually. Back in the 41st Parliament, the House of Commons unanimously passed a motion calling for the government to create a national strategy on palliative care to ensure every Canadian has access to high-quality palliative care at the end of his life. And as such, these petitioners are therefore calling upon the Parliament to establish that national strategy on palliative care.
Any petitions? Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I have a petition from a number of constituents who asked the Parliament of Canada to support protections for the Thames River system. Because the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations covering the Navigable Waters Act, thousands and thousands of rivers were left vulnerable, particularly a heritage river like the Thames. And despite the Liberal government promising to reinstate the Environmental Protections Act gutted, it did not. And so these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-355, which commits government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames River by amending the Navigational Protection Act.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the... Excuse me. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on December 11, 2018 by the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington concerning the government response to written question Q 2001. Excuse me. I would like to thank the member for having raised the matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his comments. In raising this matter, the member for Perth Wellington explained that, in response to his written question Q 2001, the government had indicated that, quote, a response could disclose personal and solicitor-client privileged information. Therefore, the government must respectfully decline to respond, unquote. This, he argued, amounted to the government boldly refusing to answer the question, and hence should be considered as a deliberate defiance of the authority of the House. For
his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that, as it is the prerogative of a minister to refuse to answer a question that is considered a sub judice matter, this was simply a matter of debate. As explained in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 529, quote, as with oral questions, it is acceptable for the government, in responding to a written question, to indicate to the House that it cannot supply an answer, unquote.
Also addressed this in a ruling on May 5th, 1971, at page 5515 of the debates, when he stated, quote, it is correct, of course, to state as a general principle that a member should not be impeded in the discharge of his parliamentary duties. I suggest that this in itself does not create an obligation on the part of the government to supply any and all information sought by a member, either by way of an oral question or a written question, unquote. De plus, le pouvoir.
Additionally, the authority accorded to the Speaker to judge responses is limited. Boston-Gagnon at page 529 is clear on this when it states, and I quote, there are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions, unquote.
Accordingly, I do not find that there is a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention. And now, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders. Business of supply, resuming debate on the Conservative motion. I would like to inform the House that because of statements by ministers, the House will be extended
16. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. The Canada that I think most of us envision is one that's prosperous, that's socially just, and environmentally healthy. The motion on the floor of the House today, in sometimes a roundabout way, touches on a number of these themes. But there's an additional theme that it does touch on as well, perhaps unwittingly, and that's the importance of truth in our political discourse. It's important, given the focus, the economic focus of so many different parts of the motion, that we examine its contents in the economic context that we find ourselves today. I think it's important that we start by acknowledging that over these past few years, things have actually been going very well for the Canadian economy. We know that since 2015, the Canadian economy has added over 800,000 jobs, primarily private sector full-time jobs, I might add. And we know that unemployment is at a historic low, the lowest in over 40 years since we've actually began tracking that data. But it's not enough to simply acknowledge that the economy might be doing well. We have to ensure that we take steps that make the economy work for everyone. In particular, we need to make sure that the economy is working in a way that makes life more affordable for Canadian families that are struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, this has been a focus of our government from the very beginning. In particular, Mr. Speaker, we can point to the fact that we know today that Canadian families are, on average, about $2,000 better off than they were at the time of the last federal election. Now, there's a number of reasons this is the case, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, we've introduced certain social policies that put more money in the pockets of ordinary Canadian families. If we look at the Canada Child Benefit, this is a program that's putting more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. To date, it's lifted over 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. In the area that I represent alone, it helps about 11,000 kids every month. And the average benefit for families who actually qualify for this program is about $6,800 in the area that I represent. It's $48 million a year is coming to the communities in my constituency that's making life more affordable for Canadians. And while it's all well and good to be pointing out these statistics, which are meaningful, it's extremely important that we remember there's human beings behind every one of these statistics. I remember conversations with a single mom in the town of Stellarton that I bumped into, who told me that she was able to afford a new outfit for her kids on the first day of school for the first time after she started receiving the Canada Child Benefit. She said every year in September, it was an embarrassing time of year for her because she never felt she could afford to put clothes on her kids' backs. These are the stories that will stick with me as a representative for the rest of my life. Mr. Speaker, I've talked to other families who said they've been able to enroll their kids in swimming lessons, and I've spoken to other families who said they're trying hard to put healthier food on the table. These are positive social outcomes, and I don't think it matters which party you represent to acknowledge that when families like this are better off, then they're well served by government policies. We can look at policies like the Canada Workers Benefit that can put up to $500 more in the pockets of people who are working hard but are unable to get ahead. We can look at policies like the tax cut for the middle class, which raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadian income earners and made life a little bit more affordable for the rest of us. Mr. Speaker, I note the motion before the House today on a number of occasions suggests that life has somehow become less affordable under this government. Nothing could be further from the truth. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just these measures that I can point to that demonstrate that life is actually becoming less expensive for Canadian families. If you look at the point in the motion that refers to the Canada Pension Plan, our seniors are actually better off today than they were 3 years ago. And that's for a number of reasons. We've rolled back the age of eligibility for the old age security from 67 under the previous government to 65 today. We've boosted the guaranteed income supplement, which helps low-income single seniors, some of the most vulnerable members of our communities, who can now receive up to $947 extra a year as a result of this policy change. And when it comes to the Canada Pension Plan, it's actually helping generations who are currently working today to have a more secure and dignified retirement when they do finish their career. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to students, which I know are referenced in the motion as well, certainly we've made certain changes to previously existing boutique tax credits, but we've reprofiled benefits for students so low-income students can actually afford to go to school because we've increased the Canada Student Grants Program by 50%. And we've also made it more affordable on the back end of your education, so you don't have to start repaying your Canada student loans until you're earning at least $25,000. Now, coming from the province of Nova Scotia, where so many young people get educated there and have to move away, knowing that they'll have this relief on the back end of their education from one of our many universities or colleges is actually going to encourage more people to stay in the communities where they came from or where they gained an education at home. Mr. Speaker, the thing that is perhaps most disappointing, though, is that each of the measures that I just listed that make life more affordable for Canadians couldn't earn the support of the Conservative Party of Canada. On the one hand, they criticize us for making life more expensive, but at each and every turn, when we put forward policies that are designed to improve the quality of life and affordability of life for Canadian families, they vote against those measures. Mr. Speaker, I note that they've suggested in this motion as well that somehow small businesses are worse off as a result of the policies our government's introduced. This is completely false. Madam Speaker, now in the chair, I note in particular that as of January 1st of this year, the small business tax rate has come from 11% to 9%. Put simply, 9 is a smaller number than 11, and small businesses are actually saving money as a result of this policy change. A small business that's able to take full advantage of the small business tax cut can save up to $7,500 in an ordinary year. But it's not just the lower tax rate that small businesses are benefiting from. We've got new trade deals with the European Union, with the United States, and with countries around the Pacific Rim as well. These are creating opportunities for small businesses to export their products to hire more people in Canadian communities. If you look at the measures that were implemented and announced in the fall economic statement this year, we're actually investing in measures that help businesses create jobs rather than just allowing a single person who might own all the shares in a company to become wealthier. Madam Speaker, we're allowing businesses to achieve tax incentives if they actually invest in things like new equipment or new buildings that are going to help increase their productivity. I note as well we've boosted investment at regional development agencies in Atlantic Canada, such as HoC, that's actually going to help diversify our regional economy and create jobs. Again, when we had a motion on the floor last year to increase support for Atlantic Canadian business growth, every Conservative member of Parliament in the House voted against that measure. Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but we've got extra investments in innovation, in infrastructure that's leading to projects in my riding like the highway twinning between Sutherland's River and Antigonish, the creation of a new Institute of Government and Centre for Innovation and Health on campus at one of my alma maters, St. FX University, a new Pictou Campus Trades Innovation Centre for the skilled trades in our community. Investments in infrastructure are actually putting people who work for local small businesses to work. Benefits from those projects.
Off here, Madam Speaker.
There we go. There we go. I'm not sure how much of it we may have missed there, but I'll carry on where I find myself. Yeah, Madam Speaker, but there's one particular part of the motion that I have a specific interest in, given my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. There's a motion, I believe it's subsection H of today's motion. Suggests that the cost of our environmental policy could go as high as $5,000 in the future. These numbers are just being picked out of the air, Madam Speaker. You know, their strategy when it comes to the environment seems to be to trick Canadians and to not taking action on climate change. Realistically, Madam Speaker, I assume the vast majority of us in this House can agree that climate change is a serious problem. If we can agree that it's a problem, and not all of us do agree on that, I'm afraid, but if we can agree that climate change is a serious problem, we can turn the debate on what steps we should actually be implementing to solve that problem, rather than throwing our hands up in the air and saying, well, that's not good enough. We're not going to contribute anything to the debate. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, we have a responsibility and an obligation not only to take action, but to identify the most effective measures. You see, Canadians, by and large, know how serious the threat of climate change is. It was outlined in significant detail in the recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to the United Nations. We are staring down the barrel of a serious, serious problem. And it's incumbent on all of us in this House to take action to do something about that problem. Now, our plan, despite the singular focus of the opposition on our plan to put a price on pollution, contains many different elements that is going to help us to achieve meaningful climate emissions reductions, in order to prevent catastrophic damage coming to our communities. What a lot of Canadians don't realize is we're putting forward policies that's actually going to ensure by 2030 that 90% of our electricity will be generated by renewable resources. We're making the largest investment in public transit to encourage more commuters to take mass transit to work rather than their own vehicles, so they can minimize their own carbon footprint. We're phasing out coal by 2030, more than 30 years in advance of what was the previous schedule under the previous government. You see, the great thing about investing in these different kinds of programs is that it actually leads not only to a solution to a problem we're dealing with, but an extraordinary, once-in-a-generation economic opportunity. If I look at our plan to make investments in energy efficiency, I see that there's already jobs being created in the communities that I represent. I've talked about them a few times in this House, but I'll raise the example once more of the Trinity group of companies based out of Pictou County, Nova Scotia. They started as a couple of guys who were good craftsmen that were able to do home repairs, and they were just two people in the beginning. But when they started to benefit from government programs that invested in energy efficiency, they realized there was a market to not only bring down our country's emissions, but to save ordinary Canadians money on their home heating bills each year. By replacing old windows with more energy efficient ones, installing smart thermostats, or taking other efficiency measures, they're actually able to help bring the cost of living down for ordinary Canadians. They're able to take part in the global fight against climate change, and importantly, they're able to create jobs. There are dozens of employees working at home for this business now, making life more affordable and reducing our emissions at the same time. But it's not just this one example that stands out. We can look at Carbon Cure in the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour's riding, who's discovered a way to strengthen concrete by sequestering carbon out of the atmosphere. There's some incredible technological developments going on, and by investing in the green economy, we're actually able to achieve economic growth by being on the front end of a very important economic wave. But of course, these policies that I've referred to are not the entirety of our plan to combat climate change. And yes, our plan does include putting a price on pollution. Now that we have more than the 35 seconds every day in question period, I'm happy to take an attempt at explaining it so more people can understand what's actually going on. You see, when we acknowledge it's a problem and acknowledge that we have to do something about it, we actually went through a process to ask experts who've been studying climate economics and climate science for their entire careers on the best path forward, the most effective path forward. And what we've learned is that the single best tool that we have to reduce emissions is to put a price on pollution and to maintain the affordability of life, which I know is a real concern for so many people I represent. People will change their behavior and it will bring emissions down over time, and the revenues collected from the price that's put on pollution are actually returned to families to ensure that at the end of each year, they're left better off. This is a plan that literally puts more money in the pockets of Canadians and brings emissions down. But Madam Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it. You can talk to last year's Nobel Prize winner in economics, Professor William Nordhaus, who was awarded the Nobel Prize for his discovery that the method I just described is the most effective way to bring climate emissions down. When asked where we can look for models of how to implement this system, he actually pointed to the system in British Columbia. Madam Speaker, this is a bipartisan idea. We have Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy is advocating for our plan. We have Preston Manning, who I think everyone in this House would recognize as a household name, advocating to put a price on pollution. We even have members of Doug Ford's team in Ontario who testified before Parliament just a few years ago that the single most effective tool we have to transition to a low-carbon economy is to put a price on pollution. Madam Speaker, a number of notable voices on both sides of the political spectrum in the United States recently signed on to a letter, including chairs of the Federal Reserve and chairs of the Economic Advisory Council to the President, saying that this is the best opportunity we have to achieve meaningful emissions reductions. Madam Speaker, it's important that we talk about facts that we can agree on rather than lobbing numbers in the air to trick Canadians into how expensive this plan will be, so we can actually debate the merit of ideas. And if members of the opposition have ideas on how we can reduce our emissions I will listen to them, and if they are more effective than our plan, I will approach that conversation in good faith. But to date, the response we have seen to putting forward our plan to price pollution and make life more affordable has been to spread misinformation about the cost. This is not a helpful contribution to the debate, but perhaps the most important public policy debate that we will have in my lifetime. The fact of the matter is, many of us here are parents. We want to ensure that our kids have a healthy environment to grow up in and experience as we did. We also want to make sure that we capitalize on the $23 trillion opportunity, according to from our Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney. We have to take advantage of these opportunities, because if we're not one of the first to market, we're going to miss the boat. Madam Speaker, it's the only way forward, it's the responsible way forward to meaningfully approach the threat posed by climate change. But I have good news, Madam Speaker. We're actually going to achieve social cost savings by making these kinds of investments, because the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of taking action. We're already paying the price. If you look at municipal property taxes, I was speaking with a representative from the Insurance Bureau of Canada today. He's indicated that we're paying more today because of the results of climate change and our failure to take action over the previous decades. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the big bond rating agencies, they're going to make it more expensive by downgrading the credit rating of municipalities that don't have a climate plan. They're going to make it more expensive to build, for example, flood mitigation infrastructure. They're going to make it harder to borrow money to deal with climate change on the back end if municipalities don't have an effective plan to combat climate change on the front end. We've recognized that we're already paying the cost. By 2030, I believe the estimates is that we're going to be paying about $5 billion dealing with the results of climate change, like floods, like wildfires, hurricanes, Madam Speaker. But I think it's important to make one final point during my remarks today. One of the themes that runs through each of the sub-points made in today's motion is the fact that there's a lot of half-truths and omissions that the Conservatives have used to try to drive home the point that life has somehow become less affordable. I think I established at the beginning of my remarks that it's simply not true. But this assertion that 81% of middle-income Canadians are seeing higher taxes is false. The next point, that the average income tax increase for middle-income families is $840. It's also false. Madam Speaker, there's allegations in here that we're trying to discount employee benefits and dental benefits. That's just not happening. They're suggesting that the price of our environmental plan is going to be $5,000 for a family. These are all pieces of information that are false. Their entire strategy seems to be to throw information out there that is completely false and hopes that Canadians grab onto it and are scared to embrace a responsible plan that's creating jobs, that's reducing our pollution, and that's helping ordinary families get by. Madam Speaker, at a time in our global political discourse when you're seeing certain movements around the world rely on false information in hopes they can grab lightning and have some sort of a populist movement, it's greatly disappointing. And you see as well certain times when the media actually calls out some of the falsehoods that are being peddled. There's attacks on the media. We're operating in a post-truth era of politics. And it's greatly disappointing, Madam Speaker. While the motion is, in my opinion, inaccurate and somewhat ridiculous, it's disappointing to me that the strategy to earn the support of Canadians is to trick them into believing things like life being more expensive or plans being ineffective. Madam Speaker, it's essential that if we're going to have a debate about ideas, that we can actually rely on facts, not these half-truths in order to deceive folks. To anybody who's watching at home, I want you to pay attention to politics. We have the opportunity and a platform here to do serious good, to make life more affordable for Canadians, to improve our environmental protections, to grow our economy. And if you watch closely, you'll see that there's members, probably of all parties, who take liberties with facts. But there's something going on that we all need to be vigilant towards. And that's making sure that the debates we have up here are based on science, facts, and evidence, not ideology and not misinformation. So if you're watching and you see something that you don't like, I encourage you to get engaged. Because if you're not going to take steps to move forward on the things that you care about, nobody else is looking out for those things also. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to stand up and debate this motion today, because I care so strongly about making life more affordable for the folks that I represent, for protecting our environment, and ensuring that we create economic growth opportunities so people in places like Pictou County, Antigonish, and the eastern shore of Nova Scotia have an opportunity to make a living and stay at home if they choose to. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his remarks. I'd like to continue speaking to the people watching, the voters of Pictou, Antigonish, Guysborough, those parts of Nova Scotia, in the vein he was. Because he's criticizing our positions in the carbon tax, our questions about the cost for rural Nova Scotians who heat their home with home heating oil, how much more they will cost. He basically is suggesting we're lying to Canadians. This from a government who blacks out the documents they have saying what the cost of the carbon tax is to his constituents in rural Nova Scotia. Seniors on a fixed income, Madam Speaker, don't have much more money to pay higher costs for home heating oil, for driving to get their groceries, for the groceries themselves. If he wants to have the honest debate he suggests, when will he go to the Prime Minister and said, unblock the lists, unblack out the pages with the costs? If he wants a real debate, stop hiding the figures.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a starting point, I think there's actually a helpful fact here that we need to understand. There's only a few provinces where our price on pollution actually applies. Nova Scotia is not one of them, but because the provincial government actually took a leadership role and established their own pricing system that involves a cap and trade system. So it doesn't necessarily even apply in Nova Scotia. If he's concerned about the cost of living in home heating for the seniors that he raised in his question, I'm curious as to why the Conservative Party didn't support the boost to the guaranteed income supplement that I raised in my remarks that can put almost $1,000 more in the pockets of low-income single seniors. I'm curious why they opposed the changes to old age security and reducing the age of eligibility from 67 to 65. And their motion here is specifically attacking the Canada Pension Plan. But to address the point the honourable member made, families will be better off under our plan because they're going to receive an incentive at tax time that will make life more affordable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. I do think that in this Parliament it's always important to try to find solutions to problems, particularly when they are problems that affecting all of humanity and the whole planet. So we have to remember that in the context of this motion, the Conservatives are asking if you would be ready not to raise any taxes. And what they're reproaching in the carbon tax, which would be paid by consumers, is that big polluters aren't affected. So now I'm addressing the parliamentary secretary now, and I'd like to know, would it be possible to have measures that are not simply political demagoguery? Because if you say that you're going to spend $1.6 billion to support the oil industry, well, people might find that consistent if you were also going to clean up. I would just remind the member that he should address his remarks to the chair and not to the parliamentary secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. I know he's committed to the cause of doing something meaningful on climate change, and I've had a few conversations with him on that topic. Just a quick piece before I address the real crux of his question. When it comes to big emitters, I think there's a point that needs to be made. There's been a lot of talk in this House that they're somehow exempt from our plan. That's simply false. Big emitters do pay the same price on pollution. They're subject to this exact same price signal that everyone else is, and I just wanted to put that on the record. And now when it comes to the portion of his question that dealt with the energy sector, I think it's important that we recognize that we can't just flip switches and change our economy overnight. I think we know that there is a global transition towards increased renewable fuels happening over time, and that we need to support those in sectors that will be affected, like the energy sector, which is and has been a good job-creating industry in our country for a significant period of time. But we also have to be making investments that allow us to catch the front end of the next economic wave in the green economy, that allows us to get those kinds of renewable jobs, that allows homes to become more efficient and communities to become more effective as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
When we talk past each other, in the end result, what are Canadians really looking for? They're looking to see how much more money is in their pocket than there was before. In this Conservative motion, we're talking about statistics that come from a Fraser Institute study from September 2017. And this study in footnote number 1 says very clearly what is not covered by this report are government transfers, including the new Canada Child Benefit Program. The government's argument is that the Canada Child Benefit has, through a different measure, placed more money in the average family's pocket than these taxes have taken away. And so, in the end result, the real question is, which plan puts more money in the average person's pocket? These semantics that are being used are, your taxes are going up, but this report that is saying that isn't covering the main reason the government is saying that more money are in people's pockets. So we're all talking past each other. I'd like to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, does he agree with that analysis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I not only agree with the analysis, I would suggest it's indisputable. It's even in the report he mentioned. And for the record, the Fraser Institute has no connection to myself being a Fraser as well. I'd like to distance myself from it as far as humanly possible. But the reality is, if you knock doors in my riding, the median income is just a little over $20,000 a year for an individual. When I knock doors sometimes, I see kids answer who haven't had enough to eat. I've got the power company on speed dial because so many people call us without being able to pay their power bill at the end of the month. Through measures like the Canada Child Benefit, the average family who qualifies in my riding will be $6,800 further ahead, tax-free. This is meaningful change for families that are going to allow kids to eat more healthy food, allow families to go to school with new outfits, and allow more kids to take part in sports and other activities. It's good policy, Madam Speaker.
Maybe you want to ask the member to make sure that his earpiece isn't too close to the mic because there is some feedback. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite. I know he's very well intentioned when it comes to wanting to help the planet, but he's misleading Canadians when he talks about the carbon tax, because we know that taking money out of Canadians' pockets and putting it back at the end of the year is going to do nothing for the planet, and we know that even if Canada totally eliminated its footprint, it's less than 2% of the global problem, and so it will have an insignificant effect. We know that the carbon tax doesn't work because Australia had one. It drove the cost of everything up. They got rid of it. We know BC has one, and their emissions have gone up. The cap and trade issue that Quebec has, their emissions have gone up. So these mechanisms don't work, but they do take money out of the pockets of Canadians. Can a member comment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Certainly, Madam Speaker, and to correct the record, and I thank the Honourable Member for her the level of discourse she brings. She's always been a pleasure to chat with when we previously worked together on committee. But when it comes to the effectiveness of these measures, every climate economist who's looked at it has suggested that this is the most effective tool that we have. If you try to move forward with building a house and you don't use a hammer and nails, you're going to be a heck of a lot less effective doing it. We have to use the best tool that we have in the toolbox, and we will be better off with this plan than without it. But there's one argument the Honourable Member made, essentially that Canada is too small to make a difference, that I cannot buy into, and it's so frustrating when I hear this. We never had that argument being debated when we were talking about Vimy Ridge, when we were talking about Canada's contribution to the Second World War. The fact is, Canada has always been a small country that has always punched above its weight. We are in the fight of our time right now, and if we can't demonstrate a leadership role, then who is going to?
We have time for a very brief question. L'honorable député de Longueuil. No.
The Honourable Member.
Very brief question. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to go back, Madam Speaker, and through you ask the Parliamentary Secretary. When he talks about a tax on pollution, does he agree at all with any of the statistics that are coming from the other side?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
The short answer is no. The somewhat longer but still short answer is every leading climate economist who's looked at this issue has disagreed with that point of view. We've actually talked to people who win Nobel Prizes, who've chaired the Federal Reserve in the United States, political leaders from both sides of the aisle in Canada. Consistently, the answer comes back that emissions will come down and families will be better off if you put a price on pollution and return the revenues directly to Canadian families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't help but mention that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Hamilton-Thompson. I'd like to get back to what my colleague said. If the Liberal plan on the carbon tax was to return this money to families, why wasn't that their original plan? Why have they proposed this now? Why didn't they do it at first? But they're asking provincial governments to levy this tax, and then they'll get it back to them. It's just anything at all, they seem to be saying, Madam Speaker. Things change from hour to hour. Now, we're here to discuss an issue which is concrete for Canadians, and that is the consequences of the Prime Minister's errors. The Prime Minister is making Canadians pay for his mistakes. He's saying that taxes are going to go up again and that we will be less well protected against a possible economic slowdown. It's not happening now, but it's something that could well happen, and Canadians would have to pay for it. The Prime Minister promised in 2015 that he would balance the budget in 2019. And I heard speeches about integrity in politics and openness. How can you trust a party whose leader promised on several occasions, and it's in their platform, and it's been repeated, he said if Canadians voted for him, he was going to rack up really tiny deficits and then return to budget balance for 2019. Now, this wasn't just anyone who said this. It is the leader of the Liberal Party. And what happened once they got to power? They said, oh, not too serious. We've been elected. We don't feel compelled to keep our word. We don't have to stick to these tiny deficits. And what's happened, Madam Speaker, we have staggering deficits. And according to the PBO, and the Finance Department, it will take ages to get back to a balanced budget. So where is integrity and openness and transparency when a party acts the way the Liberal Party has? Every year that the Prime Minister racks up deficits, he's borrowing money from future generations, my children, my grandchildren, yours, the children and grandchildren of all Canadians. And one day, this money is going to have to be paid back, and it is the up-and-coming generations that will have to pay for the repeated mistakes of this government led by this Prime Minister. It's time to put an end to this government before the damage becomes irreparable. And this is why we tabled this motion today, which asks something very simple of the government. It will only take 2 minutes. We want to table this motion, which says we ask that the Prime Minister provide written confirmation that he will not further raise taxes on Canadians. Now, the Prime Minister was here during question period. You can see him. He's always signing documents. So perhaps tomorrow, he could take 2 minutes, write a little letter saying that, yes, in fact, he committed to not raising taxes on Canadians any further. But from what the Prime Minister said and what all the members of government said, they don't intend to undertake this commitment because they don't intend to respect it. Madam Speaker, this is a motion which deals with facts. I'd like to look at it a little more carefully with you for the benefit of Canadians who very soon will be able to end this Prime Minister's mandate, which is something where he seems more concerned with his image than their well-being. That seems to be the Prime Minister's real concern. The motion begins, given that 81% of middle-income Canadians are seeing higher taxes since the government came to power, and I see this all the time in my riding of Mégantic-L'Érable, they don't see how the government has improved their lot since 2015. B, the average income tax increase for middle-income families is $840. And despite what the government has said in all its high-sounding words, it is not helping the middle class the way it says it has. Now, for many Canadians who are $200 away from insolvency, this is a huge amount of money. C, the government's higher Canada Pension Plan premiums could eventually cost up to $2,200 per household. Here again, Madam Speaker, here's another Liberal maneuver to convince Canadians that somehow things will get better through deficit after deficit. Every measure this government takes ends up costing more money. And where will the Liberal government get this money for its out-of-control deficits? Well, it'll be Canadians, middle-class Canadians, and those trying hard to join it. They'll be the ones who have to pay for this. These are the people who will have to pay for the Prime Minister's errors. So they're going to have to find this money, and the benefits, they say, will come later. And it's through this kind of magical thinking that the Liberal government thinks the money will just appear like that in taxpayers' pockets. But everyone who has to pay a telephone bill, electricity, education for their kids, food, all know that budgets don't balance on their own. According to the Fraser Institute, more than 90% of Canadian families will pay more tax and will pay more to the CPP than happened before, and that this will last till 2025. Now, also, the government cut a tax reduction for arts and fitness tax credits. And now, they didn't talk about this in their platform. We know that the effects of this decision will be felt by millions of people, and I know that there are many young families who have decided not to have their kids take certain courses, and some kids have been deprived of sports or arts activities because their parents couldn't afford them. I was the president of a gymnastics club, and I know just how much parents who volunteer for this club do so in order to help reduce the costs for kids so that they can take part in these courses. But unfortunately, as the president of a club, I know that there are all kinds of people who are very talented who won't be able to practice their favorite sport because their family doesn't have the money for it. So who are the big losers in the loss of this tax credit for fitness and arts activities? It's the children, the parents, and the clubs themselves, which are trying to help these kids succeed. And they will also be canceling other tax credits. The carbon tax, fiscal measures for small business. This will be felt by small business all over Canada. They are shamelessly even trying to get more money from farmers. I could go on for 20 minutes and more, and I'd still have things left to say, but time passes quickly, and you are letting me know that my time is almost up. But in ending, I would like to ask the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that he will not further increase taxes on Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rouvière-Demilly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague with great interest, and earlier today I listened to the member for Sherbrooke who said that today's motion looked an awful lot like the motion last week. I would like to hear my colleague talk about one of the great measures of my government. He talked about families. I'd like to talk about families in his riding. There have been thousands of CCB, of Canada Child Benefits, which are non-taxed. Now, I'd like to hear what he has to say about the Canada Child Benefit and everything it represents for young people. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, we aren't against the CCB. We brought it in, all the while respecting budget balance. So no problem with that. What I would like to know is why does this party persist in making the families it claims to help, making them pay by borrowing money on the backs of these children who will have to pay in the future. They were elected on a false promise. The Prime Minister did not tell the whole truth to Canadians during the election campaign. Now, they know that when you borrow money, you have to pay it back. If they won't have to pay it back, it is our children and our grandchildren. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Perchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find very interesting this motion tabled by the Conservatives because they seem to be against taxes. Now, their principle is that they would be against any tax increase. But what about people with high levels of income who evade paying taxes? What about the web giants who don't pay taxes? Do my colleagues on the other, in the opposition, think that these people are able to escape paying taxes, and they'll say, oh yeah, okay, you Conservatives, you're going to help the richest, and you won't have helped the poorest. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, tax evasion is illegal, immoral, and I think the tax evasion has nothing to do with what we've been saying. We are against tax increases. We're not fighting for people to be able to not pay taxes through tax evasion. I think that my colleague might do well to support us in order that Quebecers not pay as much tax, because we have an irresponsible government that is taxing far too much and borrowing too much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. The Liberals have increased taxes continuously since 2015. But I think they've also wasted Canadians' money because they haven't done a lot of the things they said they would. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would be really difficult to say what the government did with this money. I think there's been no government that spent as much to accomplish so little. They talked about infrastructure. They talked about an infrastructure program, 10 billion, then a little less than 10 billion, then return to budget balance. They would get Canadians working with these infrastructure programs and projects. But in my riding, we're still waiting for this infrastructure money. There has not been any infrastructure money. They say it's in the system, but we don't really know where. We haven't seen anything happen. There's no shovel has hit the ground. So where is this money that the government's been borrowing for 3 years? Resuming debate.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm really pleased to stand up and talk to what is a very comprehensive motion that's before us, and it's really focused on taxes, and a lot of it is focused on not raising taxes in the short term, but I think most importantly is we also don't want to see this continuing growth of our deficit and our debt in the long term. So really both the taxes of today and the taxes of tomorrow. So, as we know, and as any family knows, they have a certain amount of income that reasonably comes in, and they have only a certain amount of debt that they can service. What this government seems to have is just an outrageous problem with spending. So if we go back to 2015 and the campaign of 2015, they promised a balanced budget. They would run small deficits for a short term, and then they would get back to balanced budget. They have actually had They were predicting that they were going to have a recession and things were going to be difficult. What they were left with by the former Conservative government was not only a balanced budget, but the things that were in place to create success in the economy. And I would argue that the success of the economy, at least for the first couple of years, had nothing to do with their policies. It was completely a result of the appropriate moves that the former government had made that left them in a good position. So not only have they spent had they had deficits, they have had good times. Their argument was, well, we might have to spend a little money to stimulate the economy. Well, Madam Speaker, if you have to stimulate the economy in bad times and you have to stimulate the economy in good times and you're increasing your debt as you do it, what you're going to do is run into a whole bunch of problems, and that is exactly what this government is doing. And quite frankly, I have a lot of people who call themselves liberals, and they were certainly Chrétien Martin liberals, and they remember the 90s. They remember the challenges of the massive problem that we got ourselves into in terms of debt that was increasing, and the very difficult job it was to get ourselves back into a reasonable fiscal position. And I will give the former Martin Chrétien group credit for recognizing they had a serious issue and making some of those hard choices. And then, of course, they paid down some of the debt, and then the Conservative government in good times, before that global recession, also paid down significant debt. So what we have is a Liberal government that made a specific promise, and quite clearly what they've done is they've broken it. And it's very interesting. There was just a recent report out from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, and what it really is saying is that they are leaving what will be a really unfair tax burden on our children and our grandchildren. So when they talk with pride about they're spending money here, they're spending money here, they're spending money there, what they're really meaning is I am leaving debt for my children and my grandchildren that they are going to be saddled with. So perhaps they should look a little more closely at that. And certainly this report, and this is not a right-wing think tank, it's a very reasoned report in terms of what the current situation is and how unfair it will be to our children and grandchildren if they continue in this way. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, we really can't afford another 4 years of this total disregard for taxpayers' dollars and how they spend it. So what we're talking about is a lot of taxes. So what's happened is they have this desire to spend money, and a very tough time saying no to anything. So they're trying to find ways that they can pay for this spending and maybe not have that debt look quite as significant and severe. And so let's talk about some of the things that they've tried to do in terms of sneaking in extra taxes to pay for their out-of-control spending. We all remember the changes they were going to make to the small businesses and the uproar that actually created from small businesses across the country. They backed away partially from that move. We all remember when all of a sudden you have someone that works in a McDonald's and gets a maybe a complimentary Big Mac meal. They make minimum wage, they might get a meal. All of a sudden, they're wanting to tax those as taxable benefits. They quickly heard that that was not going to work. They couldn't get some tax monies there, so they backed off from that. Health and dental benefits. They were going to try and tax health and dental benefits. Again, they quickly heard an uproar, moved back from that. And then, of course, who can forget when the CRA decided to go after diabetics who have huge challenges in terms of the management of their disease, the number of hours that they have to spend managing their disease, and all of a sudden they decided, well, it really wasn't that bad to manage a chronic disease such as a brittle diabetic, and they really didn't deserve to have the disability tax credit. So what you see, Madam Speaker, is broken promises, you see out of control spending, the ability not to say, they have to say yes to everything, and now they're looking for ways to actually pay for what they're spending. So far, they've backed off from these unpopular decisions, but as I've indicated, I think with another 4 years, we could see not only those issues come back to the table, but I think there's many more that might be up their sleeves. So to go a little bit more into taxes and what truly is happening in the real world, and this is the small business operators, and I'm going to use an example. I met with a number of people who sell small boats. They have little fishing boats, and they're scattered across British Columbia. We have beautiful lakes, and this was in the summer. And of course, these businesses in the summer were saying, these aluminum tariffs are really going to be a challenge for me because we have to order right now for our product to arrive for the 2019 season. So they were asking, they're saying, are these tariffs going to be removed? Should I, wait a few weeks, wait a few months to do my order? Because that is a very, very significant impact on my business when every single boat I bring in has a significant tariff coming in from an American manufacturer. I couldn't actually answer that question at the time, and it's a good thing I didn't answer it, because how many months later, had they decided not to order their product, they would still be looking at that same issue many, many months later, and they would be having no product coming in. So what they had to do, many of them, is just go ahead, do the order, pay the tariffs, and that's going to come along to the consumers. Not only that, at the same time, these business owners in British Columbia were getting hit with, there's an employee health tax that the provincial government decided to put on. The Canada pension plan, the premiums are going up, so all of a sudden the small business, their payroll taxes, unemployment insurance, employment insurance, Canadian pension plan, they have this new employee health tax, they've got this 15% premium on the products that they're bringing in. What do you think has happened, Madam Speaker? For people like these small boat manufacturers, they are either having to lay off staff. In some cases, their businesses are no longer viable, and it has been incredibly crippling, or it is just raising the cost of everything if they have consumers that can actually afford what could be a 20 or 25% increase in terms of the product. So, and not only that, and I have to use British Columbia as an example, and I do want to briefly mention the carbon tax. The Liberals love to talk about, wow, that carbon tax in British Columbia, well, it's worked so well, and it's been there for 10 years, and it's just great. What they never tell you is, with a stroke of a pen, what was a revenue-neutral carbon tax in British Columbia became a tax grab of the new NDP government. So it was a stroke of a pen, something, so they can say all they want, that they are going to give a check for those 4 provinces that don't have their own plan, and then that check they're going to take as much out of their right as they're going to put in their left, which no one believes, because you can never put as much in when you take as much out. So no one believes that it's going to be the same amount of money. But more importantly, is everyone knows it is not going to take very much for that. That's one slash of the pen for that to go from revenue neutral to a tax grab to pay for their out-of-control spending. So, I think we can see right there, small businesses, Madam Speaker. I think this is an important motion, and there's a very good reason that we have put it forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague opposite, but I must say that in her remarks, I seriously disagree. She took credit for our economic growth, the credit for that. We've created 800,000 jobs. The unemployment rate is at historic low levels for the past 40 years, in fact. The CCB helps families in my riding. I'm sure that it also helps families in her riding. Our economic growth in the G7 is among the highest. So I'd like to know what my colleague will tell families in her riding in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, who each month, because there are over 10,000 payments made. They are tax-free payments to those families. They don't pay taxes on them. 18,000 children, and on average, people are receiving non-taxable funding, over $6,000, and I'd like to know how she can explain to them that she voted against these measures.
I'll briefly answer the second part of the question, then I'll go to the first. Absolutely, they took a plan that we had and they tweaked it and made a few changes to it, and I think families find it welcome to receive that money. And again, that was actually started under the Conservative government. They tweaked it and changed it. But we actually absolutely will take credit for getting through the global recession, having a plan. I remember when the late Minister Flaherty set out a plan where it was, I'm going to stimulate the economy by this much, and we will be back to balanced budget. And every year, I watched him follow the plan and follow through with his promises. So we left the government in a very good position and with good policies, with a good way to go forward, and absolutely they can enjoy the fact that we created the good economic opportunities that they've had.
Morgan. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always appreciate my colleagues' speeches. Madam Speaker, one of the things that concerns me always is the use of selective facts. And in this case, again, I refer back to the motion that relates to one study from the Fraser Institute, which uses numbers from one study that then goes in footnote number 1 of the study to say, but they didn't consider the Canada Child Benefit. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, how can she justify the numbers used in the motion to pretend to say the Canadian families are not doing as well as they were before when the study, the one study itself that says this, says that they aren't using the numbers about the Canada Child Benefit, which is the only number that actually shows why we believe families are doing better. I don't understand.
Skip the footnote.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I think I gave some really good examples. When you have businesses like those boat owners who are having to lay off people, we have some serious issues out there that the policies of this government and the tax system that they have in place, the unresponsiveness to small businesses, is creating huge challenges in this country. And I do also want to note the Macdonald-Laurier when they say the debt that they are adding, the debt that they don't care about, the debt that they promise in 2015 would be gone by now, and when they can say they're leaving that for their children and their grandchildren, I don't know how they can stand there and justify their economic plan.
Question, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I like to use a statistic that's not in the motion, but I think it's very relevant. In StatsCan data showing on income taxes collected in the year 2016, which is the last one available, it shows that the bottom 50% of Canadians are paying more taxes as a percentage of their income than they were in any year before. It actually goes back 10 years in any year before. And actually the top 1% of Canadians are paying less taxes than they have in the past 10 years. I'd like to hear the member comment on it because it's a pure reflection of the policies of the Liberal government.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, a brief answer, please.
So we all, again, recall in 2015 there was going to be a middle-class tax cut and the upper-income people, Canadians were going to pay for it. Well, clearly that didn't happen, and that is also another piece of mismanagement which is added to the debt of this government, which is going to our children and our grandchildren.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment this evening.
Transport.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to rise to speak to this particular issue. I'd like to begin by informing the Speaker that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Louis-Hébert. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about a government's significant enhancements to the betterment of Canadians from coast to coast to coast today. It's important that when we take a look at the country we're building, to note the difference between the two parties, I think, that are sharing this debate with a great deal of vigor today, and that's one party that simply builds balance sheets, and that's it, and not even very good balance sheets when you take a look at their historic record, and another party that is focused on building the strength of Canadians, their communities, and by extension, the country as a whole. And our investments over the last 3 years since the previous election and our first few budgets really show where we're making the investments that make a difference in the lives of Canadians. For example, the Canada Child Benefit, the improvements to the Canada Pension Plan, the investments in housing, the investments in infrastructure are all about not just building capacity in the lives of ordinary Canadians, and Canadians that have real and determined needs, but it's also about making sure that communities they reside in also get stronger and in turn build a strong economy with new jobs and employ Canadians as we move forward together. In fact, Canadians have been given the opportunity over the last 3 years to produce well over 800,000 jobs through investments we've made, and that's because the dollars are getting out the door. Contrary to some of the criticisms you may hear from the side opposite, they know, as well as we know, that the government pays the invoices on completed projects. We don't simply mail checks to municipalities and say, go build something. We pay what's expended as opposed to what's projected, and that's one of the ways we do good fiscal management of the infrastructure dollars. It also means, however, it appears that a lot of dollars haven't been spent, when in fact those dollars are being spent in communities right across the country, including in my riding, where we've got literally billions of dollars in infrastructure being developed in partnership with previous provincial government and municipal partners. You know, we also have financed this by taking steps to make the tax system more equitable. And yes, you can listen to the American-funded Fraser Institute for talking points, and you can do math that only has half the equation, which is a terrible way, by the way, to do a balance, do your balance sheet. But the reality is that we have lowered taxes on Canadians and raised them on some who are more affluent as part of building a social contract to deliver greater capacity to the government, but also greater fairness to Canadians right across the country. As I said, since 2015, as a result of these very careful investments, the job numbers, we've got the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. Now, you often hear the Conservatives say that the best social policy is a job. And while I don't think a job is a social policy, I think it's a function of good economic investment and stewardship. The reality is this, is that when 800,000 more Canadians are working than when they were in charge, that's good news. And only a Conservative could see that as bad, but somehow that's the negativity which you encounter on the opposite side. We've also seen that during the past 3 years that Canada's got one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. Again, this is directly due to some of our investments. In fact, the World Bank has taken a look at the Canada Child Benefit, making it tax-free so we don't send money to Canadians and then claw it back, making it much more robust and making sure that Canadians get it as a right, as opposed to having to go through a very complicated application process, and renewing and enrolling people more automatically, and using Service Canada to look for those gaps where people aren't receiving the proper benefit. In doing so, we have invested substantial dollars into the economy, substantial dollars that have supported Canadian families, building good, strong, resilient kids as we move forward, and this has caused enormous economic growth in the country. In fact, because it's delivered in ways that are equal right across the country in low-income communities, The investment into families has generated economic activities in those communities. When families have more to spend on supporting their families, supporting children, you will see the corner store do better. You will see the Canada Tire down the street do better. You will see people start to invest into local businesses on the main street, and then those main street businesses have the capacity to hire more people. This is one of the ways you stimulate positive economic growth. We've done that, and it's a good policy. My fear, and you're going to hear it, is that the party opposite wants to roll the clock back to Stephen Harper's days, when the only tax credits you could get were boutique tax credit. It required you to have the money to spend up front, and then maybe you'd get a little bit back a year later. That kind of policy benefited affluent families, but it left low-income families at the side of the hockey rink not watching their kids play. It left students that couldn't afford their books to begin with, having to rely on skipping the purchase of all the books required for university and college courses. It was a reactionary approach to economic development. More importantly, it left low-income Canadians outside the conversation about how to better their families. The Canada Child Benefit, as I said, is one of the most reasons that we're most optimistic about our plan, and one of the ways that we measure our success because of the number of kids that have been lifted out of poverty, which is a good thing for everybody, but most importantly for those children. We know that it's expensive to have to raise children. Healthy food, warm clothing, winter boots, they're not cheap. And we know that when we can deliver those dollars and they're delivered tax-free, parents don't have to worry about the taxman coming at the end of the year to claim the money back. We also know that as we introduce the Canada Child Benefit, that the most important thing is that in modeling that program, we also modeled it with the other social programs to make sure that new dollars arriving in the front door of a family that had needs weren't being clawed out the back door by other governments. We think this is also important, that if you're going to make social investments, they shouldn't displace other levels of government or other orders of government or other government programs for making a difference. They need to layer in there to people's lives and make a real difference. The other thing that I think is important is the way in which we've done things like the rolled back the age of retirement. We know that this is going to prevent hundreds of thousands of Canadian seniors from falling into poverty, but then we've also taken a look at the impact that gender has as people age. We know that men die sooner than most women. We know that men often carry the pension. Men often carry a lot of wealth because of past inequities in our system. And we know that if we don't specifically address single seniors, the predominance of them being women, if we don't address them with special top-ups, we can't alleviate seniors' poverty either. And so the boost to the GIS, the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, again, is one of those investments that targets specific Canadians in specific ways, makes their life that much better and easier, and we're proud of those investments, and we will not back away from them as we move forward as a country together. I think the other thing which I am most proud of is the investment in housing. $5.7 billion has been invested since we took office. We know that the previous government was walking away from housing, literally in places like Alberta, pulling subsidies from seniors' residents for rent geared to income, suggesting that they could pay their own subsidies. Somehow the poor were going to subsidize the poor into some sort of subsistence. We've restored those subsidies with transfers to the provinces, a tripling of those transfers. We have doubled the amount of money being spent on homeless individuals. And these investments, $5.7 billion, have also, in broad numbers, been invested almost 1 million times into Canadian households across the country. Close to 15,000 new projects have been, units have been built. Close to 150,000 have been repaired, keeping people in housing that's safe and secure, as well as subsidies to close to 700,000, almost 800,000 Canadians now have been delivered on a month-by-month basis, making sure they have the dollars to pay their rent and, again, stay housed. The cost of not doing things, the cost of only focusing with a very narrow sort of intent on the balance sheet means that you miss the opportunity to support Canadians in very dynamic ways that prevent poverty. And we know from every study that's been done that the cost of poverty has a huge impact on educational outcomes, which has an impact on Canadians being able to support themselves downstream when they grow older. We also know that as you de-house people or cut housing support, that has a huge impact on the healthcare system. Housing is one of the most important determinants of health. And when we can make these investments, not only do we employ people fixing the housing and building the housing, we also know that we give people a place to call home, and that prevents them from falling into harm's way, and in particular prevents costs accruing to the healthcare system, which is one of the most cost-intensive parts of the federal budget. And so these programs that we've stepped up on and invested in have created not only the strong economic growth, not only the strong job numbers, but they have also been invested in ways to prevent other costs from accruing to the government. And if you were to cut away these supports, it would be penny wise, but perhaps pound foolish, as the old saying goes. In other words, cutting away these sorts of supports has a negative impact on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And as the Conservatives brag that they and claim and campaign on a series of pledges that they wish to go back to the days of Stephen Harper, where we had low growth, we had high unemployment, where there was still $150 billion added to the deficit, and a failure by that government, despite repeated promises to balance the budget. They only did it by selling GM shares. It was like selling your furniture to pay the rent. When we hear sort of proud proclamations that we want to go back to those times, I can only tell you that this government is committed not to doing that. Canadians will have a choice in the next election. They can decide between a party that knows the price of everything but the value of nothing, or they can choose a party that sits down with Canadians from coast to coast to coast and examines the regional differences in this country, examines the economic differences in this country, examines the opportunities that support can provide, and understands that when you grow the economy and grow your capacity to pay your debt, and you keep the GDP ratio as low as we have, good things happen. Canadians are working. Canadians are healthy.
Speech. The questions and comments. You remember Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think they were having trouble finding me on the floor here. You know, Madam Speaker, a parliamentary secretary is a representative of Her Majesty's government, and the words that he or she speaks, and whether in the House or outside of the House, carry a lot of weight. They're a representation of what the Government of Canada believes. That parliamentary secretary made a very ill-advised tweet on the weekend calling for the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, to be whacked. Now, I wonder if I invite the parliamentary secretary to reflect on his minister's mandate letter that says, Canadians expect us in our work to reflect the values we all embrace: inclusion, honesty, hard work, fiscal prudence, and generosity of spirit. I'm going to give the parliamentary secretary a chance to apologize to the Premier and to all Canadians for his ill-advised comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, I know the Conservatives like to cut things. I didn't realize they'd cut their sense of humor. The reference was made to whack-a-mole. It was made to a cartoon. You know, if they choose to take the words deliberately out of context, it fits a pattern. So, you know, the statement that I made later in the day when people were clearly taking the word whack to mean what the member opposite thinks it means, it can only mean one thing. You know, I obviously said political violence has no place in this country, and my words weren't meant to incite violence in any way, shape, or form. It was reference to a cartoon, whack-a-mole. It's a popular game at many arcades, and the idea here was that the Ford government in Ontario was floating so many cuts so simultaneously that the only real way to deal with it was to deal with the government at election time, and by beating that government at the polls. And when I say beat them at the polls, I am not, again, inciting violence.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd simply like to ask my esteemed colleague, I mean, he knows a lot about housing, so I was wondering if he could explain his vision of the National Housing Strategy and what impact it will have on communities across Canada, particularly insofar as it affects Quebec.
Sorry, I need to recognize the member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sorry, got ahead of myself. The National Housing Strategy builds on $5.7 billion we've invested in the first budget since when we took office, and now adds $40 billion on top of that $5.7 billion over the next 10 years, and it really reprofiles a package of housing programs that deal with everything from building housing to repairing housing to subsidizing people in housing, and also providing supports for those people that need supports to stay in housing. The great thing about housing is that you have to build it in the community where people live. So if you have housing needs in your riding, regardless of a rural riding, an urban riding, a coastal riding, or a northern riding, the investments land and employ local tradespeople inside those communities. It builds good, strong economies. It also builds capacity in towns that might be struggling for population growth. But the other thing it does is it locks in stability into people's lives and allow the other investments we make through social programs to be much more effective. And also, it cuts costs for government as well in terms of health care, in terms of criminal justice system. Well-housed people don't cause problems for government. They succeed and support themselves. So it's a great tool for building a strong economy. It's a great tool for building strong economies right across the country in every single community. And I'm very proud of the investments we've made because they're making a difference in Canadians' lives from coast to coast to coast.
And comments, questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Une seconde, je pense pas que...
Just a second. Maybe this is me.
Okay. We're good? Okay. No, it's just a comment because the member mentioned that investing in housing saves money. And I remember when I was on the Public Safety Committee a few years ago, we heard a story about a gentleman who lived on the street. He had a disability, and he was acting out quite a bit. And it was costing the Calgary, I think it was Calgary police force, hundreds of thousands of dollars to respond to incidents created by this gentleman. And one day they found him a place to live in, and no more interventions were required. So I just want to underscore that what the honourable member is saying is true in fact and reality.
Brief answer from the parliamentary secretary.
Yeah, we know this, that when you support Canadians and give them the platform to succeed, they don't just thrive, they exceed expectations. That's the 850,000 plus jobs we've seen created since we took office. That is the growing and strong economy that leads the G7 in growth over the 3 years we've been in office. But we also know that you mitigate social harm by making good, smart social investments in housing, in transit, in making sure that climate change has resistance and resiliency strategies. When we protect our communities and protect our families and invest in children, we get resilient kids, strong families, better communities, and a strong Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak about the Conservative Party's motion today. I'm not quite sure where to start in responding to this misinformation-ridden motion brought forward by my colleague. Canadians made a choice in 2015. They chose a plan to invest in the economy, strengthen the middle class, and ensure the growth of the middle class. They wanted to provide real help to people working hard to join the middle class. We came to power and resolved to help hardworking Canadians reap the benefits of a strong and growing economy. And that's exactly what we're doing. That's why the first thing we did when we came to power was to ask the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little more in tax in order to lower the tax for the middle class. So really the vast majority of Canadians. Thanks to this tax cut, 9 million Canadians have more money in their pockets today. They can save it, invest it, or use it to buy the things they need. Rather than offering tax credits to millionaire families, our government created the Canada Child Benefit, the CCB, which is more generous and tax-free. It targets the families who need it the most. Thanks to the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families now have a larger benefit than they received under the previous government. This benefit has allowed us to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty across the country. In my riding, Madam Speaker, and in many ridings all across the country, it's made a huge difference in the lives of families. Thanks to this tax cut and measures like the CCB, a typical middle-class family with 2 kids gets an average of $2,000 more per year to raise their children, save for the future, and help contribute to the economy. And that's compared to what they were getting before 2015 under the previous government. So this really stands in contrast to the misinformation that is present in the motion today brought forward by the member for Carleton. The motion is based on a debunked study. It was debunked when we submitted it to rigorous analysis. Well, not even that rigorous, really. Because, of course, when you factor in the CCB, it becomes clear that it doesn't work. The Fraser Institute factored out the CCB. Now, single-income families are paying less than under the previous government, two-parent families, single mothers, everyone pays less. The only Canadians who pay more are the 1% of the wealthiest Canadians. And that was in part what allowed us to have this middle-class tax cut. So those are the facts. The average middle-class family with 2 kids, as I said, gets $2,000 more per year now. And this really makes a huge difference in their lives. This is money that can help them buy high-quality food or winter boots, warm winter clothing. In the fall of 2017, the government took measures to help low-income workers as well. I'm very proud of this measure, which is in Budget 2018. It's called the Canada Workers' Benefit, or the CWB. It is an enhanced, more generous, and more accessible version of the Working Income Tax Benefit, or WITB, that existed before. Starting in 2019, the CWB will allow low-income workers to have more money. This new measure will also encourage more people to get and keep employment while providing real assistance to more than 2 million hardworking Canadians. We know that small businesses also are a backbone of our economy. 70% of private sector jobs are created by small businesses. That's why in January 2018, our government reduced the small business tax rate to 10%. And in January of this year, it dropped to 9%. The combined federal, provincial, territorial small business tax rate is now 12.2%, by far the lowest rate among G7 countries. Consumer confidence is high, and business profits are solid. So this means that we can make other investments that will lead to even more and better paid jobs for Canadians. Madam Speaker, our efforts are yielding real results, a strong economy, and a growing middle class. We are leading among G7 countries in growth. Over the last 3 years, thanks to Canadians' hard work, we've created 800,000 new jobs, most of them full-time, and that has meant that we've had the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years. Our government is also committed to gender equality, which will help Canadian businesses grow in the long term. We know that having unequal participation in the labor market leads to negative economic and social consequences. We've also concluded new trade agreements that will lead to more economic opportunities for Canadians in the future. And Canada is making historic investments in infrastructure, innovation, science and research, and in skills development and training. We made one of the biggest investments in the history of the country in science and skills development to ensure that Canadians have the skills they need to reach their full potential in the labor force. The policies we've put in place reflect the promises that we made during the election. And they've led to concrete results for Canadians. These measures were the right thing to do for Canadians, to create jobs and to ensure long-term prosperity. With that, Madam Speaker, I would be very pleased to answer questions from my distinguished colleagues across the way or on this side of the House.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech, and I would like to talk about some of the impacts that the Liberal policies have had, because it's clear that they're very out of touch with what's going on in the country. We know 46% of Canadians are within $200 of insolvency. We know that small businesses and medium-sized businesses are struggling. Some of them are shutting down. Many of them are moving to the States because of the lack of a competitive environment here. But the member sings the song like he's the band playing on the Titanic. Could he please update the House on why he's not in touch with what's really happening and the struggles that Canadians are facing? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, as far as that comparison with the Titanic is concerned, I mean, she must be familiar with that because she was part of the last government. And you will remember that during the last election campaign, we were debating whether Canada was going to be in a recession or whether it was not technically a recession. But things have really changed since 2015. The government has made the necessary investments in science, for example, to ensure that we stay competitive in the long term. term. During 10 years, the Liberals are putting the brakes on science and innovation. At Laval University, and my colleague could come see this, they were just starved for funding for 10 years. They cut innovation, they cut future jobs, and that meant that they undermined the competitivity of Canada. The Conservatives refused to make the investments that they needed to make in science and innovation, for example. But if she wants to talk about the concrete results of our measures, I would be happy to, because the motion before us today really quotes a Fraser Institute study, which has been debunked by everyone who has studied it, because it doesn't factor in the Canada Child Benefit, which is so important. And it's important in her riding, too. It's having a real impact on the lives of people there. There are 16,000 people, nearly 9,000 families, receiving an average of over $700 a month tax-free in her riding. That makes a difference in people's lives. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Rencontre des citoyens et citoyennes de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte régulièrement.
Now, I regularly meet with citizens who tell me how concerned they are about the significant deficits being run by the Liberal government. Earlier today, we paid tribute to the Auditor General, who had recommended setting up a timeline to balance the budget. I'd like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary talk about that, and I'm not sure why he hasn't responded to my Conservative colleagues' repeated calls to have a timeline to balance the budget, because many of our citizens are concerned about that. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. It is a question that I often hear in my writing. There are people concerned, and what I say is that you have to look at the size of the deficit and the size of our debt relative to our economy. It's constantly going down. So Canada is actually in the best position in terms of deficits out of the G7 countries. The deficits that our government is running are allowing us to deal with other deficits that we inherited. Now, we had a deficit in science under the Conservatives. The same thing was the case in infrastructure. Now, we're giving Canadians confidence again. We're investing in housing. We are ensuring that we are laying the groundwork for good long-term prosperity. But to respond to her question, it's important to remember that the economy is growing and that we are in the best position relative to other G7 countries. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say that the member for Louis Hébert said, okay, that they were giving tax cuts to rich families, but that's not what I've seen. Knocking on doors in my riding, I've seen that there are people who were benefiting from our tax credits previously. And under this government, what we've seen is that many, many people are only $200 away from bankruptcy at the end of the month. So I have a very specific question. We ensured that we had the TPP, big projects for the future, to ensure that Canada would be ready to defend itself in the world. I would like him to name one big visionary project that his government has led. Just one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Brief answer.
There's too much to comment on, but first, I would like to ask him to find a millionaire family that's still getting this tax benefit. They used to send checks regardless of how much people earned. $11 million. Are there a lot of people? Are there people in their riding who have $11,000 left at the end of the year to put into investments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be joining this debate late in the day. Before I continue too far, I do want to say that I'll be splitting my time with my newest colleague, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. I want to make sure I say that because I'm known for running on and speaking too much, so I want to make sure I give the member part of my time. I want to maybe address some of the things I've heard during the debate so far today in the House on this very reasonable Conservative motion to ensure that our taxes, Canadians' taxes, don't go up again. And we've had difficulty, obviously, convincing the government of this fact, because as we saw in their election platform, they mean nothing to them. Every promise that is made by a Liberal government is a promise that is meant to be broken. And the most
important of those promises was balancing the budget. And this year, in 2019, Canadians were promised a balanced budget of $1 billion. And instead, what they have is a deficit closer to $20 billion. And it brings up, again, a Yiddish proverb. And members know this. I love Yiddish proverbs. Anything in excess is unhealthy. And excessive deficits, debts, piling on the debt, is an unhealthy exercise of the government's power to borrow on the backs of Canadians and future Canadians. And I know there'll be, I'm sure, a Liberal MP will stand up and say, well, the previous Harper Conservative government borrowed gobs of money. They'll ignore the fact there was a Great Recession. They will also conveniently ignore the fact that it was the Liberals at the time who called for 3 times as much borrowing. And all they need to do is to go back to a time when a certain leader, Stéphane Dion, signed a coalition agreement calling for more spending, 3 times as much as was proposed by the Conservatives. And so today they'll say, well, you guys did it too. We'll blame the current government in doing it, but they neither have a Great Recession to face, they neither have a minority government to face, they simply have an inability to spend within their means, something that every single Canadian family has to do at the end of the month. Because if their bills don't add up, if the debits and credits don't add up to 0 or close to 0, they're taking on more debt, and they have to pay it back. They do not have the luxury of a AAA credit rating that they can just keep borrowing on well into the future. They don't have that great advantage that the government of Canada has, and it's easy for governments to borrow large amounts of money. There is no balanced budget till 2040. There is no chart in any of the budget documents thus far demonstrating a return to a balanced budget or the method by which the government will do so. If you add up the national debt along with Crown Corporation debt, it's over $1 trillion already. It's $1 trillion right now. If you add in provincial government debt, municipal debt, then you'll probably have closer to $2 trillion. That is, the taxpayer has to pay all of that. There's nobody else to pay for it. If you tax corporations, they will simply pass on the higher prices on to consumers, which is the main reason we are so opposed to the carbon tax. And government document after government document demonstrate that the carbon tax per GHG ton has to go up. The pricing has to go up in order to meet their international obligations, in order to meet their own goals. It's the Liberal government's own documents demonstrating that the costs must go up for families. And we saw it with the Australian taxpayers, the Australian citizens, who after 2 years of the carbon tax there said, no, we have enough, the experiment has failed, try something else. And that exact same scenario is repeating itself in Canada today. The cost of living is going up. Monthly bills are getting higher. And that's the feeling that Canadians have. We all saw the reports from RBC saying that almost 50% of families are $200 away from not being able to make ends meet. That's because their daily cost of living is going up, something we call affordability by some. I just call cost of living, and it's all going up. And we have a succession of mistakes, of costly mistakes. The latest one was the expropriation of the Trans Mountain Pipeline by the government of Canada. And what we found out was the government paid sticker price. It's basically, they walked into a dealership and said, I'd like that Denali pickup truck, please. And were told the sticker price and said, I will buy it. No negotiation necessary. And they just bought it straight off, just like that. They overpaid by $1 billion. And that's not the Conservative opposition saying it. It's not the New Democrats saying it. That's the Parliamentary Budget Officer saying it. They did the analysis showing the government overpaid on a pipeline on which they have to do an expansion that will cost another $9 billion, that after the evaluation is done, we won't even get the $9 billion back. On a pipeline that today, the government of Canada is losing money on it. The operating fees and the royalties being paid on the contracts are not equivalent even or more than the cost of borrowing the $4.5 billion. Somehow, the government of Canada is managing to lose money on the most profitable part of the oil and gas sector, the shipping.
Oh my God.
It's amazing. When I go door to door in my communities, when I talk to people in the coffee meetups that we have, when I do Facebook town halls,
I have a lot of oil and gas workers who are unemployed or underemployed or barely making it by, and they cannot believe it. How do you lose money on shipping? Extraction is one thing. Running a refinery is one thing. Those are difficult parts of the oil and gas business, downstream and upstream, but not in the middle. How do you lose money on it? And there are more mistakes, Madam Speaker. The illegal border crossers are costing Canadian taxpayers over $1 billion. We have resources being reallocated and making sure that we ensure the public safety of Canadians. Government, the cost of government is up 25% from 2015. You've heard the member for Carleton say this. This isn't President's choice. This is Prime Minister's choice, and it comes with a 25% surcharge on it. You're paying more for government, and I meet very few people who say, I'm getting my money's worth from the federal government in terms of services provided, in terms of transfers provided. I don't think anyone on the opposition side could say we're getting value for the money being spent by the Liberal government. And we're paying for the Prime Minister's mistakes. Canadian families are paying for his mistakes, and it's just the beginning. After the 2019 election, like the member for Carleton has said, like other members on this side of the House have said, Canadians will then pay even more, because that's when the full bill will come due. And the decisions that the government has made thus far will come to roost. We will pay even more. Like I said at the beginning, anything in excess is unhealthy. Large government borrowing is destabilizing to the economy. I hear often Liberal caucus members claim that we have the best growth numbers ever. Everything is great. Everything's going well. In every single budget document tabled so far, the GDP growth numbers are revised downwards every single time. I wonder why. When you look at OECD numbers, we're not leading in the G7. The United States is leading. Our main competitor, our main supplier, our main consumer, our main client, they're growing faster than we are. That discrepancy between the two is pretty significant. And if our numbers keep being revised down, now you have a stress test that has eliminated 200,000 residential construction jobs between now and 2021, and you have successive government decisions that are, again, hurting job creation, reducing job creation, providing an inability for the private sector to maximize the return of the opportunity. We have a government getting in the way of the private sector, the energy sector, making it more difficult for Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia's energy workers to get back to work and actually earn an income so then they can pay taxes, pay the fees, their companies can pay the royalties out. All of those things are beneficial. We have a government solely intent on obstructing and getting in the way. It's another mistake. And Canadians will pay. Over the next 8 months, they will pay even more, but the bill will come due only after the election. So I know Liberal caucus members will sing a dance about how they've introduced a CPP enhancement that doesn't do anything for anybody today. No senior today will gain more than maybe a few dollars at best. Your own government, federal government website says you need to work for 40 years before you get the full benefit of the CPP enhancement. That means by 2025, when it's fully phased in, you'd have to be like 2065. My kids will be able to take advantage of it. But no senior today, the baby boomer generation retiring today, will not get almost any benefit out of it. But they're claiming great victories. So they will use rhetoric, they will use personal attacks on members on this side of the House, in both parties, but they will also attack, as we saw by one parliamentary secretary, attack their provincial counterparts. It must be their new intergovernmental strategy and to improve the relations with the provinces. So this motion is very reasonable. What we want to see is a commitment in the House not to raise the taxes of Canadians and stop making them pay for the Prime Minister's mistakes.
Hear, hear. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Lac Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
There's a lot of doom and gloom coming from the other side. The member spoke of rhetoric, but there's a lot of negative rhetoric coming from the other side. But if we really want to know how the economy is doing, should we not rely on the opinions of those who have a real stake in the financial health of the markets, for example? If the economy were doing so poorly, wouldn't Canada's rating be affected? But we've seen that Canada has a AAA rating, and we've also seen following economic updates when there's been talk about the debt, which, by the way, is declining as a percentage of GDP, we've seen that the financial markets, those who care deeply about economic conditions, do not react. So that we can spread rhetoric, we can talk about doom and gloom, but at the end of the day, I think we should trust the opinion of those who have a lot of money invested in the economy.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to thank the member for his remarks on this. I think what we should rate it by is how much are Canadians paying today? And in a previous exchange with other members, I mentioned that according to Statistics Canada data in 2016, last available income data right now, it showed that the top 1% of income earners are paying less as a total share of income taxes. That's actually below 20% for the first time in 10 years about. And the bottom 50% of Canadians are paying more taxes than they were before. That's a direct result of the Liberal government's decision-making that member is supporting by voting in favor of the budget and the estimates and all of the other motions come before the House that have on spending. That government is also the one that when it raised taxes on the so-called 1% and somehow managed to bring in $4.6 billion less in revenue in 2016 from the top 1%. Their policies aren't working, and Canadians, everyday Canadians, are paying more for it.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I really wanted to rise today to respond to these comments. As my colleague said earlier, our crediting rate is among the best. Our results speak for themselves. Thanks to our strong, growing economy, Canadians realize that our plan is working. 800,000 new jobs. A typical family has $2,000 more in its pockets. And the previous government offered tax credits. Madam Speaker, you have to pay taxes on a tax credit. The Canada tax credit is net of tax. They receive this funding directly. My colleague from Calgary, I'm not sure if he knows this, but we have the most children who receive this Canada Child Benefit. He voted against it. There are roughly 29,000 children who receive this benefit. This is a lot of money. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comment and for giving figures from my riding for people who receive the Canada Child Benefit. I'd also like to tell my colleague that when I go door to door in my riding, what people tell me, well, they don't thank me for what money of their own that the federal government gives back to them. What they tell me, what they ask me is, why is this government getting rid of the tar sands, the energy sector? Why are our jobs disappearing? How come I can't go back to my job, they tell me, where I was before in the oil or Emerson or other companies in the energy sector? They ask me, how come the Prime Minister is waging a war on jobs in the energy sector in Alberta?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to give my maiden speech and to speak to, today's Conservative motion on taxes. But I'd like to start with the reason that brought me to run for the riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and that was the passing of my friend and mentor, my predecessor, Gord Brown, who dutifully served in this House and the residents of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and all Canadians for many years. And Gord was a great Canadian, and I learned a lot working with him, and he was very generous with his time in teaching me about the work that he did and the work that we can do as parliamentarians for our community. And in seeking the nomination, I had great support from my constituents and from my community, Madam Speaker, and the list goes on and on with people like Randy and Gloria Stowell and Ina and Rick Ward. Nancy and Chris McCluskey, Tory Deschamps, and Aaron Merkley, to name a few. And, Madam Speaker, the support from those volunteers and supporters, old and new, we achieved a positive result, and that brought me to be able to campaign in a by-election, where in that by-election I heard about many of the things that are being discussed in this House today on affordability and on taxes and on the direction for our great country. And in doing that, I had many volunteers who helped me. Madam Speaker, there are too many to name because the day started with Bob Hayes pounding in signs for all hours, and Riley Dwyer, my financial agent, and Michael Jiggins, Renee Jackson, Andrew McHugh, Ken Newman, Isaac Roque. The list goes on and on, Madam Speaker. The people who were so committed to delivering a Conservative member back to this House to advocate and fight for the things that are important to them. And as I said, those are the things that are being discussed here today. And I would be remiss not to mention, of course, my family, the support of my mom and dad, Chris and Ann Barrett. And my mom took an interest in politics very early on in life and was raised here in Ottawa, in fact, and never attended debate in the chamber, in the gallery. And the first time that she took a seat in the gallery was the day that she watched me take my seat in this great place and to take in question period. And I'm so blessed to have had the support and to have had them present here that day. I had many mentors over the years, including Jack Doyle and the McCluskey family, Peter and Bonnie and Ian, and of course my siblings, Allison and her husband Kyle McDonald, my brother Matthew Barrett and Sulin Quant, Liz and Rob Waring, and my in-laws filled a very special role during my by-election with my wife and I having had our fourth child, James. He arrived prematurely, and so they were very giving of their time in their house, David and Arlene Bruce, along with Natalie and Mike Coulter, Tiffany and Rob Como, and of course their children. So with all of those people named, my grandparents, Francis and Betty Barrett. Francis was a civil servant for his life, serving the RCMP and CSIS, and were unable to join me on the day of my swearing in, but did watch from home, and we're so proud. And I know that right now at home, eating 3 bowls of plain noodles with just butter on them are Luke and Emma and Michaela, and beside them is James with my wife, Amanda. And I did mention that my son James arrived prematurely, and the support that I get from my wife, Amanda, and the importance that she knows for the work that's done in this place was very apparent to me. After a week in hospital with James, my wife said to me, says, "This is great." And I looked at her, and I looked at James, and they were both alive and healthy, and I thanked God, and I said, "This is great." And she said, "Yeah, now we're not going to have a baby in the middle of an election." And she's such a wonderful supporter of me, and she knows that I've spent my life wanting to be here. I worked incredibly hard to join the 337 parliamentarians who work in the best interest of their communities and their ridings, and I'm honored to join them. And I consider it a blessing and something that I've been called to, and I'm honored to be here. Madam Speaker, I did also say that I would speak to our opposition motion today, and it is so important. It is so important because these are the things that I've heard about across my riding as I met thousands of my neighbors and constituents and knocked on many, many doors and sat at many kitchen tables, which was a nice relief because it was very cold on the doorsteps at the time. And our Conservative government, when in power, delivered on their words with great action. And that's juxtaposed against what we heard in 2015 was the promise of 3 modest deficits in exchange for an infrastructure program, the likes of which we'd never seen. Well, in my riding alone, a Conservative government delivered infrastructure as they did across Canada. And that's a $12 million investment in the Port of Johnstown in partnership with the municipality in the province of Ontario, $110 million invested in broadband in Eastern Ontario. And Madam Speaker, time and time again in following following my election, meeting with chambers of commerce, business leaders, and members of the community, access to broadband, many Canadians would be surprised to know that there are many Canadians who don't have access to reliable internet for their businesses, for their homes, for their kids to do homework. And that's something that is sorely lacking. And today I'm calling on this government to make that investment, to invest in our rural communities and invest in that broadband, as the Conservative government did when in power. There were $25 million in investments in local infrastructure, in roads, bridges, and facilities across my riding, and $60 million investment at the 2 international border crossings, which eased both tourism and trade in Eastern Ontario and in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Madam Speaker, we've seen what an effective infrastructure program can look like. We've seen what happens when a government is, well, they live the phrase deeds and not words, and that's what we saw with the Conservative government. And now we have a Liberal Prime Minister whose failure to get tariffs lifted in negotiating NAFTA are hurting businesses. Yeah. We have businesses who are paying tariffs when they buy the raw material, and they're paying the tariff when they export the finished product. They're getting hit both times, and they don't understand why they have a government that won't stand up for them. Canadians are tired of paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes. They know that his out-of-control spending and his ballooning deficits will be the taxes of tomorrow, and tomorrow is not that far away. We know that on April 1st, we're going to see the implementation of a carbon tax here in Ontario. It disproportionately and unfairly targets people like the people in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. We've just experienced very Canadian, very cold weather. This is one of the coldest climates on the planet. Heating our homes is not a behavior that needs to be corrected. Driving your car to work, taking your children to dance or hockey or soccer is not a behavior that needs to be corrected. Driving to get groceries, driving to the doctor, these are not behaviors that need to be corrected with a carbon tax. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the good people of Westport would love to hop on the GO train to head over to Merrickville, or they'd love to take the Sky train from Kemptville to Cardinal, or take the HoC Transpo from Gananoque to Prescott, but public transit is not available throughout most of my riding, and it's not available throughout most of Canada. Madam Speaker, we need a government that is going to reduce the burden on Canadians, is going to cut taxes, is going to make life affordable, and that's what we're calling on this government to do. And that's what the residents of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes sent me here to do, with the support of those people I listed and the support of hundreds more. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the time today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to take the opportunity to welcome the new member to the House. He is in a neighbouring riding to me. I drive through and from through his riding, both going to Ottawa and coming home at the end of the week. And I'm just saying that as a half Italian, I grew up eating a lot of pasta and butter. So, I always drive through his riding around dinner time on a Thursday night. So, he can always feel free to invite me. I'd love to stop by. But in all honesty, Madam Speaker, I heard him speak about rural Canada and what this government, in his perception, has lacked to do. I'm wondering if he can comment on, when the budget comes out in a couple months from now, will he take an honest and open look at that budget and assess for himself as to whether or not the budget provides for rural Canada, and if he does, would he consider voting in favour of that?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague and my neighbour to the west. This is another first for me, answering a question, and I'm happy to do that. When the budget, when we see the budget that's tabled by this government, the real challenge that we'll face on this side of the House, and the real challenge that Canadians face, is that we had promises that were made in 2015, and we're going to have promises made in this budget, and we know that the promises that are made are promises that will be broken. And we've seen that this government has turned a blind eye to more than half of Canadians that are only $200 away from insolvency. We know that hardworking, low-income, wage-earning retail workers were targeted for taxes to be put on them. These are the things that were not in the platform in 2015 that came to pass, or almost came to pass with this government, and so that's what we're going to be looking for. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, through you, I want to congratulate the honourable member on his election. It's a great pleasure welcoming him to our Justice and Human Rights Committee, and it's also a pleasure to see being part of this House of Commons from the eyes of a new member, and recognizing the awe that we hold this place in, and how lucky each and every one of us from all parties is to be part of this great place, representing Canadians. So I, Madam Speaker, am going to throw a really tough question at him, as he deserves for his first question period at his speech. Who was more proud of you when you got elected, your mom, your dad, or your wife?
Unfortunately, the member knows that he's to address the questions to the speaker, and all of them were proud of me. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to my honourable colleague and the chair of the Justice and Human Rights Committee, which I'm now proud to sit as a member of. Thank him very much for his kind words and for the question. And I would hope that there would be a day that we'd have as many smiles in this house as I'm seeing and feeling now. It's been a tremendous honor to be able to share this experience with my family and my mom and dad. I call my mom on my drives back to my riding every day. I drive back to my home every day, and mom is very proud to share that with me, and as is my whole family, and I right now. Many more people than I listed in my speech are watching on CPAC, so CPAC seeing their numbers bumped, and that's how many people are proud of me here today. Thank you.
Comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
A member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. Gord Brown was a good friend of mine, and we're glad to have someone in the House to represent the area, and very kind words to start. And I can't say whether or not the member from Malpac is in the House or not, but at any rate, we also participate in the Canada-US Parliamentary Association, and I know on behalf of him, we would also extend an invitation for the member to hopefully join that association that Gord Brown did such great work on for not only just his party, but also for our country, Canada.
A brief answer from the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question, and I look forward to participating in that committee and furthering relations with our American neighbours. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second the suggestion from the member for Windsor West, and congratulations to the member for Leeds Grenville. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Mississauga East, Cooksville. I do welcome the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to speak on this Opposition Day motion. But I do have to admit I am somewhat saddened that the official opposition under the leadership of the member for Regina Capel would actually allow such an absence of truth in the written and spoken word. And I say that seriously. It is becoming very obvious that there's been a great attempt in recent weeks by the Conservative Party of Canada to misrepresent the works of the Liberal government in this, the 42nd Parliament. Through my remarks today, I will deal one by one with the misrepresentations of the facts by the member for Carleton in his motion. In parts A and B, he tries to allege taxes are higher. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. The truth, in fact, is, starting off in our very first budget, we reduced taxes for the middle class while raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%. Specifically, the government lowered the middle class tax bracket of $44,702 to $89,401 to 22%. And the member heckling over there, maybe he'd like to pick up the tax code and check the facts instead of listening to the rhetoric that comes out of the research department over there, because all they know to do is not what to talk about facts, is just to attack and misrepresent. Plus, Madam Speaker, this government introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which will help 9 in 10 families, and better yet, we made the Canada Child Benefit tax-free. Those two measures will mean a typical middle-class family is now $2,000 better off per year than they were under the Harper Conservatives. In fact, for the member of Carleton in his riding, the Minister of Finance in question period today told him that 30,000 people in his riding of Carleton have lower taxes. 16,000 children benefit in that very same riding as a result of this government's measures on the Canada Child Benefit. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is a majority of Canadians are paying a lower effective tax rate under this government as a result of the actions we've taken since 2015. Regardless how the official opposition tries to confuse and fudge the numbers, them's the facts, Mr. Speaker. Lower taxes for the middle class, them's the facts. And better opportunities as a result for families moving forward. Now, on his third point, the member for Carleton talked about the government's higher Canada Pension Plan premiums, and he used an exaggerated number out decades from now. Does Conservative members, do they not meet with seniors coming into their ridings? Do they not meet? Do they not understand the facts on the ground? That people coming in without pensions can't afford hardly to put food on the table? That's what this pension is all about, Canada Pension Plan changes. It's to invest in seniors' futures. It's not a tax. It's to invest in seniors' futures so that future generations of MPs in our positions don't have to see the agony and people coming through the doors when they don't have the money in their pensions to meet the necessary essentials of life. The Canada Pension Plan is an important vehicle for retirement. Private pensions are disappearing across the country and around the Western world. Pensions are a fundamentally important mechanism to ensure Canadians have security in retirement. And again, I say, pensions are not taxes. They're investments in seniors' security in the future. Any member worth their salt has seen those seniors come into our office without the money to meet their needs. The Conservatives in their motion on the family tax credit came up with a number on canceling the family tax credit. Again, they misrepresent the facts. The government, we instituted, as I said earlier, the Canada Child Benefit, which has seen more money going to more families than before, stopped giving money to the highest income families, and indexed that benefit to inflation. It's a more efficient model than the previous model because it more effectively targets families and parents who need financial assistance. As stated earlier, in the member of Carleton's riding, 16,000 children will benefit from that Canada Child Benefit. Is the member and his leader saying to those families in his riding that he wants to do away with that and go back to the old system where their benefits were taxed? Is that what the member's saying? There's consequences to some of these points that members opposite make. And they talk about the canceling of a couple of tax credits. Well, maybe on the opposite side, they don't understand what a tax credit really is. Because tax credits are only available to those that have the means to be able to get them. In other words, they have to have a substantial income in order to get a benefit out of it. That means those that don't have that kind of income don't get that tax credit. And they're the ones that really need the sports, the chance to enter sports and other areas. Tax credits like the ones mentioned are marginal at best, because tax credits are only helpful for people who can already afford the goods and services in the first place. If you want to sign up your child for summer soccer, send your child to university and claim eligible books, or any other eligible deductions, you have to have already had the money to acquire those things in the first place. Tax credits do not assist those individuals who are the most financially vulnerable. There are people who live paycheck to paycheck, and they do not get the benefit from those tax credits because they already can't afford to send their kids to soccer in the first place. That's not effective tax policy. And we need effective tax policy, and we need to ensure there's fairness in the tax system. That's why the tax credits were done away with, and we moved to the Canada Child Benefit and other means. The member's motion states the government's higher employment insurance premiums lead to higher costs per worker. Do the members opposite actually believe they're telling the truth when they make that statement? Let me turn to the insurance premiums, Mr. Speaker. In the documents from EI. In 2012, 13, 14, 15, and 16, the rate was $1.88. Today, it's $1.62. Can members opposite not add and subtract? That's a lower rate, $1.88 down to $1.62. It means the maximum annual employer premium has gone down from $1,337.06 to $1,204.31. That's not increasing premiums. Come on, folks, let's at least lay out the truth in this place. I see, Mr. Speaker, that I'm running out of time, so I'll move to close. As a final note, Mr. Speaker, we in this government, we invest in Canadians and in the things that matter most to them. We are keeping a close eye on our fiscal track, carefully managing deficits and protecting Canada's long-term fiscal sustainability with a steady declining debt-to-GDP ratio. Canada has by far the lowest net debt-to-GDP ratio among the G7 countries. Across Canada, more Canadians are working, and middle-class Canadians have more money to save, invest, and grow the economy. We'll continue to stand up for the middle class, while the Conservatives' only plan is austerity and cuts. And as we've seen in this motion, Mr. Speaker, you can't believe the facts that they claim to be facts because they're, quite honestly, not truthful. Thank you.
Well done.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Simcoe Gray, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, albeit that I do find it a little rich that he's claiming that the leader of the Conservative Party is misleading Canadians when that's exactly what he's doing. The fact of the matter is that Canadians actually don't have more money in their pockets because the Liberals are jacking up taxes. We know that's going to happen just in the next couple of months when we see a new carbon tax. I'm confident in saying the people in Simcoe Gray know they have less money in their pockets today to do the things they want to do with their families than they did in 2015 or before that. And so maybe the member could revise his creative analogies around our leader, because our leader is focused on making sure Canadians have more money in their pockets and no carbon tax, unlike that government that wants to jack up their taxes.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Absolutely surprised, Mr. Speaker. I haven't changed the member for Simcoe Gray's mind, because she must have under her pillow at night the research from the Conservative Party of Canada, which has absolutely nothing to do in the facts that I have laid out. If you go through the motion, I asked the member from Simcoe Gray to read the motion, and she will see that the motion that is put forward by the member of Carleton from here is absolutely not factual. Go back and look at the remarks I've said. Canadians are paying lower taxes today. Now, the 1%, Mr. Speaker, is paying higher. We understand that. We've invested in research for science researchers. We've put money into the Canada Child Benefit, which benefits many families in her riding. We've had to get over the 10 years of cuts by the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, of which she was a member of cabinet. Cuts that Canadians paid for dearly. And now we've got to invest in Canadians' future, and that's exactly what we're doing. And we're doing it while staying on track, managing our fiscal responsibilities well, and keeping a lower GDP to debt ratio. We're the lowest in the G7. And in fact, our unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 40 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Malpeque's comments. And I was glad that he talked about the Canada Pension Plan and the investment it truly is for Canadians. It's no doubt that we need to plan for retirement with an aging population. We don't need to pass and kick the can down the road. But I would like to ask him, I guess, where our party as New Democrats differ to the Liberals are and where they might be with this issue is on pensions in the private sector, as he noted, are becoming more rare. But we have the case with Sears, for example, where workers have already paid into their pensions. It's a deferred wage. They sign a contractual agreement upon employment. It's taken off their paycheck and is put into another fund, where those workers now are getting ripped off through the bankruptcy laws that we have in Canada that allow the corporations, including CEOs and a whole series of other expenditures, to come first versus the workers' deferred wage of pension. So I'd ask the member maybe to address that issue, where his government might be, because we've had that issue with so many people across the country, and it's just a good example of a modernization of our Pension Act, because I believe that he believes in investing in pensions. They're good for ourselves, they're good for our workers, but when you have theft by the companies during bankruptcy, in my opinion of this, it needs to change.
Member for Malpeque.
Windsor West, I'm not sure where what the government's policy will be coming out with, if we are. But I'll certainly tell you where I'm at personally. I believe that pensions should be paid in the same as CPP and EI premiums, and they should be put into a fund and guaranteed to be there for the workers that work in corporations and other companies. And if the company fails in those obligations, then the board of directors should be responsible for the obligations given to those citizens for the work that they did for those companies over the years. That's where I stand.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this gives me the opportunity to talk about the greatest country in the world, and that is Canada. And in my opinion, the greatest value of this country is fairness. Because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter where you come from, what race, what religion you preach, you believe in, the size of your wallet, how much money you have, who you're connected to, Mr. Speaker. This country is about opportunity, it's about fairness, it's about hard work, it's about our people, Mr. Speaker. And in this country, we are so lucky. We are so rich in resources. We've got oil and gas, we've got iron ore, we've got nickel, we've got diamonds. But our greatest resource, Mr. Speaker, is our people. And investments in our people is what makes this country the greatest place on earth. Mr. Speaker, and that is why our government believes in investing in our greatest resource, investing in our people, investing in their health care, in their infrastructure, into their communities, helping businesses, Mr. Speaker. And all of that plan, Mr. Speaker, in transit, in providing more CPP so that our seniors will have more money in their retirement years, providing GIS, so guaranteed income supplement, and increasing that for our seniors and our vulnerable people, bringing forward the Canada Child Benefit, which impacts so many families. 9 out of 10 families have more money in their pockets today to be able again to invest in their kids, lowering the cost for higher education for our students so that they can have that hope, the opportunity through their hard work that will give us our future astronauts and construction workers and nurses and doctors and any other profession under the sun, Mr. Speaker. And this is our competitive advantage. Because in Canada, we know that when everybody is at their best, when we work together, when we build together, when we dream together, Mr. Speaker, we can achieve anything. Canadians deserve to feel confident that their hard work will be rewarded with greater opportunities and a fair chance at success. We believe a fair tax system is fundamental to instilling this confidence. When middle-class Canadians have more money to invest, save, and grow the economy, all Canadians benefit. And right from day one, our government has taken action on this understanding. In fact, one of our first legislative actions was to raise taxes on the wealthiest Canadians in order to cut taxes for the middle class, and nearly now 9 million Canadians are benefiting from this middle class tax cut. Single individuals who benefit from the middle class tax cut are saving on average $330 a year. Couples who benefit are saving about $540 a year. We then moved to provide simpler, more generous, and better targeted support to those Canadian families who needed it most. And we did this by replacing in 2016 the old child benefit system with the Canada Child Benefit. During the new benefit's first year, over 3.3 million families received more than $23 billion in CCB payments. As a result of the CCB, 9 out of 10 families were better off during that first year. These families received on average almost $2,300 more in benefits that are tax-free, unlike the previous program. I'm proud to be able to say that the CCB has helped lift about 300,000 children out of poverty. What an amazing measure. You know, Mr. Speaker, many provinces, the country has worked on poverty reduction for so many years. But the CCB made a monumental difference in that belief, in that vision that we have that no child, no family should live in poverty in our great country. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the CCB continues to play that vital role in helping those Canadian families, our government strengthened the CCB by indexing those benefits. And we did that to the cost of living. We did that 2 full years before we had announced. That will help grow our economy and help our fiscal position. This is an important achievement, not just for those looking to build a better future for their families, but for all Canadians. Thanks to the middle-class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, now a typical middle-class family of 4 receives on average about $2,000 more each year to help with the cost of raising their children, saving for their future, helping grow our economy for the benefit of everyone. Following this success, our government went even further to deliver tax support to those who need it most. We know that low-income Canadians are working sometimes 2 and 3 jobs so that they can join that middle class. They are working hard. We got to give them those rungs on that ladder so they can continue to climb. They want to give their children, their grandchildren, a better chance at success. And like all Canadians, they deserve to have that through their hard work and be rewarded for that hard work. And through opportunities that we will provide, that is through our budget 2018, we introduced the new Canada Workers Benefit, a new tax benefit that would put more money in the pockets of low-income workers. The new Canada Workers Benefit builds on that former Worker Income Tax Benefit, or WITB, to give even more people greater financial benefits from working. Compared to WITB, the new Canada Workers Benefit will increase the maximum benefit and raise the income level at which the benefit is entirely phased out. That means now somebody working under WITB, a low-income worker, would earn an extra up to about $500 more On an income of $15,000, that is a huge difference, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, our government's actions mean almost $1 billion of new support starting in 2019 for low-income workers under the Canada Workers' Benefit. By increasing these financial benefits associated with joining the workforce and staying in the workforce, the Canada's Worker Benefit is providing the best way to rise people, to take people out of poverty so that they have a job, Mr. Speaker. Our government knows that small business is a key driver in our economy, accounting for 70% of all private sector jobs. Mr. Speaker, I know in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, going to the restaurants or financial services or, the local garages, how hard those small business people work. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, over the years and up to this year, we have lowered that small business tax from 11% down to 10% and now at 9%. And what I'm hearing from my small businesses is this is terrific. We can now hire more people, and they need more people. What actually all the businesses around my area asking for? We need more people. And that means because our economy is doing so well. Now our economy has created 800,000 new jobs since we came to government. That's tremendous. And what that is doing is fueling our communities, fueling our neighborhoods, making sure that we know that our plan with all of these ingredients is working. That is what has caused these 800,000 net new jobs. So we're supporting the small businesses by lowering their taxes. Last year, we showed leadership by introducing a pay equity legislation in federally regulated sectors. We're committed to ensuring that women receive equal pay for work of equal value. Again, all of this getting back to that so important value of fairness. In many countries, this is not possible, Mr. Speaker, but here it is, and we continue to invest in that value of fairness because that is our competitive edge. It is when we hear from the Conservatives and they want to back out. They're talking about, cuts to infrastructure, cuts to investments, cuts to health care, cuts to education, cuts to our communities, cuts to the hardest working people in Canada. People that just, we got to give people hope. People are working hard. We want to give them hope. And through our successive budgets, Mr. Speaker, that is what we have done. And that is what I'm hearing from my community. Continue to provide these incentives, continue to give us help so we can invest in our family, invest in our community, invest in our country, and continue to make Canada the greatest place on earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his passionate speech about fairness. And so through you, I'd like to ask him if he thinks he's right to talk about the importance about fairness and about whether or not it really does exist. But I'd also like him to comment on the fairness of the GST, for example. How can he explain that Netflix is not paying a tax? Why is a web giant not being treated the same way its Canadian counterparts are?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is, look at the facts, and the plan is working. What we are providing, these ingredients to fairness, are about the Canada Child Benefit, providing the GIS increase for our seniors, bringing forward our Canada Workers' Benefit. All of these work together, Mr. Speaker, not in silos, but together as a comprehensive plan to helping our economy and bringing forward that fairness. So if we stick to the fairness, and it's working, 800,000 net new jobs, Mr. Speaker, I say to the member, this is a plan. Our government has a plan, and we will continue to invest in our greatest resource, our people.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the member a simple question. Nowhere in this motion is there any talk about cutting, but there are things that the Conservative opposition would love to cut, like the carbon tax, cut the $500 million wasted on the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. We would, cut the Prime Minister's perks that he's added on and layered on for himself. We would cut the government waste, especially. So a lot of the time that we hear is there's more jobs being created here in Ottawa, it seems like, a strategy for strategies, than there are actually jobs being created in actually, like my whole province of Alberta. We're going to cut off the war on energy jobs in the energy sector in Alberta and Saskatchewan and British Columbia. We'll actually get people in the energy sector back to work. But I would like to ask the member, since he's provided so many numbers, and perhaps he could explain to this side of the House, when will the budget be actually balanced?
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. You know, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be in this House and look at the Conservative Party as we brought forward a budget that had all of these programs in the budget, and they decided to vote against. They voted against veterans. They voted against the environment. They voted against infrastructure. They voted against health care. They voted against job creation, Mr. Speaker. So I say to the member, where the facts show 800,000 net new jobs, the member may not like to hear it, but you know the votes speak for themselves. The Conservatives stood up and voted against all of that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. A 60-second question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased you've given me the floor. I was listening very closely to my honourable colleague. I had the opportunity to sit with him on the International Trade Committee. And I'd like to hear what he has to say with respect to his riding. I mean, our plan is working, 800,000 jobs. We've lowered taxes on SMEs. And then new free trade agreements. And I'd like to know what these new free trade agreements have done for the SMEs in his riding.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member and my colleague for that great question. Mr. Speaker, when we looked at many of our trade agreements when we formed government in 2015, they were stalled. When you look at our agreement with Europe, it was stalled. It was going nowhere. We got it moving again. We got it past the finish line. We did it. We got that agreement complete. We also did the same thing with the CPTPP. So now our opportunity to trade with many Pacific Rim countries. Also, that happened now with the USMCA. Mr. Speaker, all of these agreements happen because our government understands how important trade is and how important business is for our country, because that's where jobs are created. That's why 800,000 net new jobs to the member, many through small business, but that's all part of that supply chain. Canada has a population, if you look at the world, of 0.5 of half of 1% of the population of the world. But we trade 2.5% of the world's trade comes from Canada. We punch well above our weight, and we're going to continue to do so because of those agreements that we were able to get signed with the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour of splitting my time today with the member for Perth-Wellington. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak to the motion on the floor and call upon the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that his government will not raise taxes on Canadians. Now, in order to do this, Mr. Speaker, I think we should have a look at the record that the Liberals have when they're in power. And indeed, it's a tale to tell. And as a writer and philosopher, George Santayana penned, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. So, Mr. Speaker, have a look at the Liberal government of the 60s that we had through to basically the 1980s. Under the Liberals, federal spending rose from 30 to 53% of GDP, resulting in, and many people, I'm sure in this chamber, could remember that, incredible inflation. Prime lending rates skyrocketed to an incredible 22%. Subsequently, inability to pay such exorbitant rates resulted in both corporate and personal bankruptcies, and it would be 2 decades before Canadians would crawl out of this economic black hole and begin to reduce the country's debt. And in fact, by 1984, the international debt, Canada's international debt, had grown by 700%. Now, fast track to 2019, and the current government of Canada is on the same trajectory. 81% of middle-income Canadians have experienced the economic pain of higher taxes, and yet our Prime Minister has promised Canadians that he would not raise taxes, but in fact that he would rather lower them. Another rather obvious comparison to years ago, Mr. Speaker, is the now failed infamous National Energy Program. Starting in 1980, the National Energy Program and the Liberal Party behind it single-handedly destroyed what was a thriving economic engine that benefited all of Canadians, putting thousands of Canadians out of work and causing many to not only lose their livelihood, but to lose their homes as well. So enter the current Liberal government and their pipeline debacle. Because of the Prime Minister's failure to secure a pipeline, thousands of Canadians have lost their jobs. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, Mr. Speaker? Currently, Canadian taxpayers are on the hook now for a $4.5 billion pipeline that may never be built. And last week, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said this government has probably overpaid for the Trans Mountain Pipeline by an unbelievable $1 billion. Now, this is costing the Canadian economy about $50 million a day. Now, Doug Porter, the chief economist and managing director of BMO Financial Group, predicts the following. I think Canada has a very weak competitive position. I think we're going to get crushed in the next recession. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already feeling the crush. The average income tax increase for middle-income Canadians is $840. In addition to this, Canada Pension Plan premiums have gone up to $2,200 per household, and employment insurance premiums are up to $85 per worker. Now, the outlook looks even bleaker as the Liberals are insisting upon this new carbon tax of theirs. This will end up costing households about $2,500. And sadly, the carbon tax fails to address the environment and serves to make life even more expensive for Canadians. And yet our Prime Minister has promised that he won't raise taxes. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is not the Liberal record. 50 years ago, the Liberals inherited a strong, growing, and varied Canadian economy, and when they left in 1984, Canadians were still feeling the effects of Canada's worst recession since the Great Depression. Now, the current Liberal government inherited Stephen Harper's zero-deficit balance sheet a little over 3 years ago. And over the last 3 years, this government has added $60 billion to the national debt. Now, the Prime Minister promised that the budget would be balanced this year. Well, instead, the deficit will hit $21.3 billion. And he's promised that he will not raise taxes. Well, this is why we're here today, Mr. Speaker. We're calling upon the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that his government will not further raise taxes on Canadians. In light of how he has bungled our coffers this far, it simply isn't credible to believe the Prime Minister when he says he will not raise taxes. The question I think Canadians have to ask is by how much? According to Finance, the budget will not return to balance until 2040. By then, racking up an additional $271 billion of debt, financial trends are cyclic. Most economists believe Canadians and the world will be facing an economic downturn. The Prime Minister has left nothing to cushion Canada from such a forecast. Last year, Canada's national debt reached an all-time high of $670 billion, or a massive $47,600 per Canadian family. And a recent Fraser Institute report states that a fairly serious downturn could add more than $50 billion per year to the government's deficit forecast. Canada's nation's debt would be nearly $1 trillion by the year 2023. $1 trillion, Mr. Speaker. That is unfathomable and should be unthinkable. When the recession hit Canada in 2009, we were largely insulated because of the prudent economic planning by the former Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I remember traveling with Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and it was astonishing to see world leaders lining up to speak with the Prime Minister. Presidents and Prime Ministers from around the globe would line up to ask Mr. Harper how it was that Canada was the only country in the G7 able to withstand the worldwide economic downturn. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it was due in part to ensuring that we had a good financial cushion to rely upon in the event of a fiscal recession. The Liberals, on the other hand, seem hell-bent on employing any fiscal policy so long as that it isn't in line with what the Conservatives implemented. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I remember back in 1988 when the Liberals were against implementing the GST. I mean, they had just finished coming off an election where they were against the free trade agreement. Yeah. You'll remember that. Yes. And yes, and you'll remember how they changed their mind on that one. But they were against implementing the GST. And all Liberal leaders at the time were against this. Liberal leader John Turner said the GST was an attack on the weaker regions of the country, regressive against lower income groups, invisible, sneaky, and of course an administrative nightmare. And it gets better, Mr. Speaker. Paul Martin stated in the chamber the following: Mr. Speaker, the goods and services tax is a stupid, inept, and incompetent tax. He went on to say, I would abolish the GST. But it didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. In 1990, then Liberal leader Jean Chrétien said on September 27th of that year, I want this tax dead. He went on to say the following: I am opposed to the GST. I've always been opposed to it, and I will always be opposed to it. It's a tax that is regressive and discriminatory. Well, Mr. Speaker, you cannot believe any of those Liberal leaders. And what they did when they returned to power is completely on side with implementing what I've been saying about them, is that they cannot be trusted on these areas here. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was told many years ago that the Liberals would say what it takes to get elected. So if they think it's going to get them elected to be against the free trade agreement, well, they're against the free trade agreement. If it helps them that they're going to be against GST, wage and price controls, you name it, Mr. Speaker, over the years, whatever it was they felt that was necessary, but you always got something afterwards, Mr. Speaker, that was completely out of line with that. So the NAFTA agreement is just another example of their bungling of the international obligations of this country. And we can see that this new NAFTA agreement that has been presented to us, it's weaker than the existing one. It will raise the price of a condo there by the steel and aluminum tariffs. That's just one example of it. American farmers will have tariff-free access to 3.6% of Canada's dairy market. It will send hundreds of millions of dollars more of their product into our country. And not a single concession was made by the United States. Did you notice that, Mr. Speaker? There was no concessions whatsoever. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I say to people, why do we want to have a written confirmation from the Prime Minister that he will not raise taxes? Because I say just have a look at the last 50 years of Liberal government. They say one thing during an election and they do something different after the next election. So, Mr. Speaker, it's our job to hold them accountable as much as we can. This is why we want to have this in writing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a lot of respect for this member. He has some legislative experience. He's been around here for a while. I do question, though, some of the rhetoric that's coming from the other side of the House, in particular about this notion that somehow Canadians are paying more in tax. The reality of the situation is when you consider the CCB, that's not the case. The only organization that at least I'm aware of that is actually backing up their claim is the Fraser Institute. And the Fraser Institute was created from big money from the tobacco industry. The Fraser Institute led the charge in being opposed to anti-smoking laws. The Fraser Institute is funded by big oil from organizations such as ExxonMobil. The Fraser Institute promotes huge tax cuts for the 1% in corporations. This member, I can't beg but ask, does he, with all the experience he's had in this House, can he confidently stand up in this House and speak the way he has been, that's being backed up by, the data is being backed up by an organization such as the Fraser Institute? Does he not have just a little bit of shame in doing that?
Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the honourable member forgot to mention this, but the Dairy Farmers of Canada estimate that the new NAFTA agreement will, quote, cost them $190 million per year. It'll cost Canadian farmers $190 million per year. So, Mr. Speaker, the honourable members should check them out or something. If he doesn't like the Fraser Institute, why doesn't he invite them maybe into his office, sit down with them and say, hey, about this? And if he wants to see what's going to happen, when they start implementing this carbon tax or something, you'll see Canadians right across this country from coast to coast will be saying the same thing, that this is causing them and they have to spend more money on these things. So I say to the honourable member, check it out, because we're not alone when we say that this government is taxing Canadians much more.
Questions and comments on our député de
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question to clarify things for all Canadians here, and I hope I'll get an answer that will clarify the situation. Your motion stipulates that we want the Prime Minister to confirm in writing that he will not increase taxes. I would like to call on your good judgment here. If ultimately the Finance Minister took some courage and finally asked for the HST, would your caucus consider this to be a new tax? I hope not, because it's kind of curious that Netflix does not have to pay HST. The honourable member for Niagara Falls. I'd like to remind members that when they ask a question, they have to ask it through the speaker and not directly to the member.
I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, on that one. Mr. Speaker, that being said, we want the Prime Minister to put it down in writing for just the reasons that I have articulated over the years. They've got a record going back 50 years of saying one thing during an election then and doing something completely different afterwards. And so, you know, I mean, I remember how emotional the Liberals were about it. They were against the free trade agreement. Do you remember that one here? And how they were going to be determined. They were passing out erasers in my writing, saying they're going to erase the GST. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know exactly what happened on that. It was actually this government that reduced the GST and combined it with provincial taxes to form an HST. So we were the ones that people can count on to do the things that we promised them to do. And the Liberals have a long record, Mr. Speaker, of doing just the exact opposite whenever they take power in this country.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thanks, my colleague, for the speech. It was sort of interesting you're saying that the Liberals now are going to have a deficit this year of some $23 billion. Does that mean that actually their revenue has dropped and that's the reason? Or has actually the revenue for the government increased? So that would mean that they've got more money coming in, but they're just spending more to create a $23 billion deficit.
For Niagara Falls, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, for the Liberals, it's never a problem spending money, you know. If a report comes out that they overpaid for the Trans Mountain Pipeline by $1 billion, so what? I mean, $1 billion, what's $1 billion? That's just small change if you're a member of the Liberal Party, but that's their problem. You know, all of us here on this side, we were part of a government that were very careful, very deliberate with respect to government spending, always being careful. But you see, this is exactly the opposite of what we're getting here today, and this is why this country needs a change of government.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honor and a privilege to rise in this House today to share some comments on today's Supply Day motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, Supply Day motions are an opportunity for we, as the opposition, to hold the government to account. And, Mr. Speaker, there sure is a lot to hold this government to account on. Just look at the litany of tax increases that they have undertaken in the 3 short years they've been in office, as clearly articulated by the mover of this motion, the honourable member for Carleton. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians in my riding of Perth Wellington, and indeed Canadians across the country, are noticing this. They're noticing this because they see the government time and time again spending more money than they take in. They see a government that in the election campaign promised teeny tiny budgets of $10 billion. $10 billion for 3 short years. And by 2019, they'd be back in the black. By 2019, this very year, they promised Canadians, hand over heart, 3 short years of deficit, and then we'd be back to balanced budget. But of course, Mr. Speaker, that did not happen. And so, Mr. Speaker, this Opposition Day motion lays out very clearly the views of this opposition when it comes to this government's tax increases. We want a clear commitment in writing that the Liberals will cease their tax increases on Canadians. Because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians in my riding of Perth Wellington and Canadians across the country are finding the cost of living to be going up. At the end of each month, they notice there's not a lot left. They might be making ends meet, they might be getting by, but that's about it. They're struggling. So at the end of each month, they sit down at the kitchen tables across this country, and they look at their expenses, and they look at what they've brought in. And they know, as Conservatives know, they have to make those numbers balance. They have to make the tough decisions. They have to decide whether or not they can put off that needed house repair for maybe that much longer. They have to decide whether or not they'll be able to sock away a little bit of money for a rainy day fund. And they have to make difficult decisions for their kids and for their future. Do they have enough money that month to put a little bit away for an RESP, to plan for their kids' future education? Do they have a little bit of money that maybe they could enroll the kids in a sporting activity, in soccer, in swimming lessons? Or are they going to have to forego that because money's tight? Parents have to make those tough decisions. Canadians have to make those tough decisions. Small businesses have to make that tough decision. The small business owner has to decide whether or not there's enough left over at the end of the month to reinvest in his business or to pay him or herself a salary that month. I talk to small business owners in my riding, as my colleagues talk to the small business owners across the country. And they're finding it tough. They're finding it tough because of the challenges that this Liberal government has put before them. And it's not just in my riding, Mr. Speaker. It's in ridings across this country. In a neighbouring riding to mine, Kitchener South Hespeler, I've had some great conversations with the Conservative candidate there, Mr. Alan Kiesel. Now, Alan Kiesel is going to be a great MP when he arrives in this House in a few short months' time. You know, Alan, he has 2 master's degrees from Oxford, where he also played on the Oxford hockey team. He was a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. But most importantly, he listens to his community. He listens to his neighbours. He listens to the people on the doorstep, what their concerns are, what's happening in their community. And what he's hearing in Kitchener South Hespeler reflects what a lot of us are hearing across the country, that families are finding it tough, that the question of affordability is constantly there. And they're concerned about a carbon tax. They're concerned that the carbon tax is going to end up being a tax on everything, that it's going to increase the cost of everyday items that families rely on, like groceries, like getting to and from work, like working, like their small businesses. It becomes a tax on all of it. And they're concerned about the other changes as well. The increased payroll taxes, a tax both on the individual but also on the employer. The increases that those are happening. You know, talking to Alan, he says that families are just shaking their heads over the Liberal spending and how they can blow so much money today that is going to cause increases in taxes down the road to pay for these Liberals' mismanagement. And you know, Alan related a story to me about a small business owner he was talking to. And this particular small business owner had to let employees go because he said that the incentive was gone from growing his business. And that incentive is gone because of these Liberals. And that's wrong. Now, Alan was telling me that this particular business owner raised his concerns at the time that the Liberals' tax changes were proposed 2 summers ago. And this constituent, this business owner in Kitchener South Hespeler, raised his concerns with the honourable member from Kitchener South Hespeler. And nothing. He found no support from his local MP when he raised the concerns about the disastrous proposals that the Liberal Minister of Finance proposed on small businesses. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely shameful. But there is hope, Mr. Speaker. There's hope because Conservatives are listening. Conservatives in places like Kitchener, South Hespeler, and across the country, they're listening to their constituents. They're listening to the concerns of Canadians. And those concerns are real. I talked to seniors. Seniors are concerned. A lot of seniors have spent their lives preparing for their retirement, putting money away, ensuring that when the time came for them to retire, they could live comfortably. They're not living extravagantly. They're not blowing their money. They're simply living and enjoying what quite rightfully they're entitled to. But they're concerned. Now that they're on a fixed income, they're concerned about what these Liberals are going to do to their lives. They're concerned about the cost of heating their home. They're concerned about the cost of their groceries. And they're concerned about the cost of medication as well, which is not going to be helped by these Liberals' concessions in the recent NAFTA negotiations. And the Liberals are offering them false, and I would dare say dishonest hope when they flout their changes to CPP. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the changes proposed with the payroll tax increases to CPP will not come into play into the full degree until 2065, offering a false hope to today's seniors. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that today's budget deficits are tomorrow's tax increases. Indeed, according to the Department of Finance's own numbers, the budget will not be balanced until 2040. 2040. I have 3 kids. I have 3 young kids, Ainsley, Bennett, and Caroline. Ainsley, my 4-year-old, will be 26 years old by the time this budget's finally passed. My 9-month-old Caroline will be 22 years old. She'll be graduating from university by the time the budget is finally balanced. And their generation will be paying the tax increases caused by the nearly $1 trillion in debt that will exist by the year 2040. And that debt financing, year after year, is not going to investments in the concerns of Canadians. It's not helping to build infrastructure in rural communities in places like Mapleton, in St. Mary's, in Perth South, in Listowel, or in Mitchell, or in Stratford, or in Milverton. They're not building infrastructure. It's being wasted on increased deficit and debt financing charges because these Liberals have not lived within their means. Canadians were sold a bill of goods in 2015. They were promised 3 short years and a return to budget balanced by 2019. That hasn't happened. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will always stand up for Canadian taxpayers. And come October 2019, we will once again tell Canadians that we'll be standing on the side of Canadian families, Canadian taxpayers, and small business owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I enjoyed the member's speech. I often wonder, when I listen to folks on the other side, where they were when they were going to market with their $150 billion worth of borrowing in less than 10 years, accumulating, as they have, Conservatives, over 65% of Canada's debt over the course of its history. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. I have a very specific question for the member. The average family in his own constituency is getting $8,160 tax-free to use as they choose on skating lessons, on piano lessons, on childcare, on whatever the parents see fit to spend on. How much of that money will be cut in the Conservative platform?
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me tell you what we will be cutting. We'll be cutting the perks that this Prime Minister receives at taxpayers' expense. We'll be cutting the $500 million that's wasted on building infrastructure outside of Canada. Right. People in my riding are concerned about the roads and bridges in our communities. And they are shocked when they hear that these Liberals are spending $500 million building infrastructure through the Asian Infrastructure Bank. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this member from Gatineau brought up our record when we were in office. But let's be very clear. That was during the world global recession. And thanks to the leadership of the Honourable Jim Flaherty, we weathered that storm. We weathered that storm better than any other G7 country, and at the end of our term, we returned to a balanced budget a year ahead of schedule. That's the type of leadership we want to see in a Minister of Finance, the leadership that Jim Flaherty showed for all Canadians during his time as our Minister.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, through you, whether he thinks that correcting this discrepancy where Netflix is not paying its taxes, would that be considered a new tax?
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his question. Like many Canadians, I do appreciate what Netflix does. It's a great opportunity, in my opinion, to have Canadian content available through a different channel.
Applying the HST to Netflix. I want to go one step further, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about how we can encourage the innovative economy. How can we as Canadian parliamentarians work to ensure that the innovations of tomorrow are enhanced and encouraged and not taxed out of existence? How do we as Canadians support entrepreneurs who are coming up with the next big thing, the next Netflix, or the next major innovation? That's what we should be doing as Canadians. And I would note as well, it was our Conservative government that lowered the HST, lowered the GST by 2 percentage points, and I'm proud of that record.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member. And he certainly spoke about some of the issues that are concerning all Canadians with regards to debt and deficits. But you know, one of the Finance Department's records say it indicated that had the Conservative platform and record of management continued, that this country would be debt-free in 2040, where it'll be $1 trillion if we follow the Liberal trajectory. So I'm wondering if he could perhaps comment on that, and as we look at the fact that this Prime Minister is making Canadians continue to pay for his mistakes, and we want to balance the budget as soon as we possibly can, and to make sure that that Canadians' debt into the future is not something that we're going to burden our children and our grandchildren with.
Good question. Member for Perth Wellington. He has about 50 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say what a wonderful question from the honourable member from Red Deer Mountain View. And he's quite right. If we had followed the path that was laid out by the Conservative government of Jim Flaherty, of Joe Oliver, who had a long-term plan to ensure that Canada had the economic capacity, where we had the fiscal space to ensure long-term that we could pay down the debt, long-term that we could invest in the priorities of Canadians. But yet we've seen these Liberals spend, spend, spend with nothing to show. Their long-proposed infrastructure investments have failed to move the needle on economic growth. Why? Because they're not investing in the priorities of Canadians. They're not ensuring that the infrastructure projects in ridings like mine, in ridings like communities across the country, they're not seeing it happen. And Canadians know better. So we on the Conservative side remain committed to working on behalf of Canadian families, Canadian taxpayers, and ensuring that we have a long-term plan to ensure that our fiscal house is in order for the future generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, Brian.
It being 6:31 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, February 5th, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Back in October, a report by the CBC's Fifth Estate revealed an 8-year-old study by the Department of Transport that was not made public. That study contradicted previous Ministry of Transport statements that no evidence was available that pointed to seat belts improving the overall level of safety on school buses. How many injuries and child deaths could have been prevented across Canada in the past decade had school buses been equipped with seatbelts as a result of that buried report? Since 1999, 16 students have been killed in school bus accidents in Ontario alone, and more than 6,000 have been injured. We'll probably never know whether mandatory seatbelts on the bus carrying the Humboldt Broncos would have made a difference that tragic day in April last year, or whether the deaths of 3 and injury of 23 public transit users in Ottawa could have been prevented had seatbelts been mandatory January 11th, when a double-decker bus carrying commuters crashed into the Westboro Transit Station. On January 21st, the minister announced a task force investigating seatbelts on buses. CBC reported that Transport Canada stated for the first time on its website in a posting December 21st that seatbelts, when worn properly, do offer added protection for school-aged children. Transport Canada has decreed that all large and medium highway buses must have seatbelts by September 1, 2020. In announcing the change, the Transport Minister said, by having seatbelts on highway buses, we can help reduce injuries in severe collisions, such as rollovers, and improve safety for everyone. The federal government has the authority to mandate seatbelts on all new school buses without needing provincial approval. For existing school buses, the minister has stated that he will require more consultations with the provinces to determine the source of money to retrofit school buses to provide seatbelts. It seems the minister and his department have no questions about whether or not seatbelts save lives. The only question is who should pay for the retrofits. The facts speak for themselves. After all, if it's mandatory for a bus driver to wear a seatbelt for safety reasons, why would it be any less dangerous to fail to require seatbelts for the passengers that driver carries? And delay on this makes no sense at all. Why would the minister require another review when the report that was buried 8 years ago determined that school buses without seatbelts failed safety tests? This government has plenty of money when it comes to paying $1 billion more than the actual value of a leaky pipeline, or when it comes to ignoring billions in lost revenues in its refusal to close tax loopholes for the richest Canadians and corporations that hide their excessive income in offshore accounts. This government conducted bogus consultations on electoral reform when it had no intention of keeping that election promise. And it continues to demand pointless consultations on pay equity for women. With every day that goes by without action by the Minister of Transport, more and more Canadian lives are at risk when the solution is simple and evident. Make seatbelts mandatory on buses. Mr. Speaker, it's time for action on the part of this minister, not more studies and task force and obfuscation.
Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, of course, I would like to be very clear. Protecting children on the road is vitally important to our government. And of course, we are going to and must do everything that we can to make the streets safer for them. School buses are built inside and out to protect children, including having a series of structural safety features built in that are specifically designed to protect children in the event of a collision. School buses are mandated to have high roof crush standards, reinforced joints, electronic stability control to help prevent rollovers, and a highly effective seat design referred to as compartmentalization. Make no mistake, the exceptional level of safety currently afforded by school buses is owing to extensive research conducted over decades in both Canada and the U.S. It is because of this research that our government is a strong supporter of seatbelts. The Minister of Transport has taken action in this area, and in July 2018 published regulations that included specific technical requirements that must be followed should seatbelts be installed on school buses. This technical standard is directly aligned with requirements in the United States and will help ensure that, when properly used and installed, seatbelts can provide an additional layer of safety to complement the existing highly effective seat design. Building on this commitment to road safety, in June 2017, we published regulations to require electronic stability control systems on all new large school buses and other heavy vehicles. Our leadership in this area makes our large school buses the only ones in North America that are now federally mandated to have electronic stability control systems, which reduces the risk of rollover and obviously helps protect school children. We are always looking for ways to improve road safety, and in October 2018, the Minister tasked his department to take a fresh look at the issue of seatbelts on school buses. This review is now well underway, and we are not conducting this review alone. On January 21st, 2019, the Minister of Transport met with the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety to discuss this important issue. The ministers agreed to establish a task force on school bus safety, bringing together government representatives, safety associations, manufacturers, and school board representatives to assess potential safety measures, including school bus standards and operations both inside and outside the bus. We also agreed to conduct pilot projects which will help school bus operators across Canada to make sure that seatbelts, when installed on their buses, are always worn properly by occupants. These pilot projects and our review of school bus safety are critical steps to ensure that Canada's school buses continue to be the safest way to transport children to and from school. And we will not, of course, Mr. Speaker, we will not hesitate to take the necessary actions to protect Canadians, and especially young Canadians. Thank you very much.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but they've already hesitated for 8 years. Task force, pilot projects, reviews don't put seat belts on school buses.
Hear, hear.
The minister and his department's own statements reveal the truth. Evidence that seat belts save lives is not the problem. The real question is who's going to pick up the tab. And yet money never seems to be a problem when it comes to propping up corporations or padding the pockets of their rich friends. Conservatives and Liberals can't seem to find the will when there is a cost involved with providing better public service like health care, pay equity, environmental protection, or when it comes to saving the lives of children. The truth is plain to see, Mr. Speaker. Seatbelts save lives. When will this government, this Prime Minister, this Minister understand that we are the stewards of public dollars placed in our trust by Canadians who elected us? When will they see the day that good public service and good public progress takes priority over personal and corporate interests? When will this minister move to make seatbelts mandatory on school buses?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I would like to reiterate on behalf of the Minister that protecting children on the road is, of course, of vital importance to this government. And we will do everything we can to make this this transportation mode the safest possible for them. And that is why the Minister of Transport established a task force on school bus safety to work with all levels of government and a diverse road safety community, because they have a responsibility to implement any changes and see them through carefully. While we cannot speak to inaction in 2010 on this file after the Transport Canada study, our government is very much moving forward on this matter in a serious and deliberate way. Seatbelts can indeed often offer an added layer of protection when they are installed properly and when they are worn properly by all occupants. And given the responsibilities of provincial governments and school boards on making sure that happens, we have a duty to speak with them and to ensure that any changes we make are applied correctly and improve children's safety.
The honourable member for Bellechasse is Etchemin-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I'm rising to speak on an issue in this House, so I would like to thank my constituents for the privilege they have given me for sitting in this House. This is my 14th year as an MP. It's an honour for me to sit here, and it's an honour for me to represent these constituents. It's also an honour for me to speak on behalf of Davie Shipyard workers. Under the Conservative government, there were about 1,300 workers at the Davie Shipyard. Now, there's barely 100. I am working hard, and I want to let my constituents know that I am working hard to get the Obélix contract for the Davie Shipyard. Mr. Speaker, I was around at a time when 2 ships were built by the Davie Shipyard. Now, the Vice Admiral Norman set one of the vessels aside eventually because it was too old. Now, I see my colleague opposite. The parliamentary secretary will be answering my question. He's very familiar with this issue. I want him to speak to officials so that the Davie Shipyard gets the contract. The Canadian government, Mr. Speaker, is renting vessels right now. Canada is surrounded by 3 oceans. It's absolutely unacceptable that we not have what we need. Vice Admiral Norman said that we needed vessels, and he wasn't the only one who said that. There were several senators who said that as well. I have a report here from 2017. Now, these were independent senators, and what did they say? They said that the process has to begin before the end of 2016. We need to restore maritime defense, and we need to have an oiler replenishment ship. Give us the vessels we need. Give us the boats we need. The shipyard is ready. The Astérix was a good vessel. Then the Obélix can be done too. There's no risk to this. It's beneficial for taxpayers. It's good for Canada. It's good for shipyard workers. Now, why wasn't it given to the shipyard? Well, it's time to give this shipyard contracts, and I would invite my colleague to do what he needs to do. There are contracts in Halifax, there are contracts in British Columbia, but Quebec is perfectly capable as well of building ships, and Davie Shipyard should have that contract. I still have time left, but I want the parliamentary secretary opposite to say tonight that the Obélix ship will be given to the shipyard workers. It will be good for our marine, it will be good for taxpayers, and it will be good for shipyard workers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, we inherited a marine construction file that had given nothing to Davie. He also knows, Mr. Speaker, that I appreciate the excellent work that the Davie Shipyard workers did on the Astérix. And Canada can be proud of this ship throughout the world. It's a ship that has been worthy. That being said, we rely on the advice and plans of our military. And General Vance, and throughout the Canadian Marine, tells us that an interim vessel is not necessary. Under the previous government, there was a replenishment ship that was going to be built at the C-SPAN facility, and that's what we're currently doing. Now, in terms of Davie Shipyard, what should we do? Along with my colleagues, I have had discussions in Quebec and in the government to look at what opportunities are out there for the Davie Shipyard, and we have found some. I had the pleasure myself of going to visit the shipyard and to announce 3 interim icebreakers for the Coast Guard. There's also retrofitting that is necessary for ships from time to time, and that can be done at the Davie Shipyard. And we'll continue to speak with the Davie Shipyard in order to find other opportunities. Because under our marine strategy, there will be opportunities for shipyards beyond the 2 main shipyards that had been designated by our predecessor, the one in Halifax and the one in Vancouver. So we know that there are opportunities. There are opportunities from time to time, and there are also strategic and long-term possibilities, like retrofitting frigates, for example. And for all those who are listening to us, especially for those who are connected to the Davie Shipyard, for all those who are listening, we are going to continue to look for opportunities, to look for possibilities for Quebec, for Davie Shipyard, for all those people who are working so hard in their industry. We have invested in Quebec businesses under our ship construction strategy, and will continue to work to give that sector and give our people in uniform the best equipment and the best ships possible. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Chemin-Lévis. Thank you. I appreciate what the parliamentary secretary has said about the shipyard. But, you know, announcing 3 layers of paint on an icebreaker doesn't create jobs. And when he talks about his frigates, his other ships, you're talking about a few jobs in 3 years, but that doesn't put bread on the table for our workers, Mr. Speaker. But he could do it by giving the Obélix contract. Now, they were supposed to buy a big icebreaker. It would have been nice to have that over the past few weeks in the St. Lawrence. But the Coast Guard is overwhelmed. The river is obstructed by ice. We've been trying to find ships left, right, and center from all over the place, but it's chaos. We need our own boats. The shipyard is ready. They have the expertise. They have the knowledge. And, you know, I'm not going to start arguing over numbers, but when you look at $1.5 billion, that's peanuts. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, and I take note of the strong opinions that my colleague has voiced. I can assure him that we take this all very seriously, that we do appreciate the record of the men and women of the Davie Shipyard. And as I said earlier on, we are going to continue to find opportunities. Not only the ones he mentioned, but other opportunities. And we continue to dialogue with representatives from the shipyard. We're constantly speaking with our armed forces, as well as the Coast Guard, who serve us so well. And we'll continue to identify needs and ensure that we have the equipment that we need. And the Davie Shipyard will be part of the solution, I can guarantee that. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The House, therefore, will be adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to the Standing Order 24-1.